Test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting while in the boardroom. Refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat in the boardroom with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached the seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area in the building. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority has deemed this the jurisdiction has deemed this building safe to return. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment. Thank you so much for your participation and cooperation. Okay, I will now introduce for Mrs. Pham, her school, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to thank Principal Amy Winder, Assistant Principal Angela Cohen, and chorus teacher Angelica Saintless of Indian Trace Elementary School for having their chorus club students recite the Pledge of Allegiance and song for today's board meeting. Please welcome our students as they recite the Pledge of Allegiance and song. Please rise.
Please place your right hand over your heart and join us as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Hello, my name is Sophia and I'm happy to introduce the Indian Trace Elementary Chorus Club. We are honored to sing for you this morning. We will be presenting American Every Day, written by Teresa Jennings, published by Music K through 8. We are name is Braden Clinton, and on behalf of Indian Trace and our chorus club, we would like to thank you for the opportunity to perform for you today. We would also like to thank the school board for all you do to make Broward County an amazing place to learn.
Thank you so much, Indian Trace Elementary School, and thank you, Mrs. Pham. Board Member Hickson has requested a moment of silence for a staff member from Pompano Beach High School. Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. Last week, on October 10th, 2024, we lost a longtime member of the Broward County Public Schools family, Miss Lisa Gould, known and loved by many as Blue. She was a 30-year teacher and a longtime student government advisor, beginning her career in 1994 at Addicks Middle, also teaching at Everglades High, and most recently at Pompano Beach High School. Over her 30 years with Broward County Public Schools, she impacted thousands of lives, cultivating leaders in and out of the classroom through organizations including SGA and all its acronyms, Key Club, Best Buddies, Freedom Foundation, History Alive, and many others. Lisa Blue Gould truly cared and loved every student she interacted with. Landon did a good job of getting some quotes from different students, so I just would like to read those. Blue was one of my greatest supporters and pushed me to be a better person every day. She encouraged me to strive for greatness and nothing less. I wouldn't be who I am today without her, and I'm going to miss her so much. Derek Pano, class of 2025. I was only 12 when I met Blue at my first BCASC convention. Little did I know she was going to be such an influential figure in my life. She always believed in me, even at my lowest, and encouraged all her students to be better, to be the change they wished to see. Without Blue, I wouldn't be at my dream college pursuing my big dreams, still friends with the same kids I met in her classroom. To know her is to love her. Blue changed all our lives for the better. Alexandria Galeon, class of 2023. Please keep her family in your thoughts, and please take a moment of silence in her name and honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Alston has requested a moment of silence for a staff member from Miramar High School. Mr. Alston.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board. I would like to take this time to remember Mr. Kennard Stevens. Mr. Stevens was a beloved staff member and football coach of Miramar High School. Mr. Stevens was known for his radiant smile, outgoing personality, and power to light up any room he entered. He touched many lives and will deeply be missed by all who knew him. Mr. Stevens is survived by his wife, Miss Diamond Howard, and a host of other relatives and friends. Please keep his family, friends, and those at Miramar High School in your thoughts and prayers as they navigate during this difficult time. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to request a moment of silence for Jessica Waller. Jessica worked at Westglades Middle School as a clerk typist. Shared by the staff of Westglades Middle School, Miss Waller always brought a ray of light to all that encountered her. She leaves behind a legacy of kindness and hard work. She will truly be missed. Please join me in recognizing a moment of silence in her honor at this time. Thank you. I would also like to request a moment of silence for Everson Noel. Everson attended James S. Hunt Elementary School from kindergarten to third grade. He loved to play tag with his classmates and he enjoyed math. Everson was super excited when he became a big brother last year, and he aspired to become a firefighter when he grew up. Everson will certainly be missed by the faculty, staff, and students at James S. Hunt Elementary. Please join me in recognizing a moment of silence in his honor at this time. Thank you. Before we continue in today's meeting, I want to take a moment to recognize two of our outgoing board members, Tori Alston and Daniel Fogenholly. Mr. Alston and Mr. Fogenholly, your dedication and service to Broward County Public Schools has been invaluable. You have both worked hard to support our students, staff, and community. and your contributions have made a real difference. On behalf of the entire school board, it's my honor to present to you these plaques as a token of our appreciation for your time and commitment. Thank you for your service, and we wish you the very best in all of your future endeavors.
Bigger smiles.
Pass this over. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task now is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all of our students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. May the chair have a motion and second to approve the minutes for the following meetings: July 30th, 2024, special school board meeting; August 21st, 2024, regular school board meeting; September 4th, 2024, special school board meeting; September 10th, 2024, special expulsions.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move with some corrections at the appropriate time.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Olson, second by Ms. Leonardi. Is there any discussion, Mr. Olson?
Yes. So for the minutes, August 21st, on page 25 of 26, on the RR1 item, I was not present for the vote. I was telephonically not present. And also on item GG2, the vote should be reflected as 7-0. I think it says 8-0. I was also not present for that vote. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Olson?
I actually have a question. So now I'm going to go to the July 30th special school board meeting, where the item dealt with non-instructional separation of employment and discipline for 24-25. I have a question for actually the general counsel. There's a statement on page 3 of 5, and I'll read it. It says, board discussion included but was not limited to, referring to Ms. Norton, clarification that the employee would remain on a lateral clerk position with the same pay. Just my general question, and I know that as we approve these minutes, every word and all the statements mean something based on, I think, what you shared with the board just a few weeks ago. Or a few days ago, rather. Can you just explain what that means, the action that the board took? And I believe the vote was it 5-4 on this item? So that the employee would remain on a lateral clerk position with the same pay? What does that mean?
Ms. Batista?
Because I know we're about to approve action, and right now, today, this is when the board will formalize whatever has taken place. And I know this is very critical, so I just want to understand what this action means.
Right, so that motion, I believe, was made by Mrs. Hickson and seconded, and the motion or the action, what it meant was that the employee is to be moved to a lateral position without any loss in their pay. I believe that has already happened.
So, just so I understand, is this an adverse action to the employee?
I don't believe it does consider an adverse action pursuant to the law.
So it's not an adverse action. Was there any harm to the employee based on this action?
No,
All right, so there's no adverse action and no harm and no pay that's been impacted by the employee. Is that correct?
that is correct.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the minutes as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Minutes pass unanimously. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to withdraw double P6.
Okay, double P6 is withdrawn. The chair finds pursuant to Section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May the chair have a motion and second to close the agenda.
So move.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider today's agenda items in the order and operations outlined in the School Board Policy 1020 and Robert's Rules of Order. School board members and the public have access to all written agenda comments related to today's agenda. The Chief Communications and Legislative Officer polled the board for the agenda items they wish to address in advance of the meeting. So we're going to start with the single letter items. Mr. Alston?
None.
Mrs. Pham?
Thank you. I1, J1, and that would be it.
I1, J1. Mr. Fogelholy?
None, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Hickson, I have H2 and H4 and I1. Dr. Holness?
I1, L1, please.
I1, L1. Mrs. Leonardi?
L1 and I1.
L1, I1. Mrs. Rupert? She has L1. L1. And Dr. Seaman?
Thanks, Chair. Single letter A2, I1.
A2, I1, and Al-Hadaf, A1, I1, oh, popular, and J1. Okay. Now we're going to move on to our, is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to a consent item that has not already been requested for discussion? Seeing none. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that
So
have not
moved.
been pulled for discussion. Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. The agenda is passed. Okay, for double letter items, Mr. Alston?
None.
Ms. Pham?
EE1, RR1, L1, 004, 007, and then PP1 through PP4.
Mr. Fogelholy?
Thank you, Chair. JJ13, and that's all. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson, I have FF1, JJ4, PP3, and RR1. Dr. Holness?
004, PP3.
Ms. Leonardi?
004.
Mrs. Rupert, I have HH1, EE1. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. JJ4, JJ14. Thank you.
Al-Hadaf, PP4, and HH1. All right. Is there anybody from the audience who would like to speak to an open item that has already been pulled for discussion? Double letter item. At this time, may the chair have a motion and second to pass the open items that not have been indicated to be pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. All in favor of approving the open agenda, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Agenda passes. Next item of business in the agenda is H3, a motion to approve non-instructional appointments and leaves for 24-25. May the chair have a motion and second on H3?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. It's been moved and second to approve H3, a motion to approve non-instructional appointments and leaves for 24-25. Any discussion from the audience?
No registered speakers.
Say that again.
No registered speakers.
Okay, thank you. Is there any board debate? Seeing none. All in favor of H3, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. H3 passes unanimously. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments. We'd like to congratulate each of you for your career advancement with Broward County Public Schools. We value you and your families. Dr. Hepburn, can you please introduce the new leaders for a few remarks?
At this time, there are no directors or above or principals, but we congratulate all of our new appointees. Welcome to the team. Or if you got a recent promotion, congratulations also.
We'll take a 5-minute recess for a picture. 5-minute recess for a picture. Welcome back. Dr. Hepburn, do you have a superintendent's report?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to take a moment to provide an update on the impact of the recent hurricane on our school operations and the adjustments we are considering for our academic calendar. We missed 3 instructional days due to the storm September 26th and October 9th and October 10th. We've been in contact with the state, and they have informed us that they will not waive this semester's instructional time requirement. This means we must make up missed instructional minutes for the first semester, which includes both the first and second quarters. Our staff is working on options to ensure we meet the instructional time requirements while minimizing the disruption to our families and staff. We will present these options for consideration at the special board meeting on October 22nd. I want to assure you that we are committed to finding a solution that preserves the school year's instructional integrity while balancing our community needs. Thank you, and more to come at the October 22nd workshop.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Next is committee reports. First is the audit committee. Audit committee. Okay, we'll come back to the audit committee. Broward County Association of Student. Okay. Student councils and student advisor to the board.
Good morning.
Morning.
Happy October. On behalf of Alana Barrero, our alternate student advisor, and myself, we're excited to update you all on our work over the past few months. We are making progress on our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions, including recent visits to Monarch High School and Miramar High School. This month with you, I'd like to take a deep dive into what these sessions look like for our students. The sessions can range from 15 students to over 50 students, and at each school, we request that there's a diverse group of students that represent diversity of experience in school. This often ranges from student athletes, club officers, even students with mental health challenges, students with habitual behavior concerns, and always any student who wants to attend. Throughout the session, we discuss aspects of their school experience that are going well, what should change, and what they would like to see in the future. Following the session, principals are provided with a summary report of the conversation, and oftentimes, principals use that to instigate change on their campuses. And we're grateful for the feedback we've received from principals about using that feedback on their campuses. We look forward to continuing to visit schools and gain valuable feedback on how we can improve as a district and at a school-based level. At last month's Superintendent Student Advisory Committee, we held a Redefining Our Schools activity where students shared feedback on their school experience. We gained some great feedback with common themes centering around a desire to have increased industry certifications and career and technical education in high school. This feedback has been summarized and provided to the superintendent and staff, so we look forward to working together on this continuous improvement. Next week, we will hold our second meeting and we'll focus on, quote, things the superintendent should know. These types of conversations are extremely productive and allow for Dr. Hepburn to hear what happens on our campuses. We are truly grateful for his time and listening ear. A common theme in the conversations at our schools is the need for improved communication directly to students. We are working on finding innovative ways to communicate with students using our existing tools. I'd like to share a moment of gratitude to Mr. Davis and Dr. Wanza for their support in this initiative. We look forward to establishing a tool that allows for students to receive up-to-date communications, both from the district and from their schools. And we look forward to piloting this with the upcoming calendar survey. As always, if students need any support in solving a problem or have ideas for improvement, please email student.advisor@browardschools.com or send us a message or give us a follow on our social media pages on Instagram at bcps.studentadvisor and on X, Twitter at bcps_studentadv. We look forward to another month of progress and hearing from our peers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Landon. Audit Committee? Good morning.
Walsh, I don't think that's on. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Chair of the District's Audit Committee, a school board established committee. We were unable to meet again. It's happened twice now. How many minutes do we have for committee reports?
She didn't reset.
Okay.
5.
All right. It's like Pavlov's dog every time you get targeted. Okay. All right. But last night I spent 2 hours, because I was worried about what messages people might be receiving, in an advisory committee chair meeting on Teams. We have not gotten responses. It's all well and good to tell us how much you love us, but we don't want the kind of love that Tina Turner used to get from Ike. We want a school board that makes sure that your actions are speaking louder than words. The audit committee passed a motion, and I have emails going back and forth that I think you're all copied on, where we were told that if they're already transmitted to the board, because the last time the audit committee passed a motion, it was with comments from our July 18th meeting and to retransmit our previous motions. Understand that your audit committee has passed motions asking the chief auditor to read our motions and explain what they mean to you. Because when we pass motions and get responses like the one that legal provided where they purposely rewrote or got confused about the questions and provided answers that were to questions that were not asked, the audit committee is thinking, well, maybe they're just confused. So we retransmitted, and on today's agenda, and I don't know if they changed it, I didn't look again, there was the motion, but not the content of the motion. It simply said there was a motion. You've also had the entire packet of our prior motions. So in a district where escalating is more frequent than de-escalation, you're escalating and giving the audit committee as a whole, not just me, because it's probably going to be the whole group, where do we go next? It always looks better when the board polices itself and its own, rather than us having to go to the state. And we don't have an OIG yet, and I say yet because they would have subpoena power. The state has subpoena power. State attorneys. Is that where you want it to go? Because by not answering, all you're accomplishing is limiting the options that the audit committee has to get answers to the questions it keeps asking over and over, and the observations. And understand, like the audit committee understood about that intercom audit, and I'll have to share this with them at our meeting next week, provided we don't have another storm. On page 7 of your FSSAT, which we're going to have to start looking at, there's a section on here called Mass Communication and Emergency Alerts. People, you don't have an emergency communication. You do not have a mass notification system. There are codes that govern what you can call things. So someone is once again confused again. But calling it something does not make it that something. The audit committee understood that, which is why they kept coming back with more motions, because we still have not uncovered what happened in 2018. And by the way, the Office of Safe Schools even has NFPA 72 mentioned on the website. There seems to be a disconnect that's even happening at the state level. But of all the districts to have gotten this completely wrong, it's shocking that this is the one. So whoever made this slide that is on your agenda today is confused. Or we're playing semantics. Mass communication and emergency alerts. You do not have an emergency communication system. That is governed by UL 2572 and NFPA 72. You can't just call something that it's not. You don't have mass communication, you don't have mass notification, because then you wouldn't be throwing speaker wire all over the place calling and then thinking you can do emergency alerts through that system. It's not how it works. There are other follow-up items. Your fund balance has been going down ever since you lost the person that used to calculate it, who used to do it. I think you're down to 1 CPA in accounting and reporting. That's concerning in a district this size. And I hope that person shows up at our meeting to explain how the fund balance is being calculated, because that's been a standing request. Booster clubs, that's follow-up as well. HR internal controls audit. It's another one that you approved.
Broward Teachers Union.
Good morning, Broward School Board, Superintendent, Dr. Howard Hepburn. Well, it's Cancer Awareness Month. It's National Pug Day. It's a good day. Hope we're going to have a happy, positive day. Just want to have a couple words about what's going on out there with our educators and all of our support staff in our schools. We ended our first quarter last week. There was a planning day where our educators needed to have time to understand focus still. I hope you guys are aware that focus is still a large struggle on getting the trainings out there, having the trainings done in a timely manner, having enough people to do the trainings, and for our 13,000 educators, 3,000 support staff to be able to get the training and understand to be able to do report cards, interim reports, and our ESE piece with our progress reports. So I need you to guys be mindful as board members, have conversations fruitful with your staff of what is really going on with Focus. Seriously, each and every one of you should be having a direct conversation on understanding what's really going on with Focus. Because we walk schools, we talk with multiple people, and also principals and admin, and they're all on the same page that this new program has been extremely difficult, and the trainings are different. Let me put it that way. I'm trying to find the peaceful words. So that's an important piece. We have to get progress reports done for our ESC population. They have to get report cards done. They have to do interims. There's a lot of things they have to do that are dependent upon going through Focus. And when it's still a struggle because it was just thrown at them, and it was, you need to be mindful of that. So when people are not making deadlines, it's not the educator's fault. And it's not the admin's fault. So I need you guys to be really aware of what's going on with that. I think I've said it 4 or 5 times. I'm trying to make it an important piece for you to know. Negotiations, we finalized, last week with our ESPs. We still have one piece left with our TSPs. I'm hoping that the HR department brought it forward to you. Broward Teachers Union cannot move forward with this year's negotiations if we haven't completed with the unit from last year. I need you to know that if you don't know that. So if this is your first time hearing it, then shame on staff for not bringing it to you, because this is not something new that I've said, and we make it very public for our negotiations. So it's known of where we are with negotiations still with our TSPs. But we did agree to open the door early on for our teachers, our EPs, and you guys came with nothing. You came with the ask to take away. You didn't come with a raise. You didn't even come with the allocated funding from our governor. You guys came to take away for people to pay into their insurance. You want to fix your budget problem on the backs of the, 25,000 employees in Broward schools now. 13,000 are teachers and support staff. 3,000 are our educational support professionals that make $15 an hour. And then you've got your FOPI group, and you've got other groups out there that also make those kind of dollars. So we're asking you guys to look stronger in the budget. I know we've got a bunch of new people that have been hired. Hopefully there will be some fruitful knowledge of what's going on in the budget that you won't have to do that. We're really asking you to honor your educators that are working really hard. There's a lot of things being piled on them that are building up a stress level. You guys want to maintain this A, and we're watching the district go by any means necessary to do that, which is stressing out your educators and your support staff. So that's going to bring on some medical needs. So this medical benefit it's amazing, and it's a benefit that they need and deserve. They've earned it. And to ask for them to pay into it in this time frame right now, when you're not offering a raise, inflation is still skyrocketing, everything is out there, we're asking you to really pay attention on what you want to do to the employees of Broward County Public Schools with a benefit that they need. We still have many schools that people are sick in, from whether it's the school and the air quality or leaky roofs or handlers and air conditioning's not working, or, groups of kids, people get sick. So we want to keep people in our schools working and healthy and not have an extra burden of an extra cost. And then we have them, they have to work 2 and 3 jobs because of the burden of not making enough money. So please have a conversation, come back in with a nice, fruitful raise for this school year, and halt on the insurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Broward County Council PTAs, PTSAs. Broward Education Foundation. District Advisory Council.
Okay, good morning again. District Advisory Council Chair Natalie Lynch Walsh. I previously reported motions that were passed in August and September. Some of them are moot because you already approved policies, Policy 5000, and did not incorporate the feedback in a meaningful manner. And related to that, today you have the boundary resolution that, curiously, for the first time ever, has the 3 areas mentioned in its membership, but not DAC. Are we writing resolutions for whoever happens to be the chair that year? Or was that just a Scrivener's error and an honest omission? Don't know, hope you fix it. Another problem, there's no designee. So now you're telling chairs, thou shalt be at these meetings, and what if they can't make it? What if there's someone on the advisory that's more knowledgeable about boundaries or simply more interested? They can't send a designee? They're volunteers. They're not paid employees. Third problem, there's no clarity in how those community members are appointed to the committee. Why is that a problem? Speaking as a almost 30-year resident of Plantation, you could be doing something that involves Plantation Middle, and if it's the principal that's sending people, they could be sending people that are reassigned. Of course they love Plantation Middle, that's why they're there. But you're not getting input from the people that are actually zoned by the board for that school. And that could happen across the district. So how are you picking people? There seemed to be some discussion about board members appointing people. I don't think that was in there. But again, those 3 problems. You don't have DAC, you don't have the option for a designee, and there's no clarity on how you're picking the community members. And frankly, I'm not particularly interested in sitting on the boundary committee, been there, done that, and given the current process. But if you're going to have the 3 areas, it seems to only make sense that you would also have DAC. I'm going to assume that was an oversight. Our next agenda will look at academics, and we're looking to have someone come and talk about focus and the continuous improvement needed there. North Area Advisory Council had a motion that they move that Broward County Schools, they recommend, we're going to work on recommendations, include a provision in all 504 plans for students with type 1 diabetes, allowing the use of cell phones for direct communication between parents and students. So this relates to cell phones. This provision is essential for the timely management of blood sugar levels, particularly in light of recent cell phone policy changes that have hindered parent-student communication. Given the life-threatening nature of type 1 diabetes and the current challenges in school nursing coverage and diabetes management knowledge, this motion is necessary to ensure the safety and well-being of students with this condition. We had heard that there was supposed to be a workshop on the cell phone policy. I haven't heard anything about that. And there's supposed to be a survey happening of students to see how that's going. Waiting for that one. Central Area Advisory Council met on September 19th. The membership wanted an update on the available options to comply with the bill for moving the start time of schools by 2026. They inquired about Juneteenth being a holiday for staff having to work that day, because there are staff that it's off, everyone else is off but them. And then there was a unanimously passed motion to add due process to the staff policy and bylaws. That's the same due process that staff talked the Policy 1070 group out of keeping, even though it had been vetted by legal. And this is all documented. Now, legal is reversing course, saying you wouldn't put due process in there, and there's a bunch of explanations for that. However, the group did vote to put back in verbiage having to do with the removal of committee members other than school board appointees. So it says, in the event of the actions, conduct, or circumstances of a committee member other than a school board member appointee are found to conflict with applicable laws, rules, school board policies, and or bylaws, the superintendent may recommend, the removal of that committee member from office for the current year and or one additional year. The superintendent shall provide the committee member, any entity represented by the committee member, and the chair of that committee with written notice of the proposed removal. The notice shall specify all grounds for which the removal is proposed. The proposed member removal shall be placed on the agenda of the committee. Essentially, the committee has to vote for that removal to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Diversity Committee.
Good morning. Ooh, that's loud. I'm sorry. Just want to bring some lividity up here. All right, so good morning to the school board members, Dr. Superintendent, and staff. The diversity was unable to meet for October due to Hurricane Milton and the subsequent school closure, but I am happy we were spared the brunt of the storm, but sad our neighbors to the northwest suffered considerable damage. And I know that Broward County Public Schools stands ready to provide help if they are called upon. Diversity did have a site visit to Hollywood Hills High. Since we didn't meet in October to discuss it, nor was I present because I had a medical procedure that day. So we'll talk about it next month and provide a detailed report in November. Last night, all chairs had a meeting with Mr. Sullivan's department on chairs, resources, and sessions, along with several committee liaisons. During this session, some major concerns for me were the interpretations in parts of Policy 1010, auxiliary templates, technology, and most importantly, our motions. Our next meeting with the board will be December 10th, and I believe that is the forum for us to address our concerns. However, I plan to email all of you with my specific concerns and questions. One thing that I would like to place on record today is that the motion process, what was presented last night demonstrates the continued dismissiveness that many committee chairs feel when we do this volunteer work. I would like to reiterate my request to the superintendent and superintendent of teaching and learning to keep in place the resources that all our schools that help to get the schools to the A. Please consider leaving these resources in place for another year or two to solidify our gains. I want, as much as the district does, to keep the trajectory upward and onward, and there is no better way than maintaining some of our resources in place longer. Another item we would like to address, is the district's efforts in highlighting and empathizing with its diverse communities, in traditions, holidays, and tragedies through social media posts and email messages. I believe the district tries to address our communities for not only the purpose of inclusivity, but also acknowledgement and taking the position of support. I truly appreciate the district's effort in this endeavor. However, with that comes feelings of alienation with other groups in this county. If the district's goal is to always be inclusive, then there should be a way to acknowledge all groups equitably. If several groups of our community are suffering in either mutual conflicts or separate conflicts, all should be acknowledged. I understand you will not please everyone. However, what you can do is acknowledge our diverse population based on this county's demographics and community members who show up to board meetings and advocate. The group that have the loudest voices should not be the only group addressed. In a perfect world, equality would exist, and there would not be a need for diversity committee or any other terms or legislations that promote and facilitate fairness. Since we are not a utopian world, then equity will suffice, and the district needs to demonstrate that more. I will always end my reports with this phrase: the power is with the people, not the people with the perceived power. We work better together than apart. I reiterate the importance of community input and collaboration, and I wish you all a great day today. Thank you.
Thank you. BPAA. ESMAB. FOPI. COPA. PBA. ESC Advisory Council.
Good morning, Jackie Luscombe, ESC Advisory Chair. I have to apologise, first of all, last night I didn't make that meeting for advisory chairs. My work has taken me backwards and forwards to the Gulf for the hurricanes, and I got back yesterday and it passed me by, so my apologies. I'll echo some of those points that Ms. Pierre Grant made as well about just how advisories are seen and worked with. I get tremendous support for a great number of people, and I so appreciate it, but I think when we get the attitude or the pushback or the misunderstanding and the sidelining, it can be incredibly dispiriting. So thanks to all the supporters, but I'll echo some of those points too. At our last meeting, I was so grateful for the superintendent to come along to our ESC advisory meeting. It was a day after the last regular school board meeting. Covered a number of issues, and I appreciated his positivity. I did ask at one point if it was well understood the scale of the lack of compliance still that concerns parents and concerns staff. Compliance with IEPs and now compliance of IEPs because of the focus issues. But particularly with compliance with IEPs, I asked folks in the room, and we probably had about 80, if there was anybody in that room who had an issue with non-compliance with an IEP, and pretty much every single hand in that room went up. I don't think it can be underestimated when we keep bringing forward issues about resourcing out at schools and staff being so overstretched that IEPs can't be complied with, or just lack of understanding or education or professional development to ensure that. We can't be underestimating that and saying it's not happening. I was also hugely grateful to ESE specialists who came along to that meeting. As they said themselves, they do not feel that there has been a forum in which they can raise their concerns, ongoing concerns about focus. I still don't think it is well understood either that the issues with focus as it relates to ESE are highly specific, highly specialized, are not being addressed. We can say all we like, well, this form is missing and that form is missing, and set a deadline for when that form's going to be placed online. But the fact is, as I highlighted in my report back in May, there are so many features of it. For example, providing advanced reporting options, integrating Canvas through the CEPA app, operating a process-based, forms-based, a process-based versus forms-based workflow, dynamic translation, user action tracking, and really importantly, providing alerts to help staff stay on top of required timelines and processes. That's gone. Providing dashboards, pie charts, and easy drill-down reporting to ensure IEP compliance and fidelity. That's gone. The instructions given to ESE specialists for being able to even do progress reports, and they just got this last week, is 8 pages of instructions, 8 pages, and it's a workaround. So they're being given band-aids and workarounds and cobbles rather than this system being one that can do what we need it to do. I know eyes roll whenever I mention this, and I'll just have to keep tolerating eyes rolling at me because folks aren't listening and need to. We will be discussing at our ESE advisory meeting tomorrow night the $11 million or nearly $11 million rollover of IDEA funds last year. I know it was discussed here at one of the last meetings. I was here for that discussion, but I think what wasn't touched on, or maybe folks might not have been aware of, was that we had that very same discussion last year when there was a rollover then too. I know some of the board members were involved in it and raised that concern too. To kind of represent that, oh, well, let's not do this again and let's make a plan, isn't going to be satisfactory, and I think that's what our conversation tomorrow night will be partly focusing on, because we had that conversation last year. We were assured this wouldn't happen. We were assured there would be quarterly monitoring and reporting on budgets. And to just say, well, we'll fix it this time with quarterly monitoring and monitoring of budgets, is just a repeat of the last year. So I think we'll be looking for more fidelity there. We'll also be discussing policy and bylaws and trying to get them finally sealed and away. Diabetes issue, I would echo, as some of you know, I'm hugely concerned and have shared some of the correspondence that's been going on with parents that students should not be made to relinquish management of their diabetes, and the cell phone issue is getting in the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. ESOL Leadership Council.
Good morning. School board member, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adriana Escobar, and I'm honored to serve as the chair of the steering committee to the ESOL Leadership Council for the 24-2025 school year. Today, we are excited to present our first report of the school year, while we await the official enrollment member for this year. It is important to recall last year's numbers. We ended last year with over 37,000 ESOL students, making up nearly 50% of our total student population. Among them, 16,599 are recent immigrants who have been here for less than 3 years. Our district is incredibly diverse, with the students speaking 174 different languages and representing 1,057 countries. We hosted 5 ESOL Parent Leadership Council General Meetings, supported the International Welcome Center in their opening, and attending variety of events to support our EL students and families. We kicked off the 24-25 school year with our first ESOL Parent Leadership Council General Meeting on September 11, 2024, at Indian Ridge Middle School. The bilingual ESOL department is in partnership with the Children's Service Council, organized a resort fair and all about ESOL night. Despite the rain, we welcomed over 600 attended. It was heartening to see so many parents come together to gather vital information for their families. We have already scheduled all our meetings of the year. Our next gathering will be on November 14, 2004, at Indian Ridge Middle School from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. We will invite various district departments to share information about their services. Importantly, our meetings are always translated into Spanish, Haitian Creole, and Portuguese, ensuring accessible for all our families. The steering committee has arranged monthly meetings, both virtual and in person. Unfortunately, our more recent meeting was canceled due to the Hurricane Milton. Our goal for the 24-25 school year is to actively participate in different committees and support the growth of the ESOL volunteers, as well as initiatives from the Parent Outreach Office, International Welcome Center, and the bilingual ESOL department. To this end, we hosted an ESOL parent leadership training at the end of the last year, which saw participation from 40 parents. We will continue to provide leadership training throughout our year. We look forward to sharing our accomplishments with you as we move ahead. Thank you, gracias, merci, muito obrigado for your support and for all you do for our ESOL students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Facilities Task Force?
Good morning again. I got a phone call late last night, so while I'm not the chair, I'm the corresponding secretary for FTF. Our chair, Kim, could not make it, but she was at that meeting of the advisory chairs last night, and when the civility policy came up, there was probably a longer discussion than they were expecting about staff using, although I think it was the staff here that said not weaponizing the civility policy as a way to avoid answering tough questions and avoiding meetings. So that was one of her concerns, because it's one thing when they're there, but I can tell you for the past year, we've been struggling just to get people to the meeting. And this has been 2 superintendents so far. Apparently the chiefs are deciding not to come or not to send staff, and that's been fine with everybody. So at the meeting in September, our chair asked whether people would be coming, staff would be coming to the FTF meetings. No response. We didn't have a meeting that we were supposed to have on October 10th, but we will be having a November meeting, again, barring any late storms. So I anticipate sending the agenda so everyone's aware of the topics. It's the same topics we have every month because we're not getting responses. So one of the follow-up questions was about the master planner RFQ. She was told it would be forthcoming. The question is, when is that? Because forthcoming is not a date on a calendar. It's not part of a timeline. It could mean sometime before the 12th of November. So and she wanted to reiterate the motion that was passed by FTF the last time we were able to meet and pass motions, whereas the School Board of Broward County approved AECOM's proposal to develop a two-phase long-range facilities plan framework, and whereas the framework included a facility condition assessment and long-range facilities master plan and a steering committee, and whereas the steering committee is defined as a team of BCPS senior staff and community stakeholders to guide the creation of the capital planning framework aligned to the strategic plan, manage costs, and review policies, whereas AECOM submitted the deliverables as approved by the school board, and because of events that have occurred, they delivered Part A, but the person that was writing it was not around for Part B. AECOM is still here, but not the person that was writing. We recommend the school board formally adopt the AECOM framework and adopt a resolution governing the steering committee. That passed unanimously. And they are not trying to make a steering committee. The reason it's being brought to the board is so that this committee reports to the school board. The goal is to not repeat history. There are a number of people that sit on FTF, myself included, that were here for the entire painful process known as the SMART program, and are trying not to repeat all of those mistakes, which leads us to an email. That's another follow-up item. I sent it because I'm more familiar with it. It was sent to the chief auditor, but copying the new chair because it has to do with Part 2. When you approved the needs assessment, it was for $4.2 million. That's $1 million over what you had in the budget. No response to this email that speaks to what is the budget for the total project, meaning what is the budget for both Part 1 and Part 2. Part 2 is the actual master plan. So wherever the aforementioned master planner RFQ is, what is the budget going to be for that? Because at some point in the future, you're going to be hit with a request for millions of dollars more, and I hope none of you thought that $4.2 million was a one and done. But why do they not have a budget for how much the master plan itself? The master planner who will develop the master plan, how much is that? So it's 4.2 plus an unknown number. And staff no one has responded to this. So I hope the reason for having staff come to an FTF meeting is if you don't ask the question, they don't answer it here, then they can answer it at an FTF meeting. That's how that should work. That's the point of having a facilities task force. So we can ask questions and they are compelled to answer. So there are also other follow-up. Current work order aging, I think we got one last year and then they stopped. Open work orders, got that once, that stopped. Question was asked about the costs and benefits to reallocate Atlantic Tech to William Dandy or anywhere other than the Arthur Ashe campus. No response yet.
Thank you. Gifted Advisory Council.
Good morning, staff, board, Dr. Superintendent, everyone. My name is Carla Figueroa. I'm Gifted Advisory Chair. Gifted Advisory has had 2 meetings this year. Our September 9th meeting, we had a presentation from Focus to help guide parents, show them how to use the system since it's new, and a lot of them still had questions on how to sign on and look for records and things like that. The presentation was helpful. They showed us resources and the parent guide to Focus, which was great, but there was some concern because the gifted educational plans, the EPs were, while they're in Focus, they're shown as archived, which was kind of confusing to parents. And it seems as if it's not an active EP plan, so that's something that is a topic of discussion. We also had a presentation on Excel, which is academically challenging curriculum to enhance learning. We initially passed a motion at the meeting in May. In our September meeting, we had some background information on what Excel is, and then at the September meeting, we went ahead and passed that same motion unanimously at both meetings. It's an L item today that you will have before you, and I'll speak to that a little bit later. Our October 10th meeting was a great turnout despite the weather from the hurricane. We had a presentation from secondary learning regarding advanced learning programs such as ACE, AP, dual enrollment, IB. Those are usually great topics of engagement for our parents. It's one of the highest actually attended meetings of the year because it's, again, programs that parents are very interested in, and we hope that these programs continue and expand as we look at redefining schools. Our next meeting is on November 4th at 6:30 at Plantation Middle. We're going to be discussing educational plans and training for parents on what to look for when they have those EP discussions at their schools. We're also going to discuss brace advising and how that can benefit our students. Lastly, I just want to give a big shout out to our ESC department, Ms. Egan, Ms. Acosta, Suzelle Rodriguez and her team. They are fantastic partners with us, and we just hope to continue that partnership throughout this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Green Advisory Committee? Human Relations Committee?
Good morning, board and district staff. Nancy Fry, Chair of the Human Relations Committee. We did not get to go over 10 during our last meeting. We had to hold an informational meeting because although we had a majority of our membership there, due to the quorum policy of being 50% plus one, and we have an odd number of people, we have 7 members currently, and 50% plus one actually necessitates us to have 5. So we had a majority, but not a full quorum. So everything we had to do was informational. We received an update about the Human Relations Council orientation for the advisors this year. Our push is going to be to really increase involvement with our middle schools. We got a great turnout from our high schools last year, and we want to bring up our middle schools in the same manner. We had 35 Human Relations Council advisors in attendance on August 28th, and there will also be a makeup orientation on teams because we have a total of 71 middle schools, high schools, and alternative schools with HOCs right now. Our goal is also to collaborate with the prevention team this year and to do initiatives like No Place for Hate and No Place for Hate, Choose Peace, and give out resources and materials along with that. The big discussion we did have at our meeting was regarding the calendar options for the upcoming school year. We're very grateful to the board for asking for a new option that includes October 20th as a day off that would happen to coincide with Diwali. Our concern is that whenever a suggestion comes up to make our calendar more inclusive, it seems to be done in an onerous way to make it untenable, with the current option that was provided, which puts the last day of the first semester on the first day back from winter break and is a half day. Clearly, people are not going to want that option, and I think if we are trying to demonstrate our inclusivity and our goals to have a representative calendar, we need to make sure that when we're providing options to include these dates, that it's not at the expense of making our calendar difficult, or we're just giving an option that we don't really want people to take, and we're just paying lip service to saying that we want to do these things. And then the last thing that we discussed, we wanted to speak to the discussion that happened during the resolution agenda item last month. I didn't want to bring this up prior because I wanted to have the blessing of my committee before I spoke on behalf of them, and we were all in complete agreement. There were comments that were made that, quite frankly, were appalling about our children in this school district. And to allow this kind of behavior in a public school board meeting it's not right, and it's not right for our students. And specifically, we wanted to address that there was a member of this body that falsely and slanderously accused our very own district staff and district teachers of transitioning students behind their guardians' backs. Not only is this cruel and maligning to the people that we count on to run our schools and serve our students every day, these are the hardest working people in the district, and we also know that the spreading of conspiracy theories draws out the worst and most violent in our society. These comments put our schools, our communities, and most importantly, our children at risk. And through the chair, I would like to ask, because we could not make an official motion at our meeting, but we would like to ask that the board denounce conspiracy theories like this and stand on the side of student safety. If you look to the resolutions that were passed, that were voted on by this board, and that are meant to be the voice of our school district, we have 2 resolutions that specifically say, whereas all people are created equal and deserve the same rights, privileges, and opportunities. And we have 5 resolutions that mentions that students should be free from harassment. And that should include language coming from public comment and from the school board itself. And to one thing, just because we're being told a lot that speaking out about these things is bullying people that hold different values, I just want to speak very briefly to something called the paradox of tolerance. And it says that should a tolerant society tolerate intolerance? And the paradox of it is that unlimited tolerance leads to the extinction of tolerance. And when we extend tolerance to those who are openly intolerant, the tolerant ones end up being destroyed and tolerance along with them. So, as paradoxical as it may seem, to quote the philosophy, defending tolerance requires us to not tolerate the intolerant. Thank you.
Thank you. Multilingual Advisory Committee.
Good morning, school board members and district staff. I'm Joy Gomez-Hicks, Vice Chair for the MAC Committee. We've had our second MAC meeting on October 22nd at 6:30 p.m. at Eagle Ridge Elementary. That'll be coming up next week. Since our last update, the committee has visited 2 elementary schools and 1 middle school. That was Eagle Point in Weston, Eagle Ridge, and also Westglade in Parkland. And those visits were enlightening and wonderful to see students engage in classrooms, targeted language being facilitated, and cultural representation throughout the schools. Through our conversations and observations, however, we have noticed that all schools struggle with finding a teacher that can teach dual and English, and the importance of that is something that we want to make sure is paramount. There's not a clear track for school choice. Eagle Ridge is 25% choice, and 20% of reassignments are for dual language. Where do they go after this? And are they going to move into the programs that are local, other programs that are out there? We want to work together to make sure that we have places for students to go, they can continue in the program. Also, there are 9 different middles, and the MAC is meeting to create a forum and discuss how to store summaries. On the 17th, we have our meeting coming up. We did observe classes of concern for Eagle Ridge, and what we observed were well-structured classes and teachers that had control and were doing a great job. We are still waiting on reporting from the district, and some administrations have asked for that. Again, our next meeting is coming up on October 22nd at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Good morning. The Parent Community Involvement Task Force met Monday, October 7th. Over the years, we've conducted research in a variety of ways to better understand the needs of our community, amplify voices, and build channels to encourage collaboration. One way involves listening to parents and community members to determine what is working and what is not. How can we increase involvement? Where are gaps? Etc. We do this through a series of forums and conferences and outreach activities. So we're in the process of scheduling some of our research events, including the Nonprofit Forum, the Secondary Forum, and the Empowering Parents Conference, which is a conference held in 4 languages. We thank district staff for working with us to host and promote these events. Communications continues to be a major focus for our committee as we review and discuss policies and practices that foster effective, timely, and meaningful engagement. We hope that Mr. Sullivan will be able to join us at a meeting in the near future to discuss this. Dr. Canning shared plans with us for Family Engagement Month, which is in November, and other outreach activities. One motion that was passed regarded cell phone usage. The committee voted unanimously to recommend that the board reconsider the process that the cell phone ban was approved in our district, as it was not looped through district committees. Recommendations to bring the ban to advisory committees for looping to ensure fair and equitable procedures, and reconsider the policy details and implementation processes and protocols. recommendations to align the definition of instructional time with the state's definition, which does not include lunch and time between classes, and to ensure the cell phones are taken are properly and consistently stored. Additionally, the task force discussed the need to ensure that school communities continue to be informed and involved in the redefining our schools process. Thank you.
Thank you. Small Business Advisory Committee.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Brian Farrell, Vice Chair. We welcome a new appointee to the Small Business Advisory Committee, Ms. Christine Haas, who was appointed by Vice Chair Hickson. It was a pleasure meeting her, and we look forward to her participation and input. As Vice Chair, I participated in the EDDC August 26 Goal Setting Committee meeting. One key point discussed in this is the significance of having vendor pools on district contracts instead of having an awardee vendor with alternate pending utilization until issues arise with the awardee. The suggestion is for district contracts to include a pool of vendors where all awardees are able to submit a quote for an opportunity to get work. Another key point was including a vendor rotation to vendor pools. Also, we learned EDDC is applying new goals to contracts based on feedback from the small business community. And one example of this is the application of reserved and segmented goals of the upcoming carpentry services and pressure cleaning bids. The department will continue to set goals based on the results of the Keene Independent Research Disparity Study and the updated policy of 3330. EDDC Officer Denise Mincy Mills and staff gave an update on the Department 2024 goals and initiatives, notably the certification reciprocity with Broward County government started in May, and over 70 Broward County small business enterprises are now certified with BCPS. The department is planning to expand reciprocity to Miami-Dade and Palm Beach County governments. EDDC 7-part Business Excellent Program kicks off this week on Thursday, October the 17th. The response from the small business community has been phenomenal, with each course having around 600 registrants. Ms. Gerlin will participate as a workshop facilitator, and the committee members are supportive of this program and is designed to empower and support local and small businesses. The fiscal year, EDDC launched a partnership with the Business Support Center to promote utilization of small businesses for school-based purchases. The partnership would expand with the new Principal Spend initiative to introduce the Buy Broward push to schools' independence of the Business Support Center. The bookkeepers are using EDDC's inaugural Broward Business Directory to source from. It lists 1,300 Broward-based businesses that are each certified with various government agencies in the Tri-County. SBAC has initiated a Shark Tank program to develop young entrepreneurs. Of the 3 middle schools we identified, 2 have confirmed their interest and planning has started. The 2 confirmed schools are Sunrise Middle and Crystal Lakes Middle. We are excited about this, our first initiative involving students. We are seeking partnerships to enhance this for this incredible program. I would like to say, if you guys can make it to these 7-part Business Excellence, to have 600 participants from our county to come to this is important. Small business is the lifeline of our community. If we have big companies coming in here taking away business from our small business, we're going to look around and say, what happened to all our small, minority, and women-owned businesses? Broward County is hard to do business with. But if we come together as a community and put ourselves first as Broward businesses, it will be well welcomed by the community, which we need. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Technology Advisory Committee. Technology Advisory Committee? Nope. Okay. This is the time of the agenda where we have split the general public speakers to incorporate a morning session. Each registered speaker is reminded to present their agenda comments in accordance with Policy 1020. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
Good morning. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So, where to begin? I think you all received a thing called a complaint last night. I've done 2 public records requests for a complaint related to the volunteer arrest from last October, almost a year ago, on 10/17/23. Haven't gotten the complaint yet, nor have I received the procedures. That's a problem, because there are multiple state statutes. Forget about board policies, because the statutes say you're supposed to have policies and procedures governing these types of things. So first one, 1001.42, number 5, personnel. Designate positions to be filled, prescribe qualifications for those positions, and provide for the appointment, compensation, promotion, suspension, and dismissal of employees. That's one state statute. Another one, 112.533, receipt and processing of complaints. This one requires you to establish and put into operation a system for the receipt, investigation, and determination of complaints received by such agency from any person, which must be the procedure for investigating a complaint against a law enforcement or correctional officer. Haven't gotten any procedures, must be out of compliance with that one. Then, of course, there's 112.533, that 532 that everyone seems to know about, but it's 533 that speaks to the receipt of complaints and what to do, in case your staff is confused. The Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool, it's on today's agenda, 1006.1493. Requires at a minimum, this tool should have in it security, crime, and violence prevention policies and procedures, physical security measures, an examination of support service roles in school safety, security, and emergency planning, school security and school police staffing, operational practices, and related services. And as far as intercom systems goes, intercoms, a return on investment analysis of the recommended physical security controls. I always take liberal views of these statutes. Are you out of compliance with that one? Probably. So everyone always overplays their hand, and people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Don't come for me with a bogus bullying complaint when you haven't followed any of the steps that should have been followed a year ago, 6 months ago. And don't put out a memo claiming that you can't do anything when you haven't received a complaint. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Pinero.
Hi, I'm Corey Pinero. I am from Parkland, Florida. I am here because we did not get the full minutes that we should have gotten back on September 10th when we were talking about the LGBTQ resolutions being put in our schools. And I would like to also comment on being called hateful and bigoted by other people here. So I'm going to say to you in John 15, verse 18, if the world hates you, remember that it hated me first. This is Jesus talking. The world would love you as one of its own if you belong to it. But I do not belong to this world. I belong to Christ, and that is what I teach my children. And you are discriminating against our religion, and you are requiring us to remove our children from your schools because you are pushing our teachers and our students and your staff to encourage sexual immorality and gender confusion in our schools. This is not the role of the schools to teach us to our children. And you're not being inclusive. As the other person said, you are not inclusive of us. You should not be teaching this at all. You should not be pushing this on our children at all. And I know for a fact that you are, because I'm part of the Superintendent Review Committee meetings, and all the books that we oppose that are pornographic, the staff that you have, teachers, principals on there, are defending pornographic material and sexual orientation and gender confusion in our schools as young as elementary. You also have it in your teacher guides for other things, and you push it. We know that you push it. We know that there have been kids, and it's not a conspiracy theory, it is not a conspiracy theory, that parents are having their children transitioned by the schools behind their parents' backs. We know, excuse me, and this is another thing.
Pause.
This right here,
Stop the time.
this right here,
Recess the meeting.
This is another thing.
Recess
here.
the meeting.
Every time we come, we get bullied. Every time I come. Yeah. Okay.
Someone's got to stick up. We're not going to sit here and allow them to say that about us teachers.
Can she?
Am I the only person that stands up for teachers? So I got 3 men with guns coming at me? That's right. This doesn't happen at school. I don't know why you guys let it. Can someone say something? It's not happening. And you're laughing about it.
Okay, welcome back. We will continue with our public speaker, Corey Pinero. You have 53 seconds left on your time. You may begin.
It would be nice if I could have some minutes back, but half of that was people yelling out in the audience. So it would be nice if I could have some time back.
1 minute on the clock. Thank you.
Thank you. So to continue with what I was saying about it can be loving to not affirm someone's gender dysphoria. It is loving to do the hard work to get to the root cause of it. It is loving to encourage our children to enter in a relationship where they can have children of their own, be fruitful, and multiply the way God intended. These resolutions dilute the overall education experience and shift attention away from the subjects that students need to learn. It is vital that our schools foster an environment where students can engage in open, respectful dialogue without feeling coerced into supporting any particular cause. The majority of parents don't want their children being taught these social moral lessons outside of the home. And I show you here now, we are bullied every single time we come in here. I have actually been rushed by the BTU president like she was going to hit me before. And it goes on, and nobody up here does it. Since the day I came, the first day I came, I have been bullied by the BTU.
Thank you.
And her
Dana Sanders.
Hi. I'm also on the speaker list, and I'm going to give my minutes to Dana.
State your name for the record.
Shafiza Munab.
Okay, 6
Real
minutes.
Quickly, though.
Minion. You have to.
As a minion of Broward County School District.
No, you just yield your time. Thank
Okay.
you.
Well,
6 minutes.
Good luck.
Good morning, school board members, superintendent, counselor. Since it has become quite apparent that in almost every board meeting, members of the board continue to verbally attack the Broward Teachers Union president and demand baseless investigations, let's actually investigate. I heard your comments at the last board meeting regarding this investigation, and I noticed that you said that bullying must be repeated, intentional, and there must be an imbalance of power. I just want to make sure that you realize that an imbalance of power in cyberbullying can extend to things such as technical use, number of followers, and the ability to reach many people. For example, Mr. Witherspoon has 7.6 thousand followers according to Facebook. That is a clear imbalance of power when he is using social media to harass, threaten, and cyberbully a Broward County school employee. This was clearly done when he went on Facebook Lives, made Facebook posts, did interviews, and shared them on social media. An imbalance of power can also include size, male versus female, physical strength, etc. So let's do some investigations. Let's investigate how the board is constantly going after the union president in posts, interviews, right here on the dais, making false claims about pay for play with no evidence, false claims about people being in her pocket. I mean, if she had people in her pocket, then I would assume that her complaint would actually get investigated and it not be turned around on an investigation on her. If that isn't politically motivated to continuously go after the union while being on the board, then I don't know what is. Clear violation of State Board of Education Rule 6B 1.006. So yeah, let's do an investigation. Also strictly prohibited in this policy is retaliation for asserting or alleging an act of bullying or harassment. Retaliation also includes reporting a baseless act of bullying or discrimination that is made in bad faith. When you are rightfully accused of violating School Board Policy 5.9 and then you retaliate by lying to the press and telling them that what happened was political and racial when it had absolutely nothing to do with either of those things, that is a violation. Calling someone a racist publicly is a very strong accusation. Racism is real, and it's everywhere. So to throw that out, knowing it's not true, is reckless and dangerous, with the clear intent to demean, dehumanize, embarrass, or cause emotional harm, which again is in direct violation of State Board Education Rule 6B 1.006 50. So yeah, let's do an investigation. Members of the board also violated these same policies when they outright accused Anna of using her relationship with people in the district to have Mr. Witherspoon investigated. That somehow she was behind his principal calling him to stay home. Not only did she have nothing to do with his principal calling him, but even following the exact correct protocols to file a complaint, absolutely nothing was done. Not an interview, not a phone call, not looking at any of the dozens of Facebook posts, articles, interviews, videos. When other people reported complaints through Fortify after seeing this very disturbing video, not one of them was called or interviewed. But you know who did use their relationship with people in the district to retaliate against Anna after she reported that harassing video? Jimmy Witherspoon, who himself said he called up his friends on the board and they immediately demanded an investigation into Anna with zero proof, zero videos, no posts, no interviews, no articles, no dozens of witness statements. Not only did his friends call for an immediate investigation, they demanded that the normal procedure wasn't good enough, and this investigation had to be handled by the superintendent himself. The very thing that the board tried to accuse her of is exactly what happened when the board used their power to retaliate on the union president. So yeah, let's do some investigations. It is crystal clear what's going on here, and this abuse of power should not be okay with any of you. Thank you for your time.
Arnique Pierre Grant, our last speaker.
Good morning. I'd like to yield my time to Alina Abad. She's on the list, wait list. Anila. I'll just read what she got. Thank you. I'll take it. Okay. So this is on behalf of her, it has to do with education. So good morning, respected members of the Broward County Public School and board and everyone in attendance. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here with a group of to express opinions about the Broward County Public School recent post on remembering October 7th. My name is Alina Abad. I'm hoping I'm saying it right. My apologies if I butchered it. I am entrepreneur, wife, mother, 4 children enrolled in Broward County Public School. My family chose this district for its diversity, strong educational programs, and commitment to providing equal opportunity for all students. We deeply appreciate the Broward County Public Schools' efforts to create a welcoming and inclusive environment. Broward County Public Schools serves as a wonderful, diverse student population with 233 schools that include students from 204 different countries, speaking 191 different languages. This rich diversity is one of the district's greatest strengths. However, imagine if we began to prioritize our side with particular countries. It could create unnecessary division, risk of favoritism, and challenges in our community. And that is exactly what the recent post did. As a result, our children are not feeling safe. While I am grateful for the Broward County Public Schools' recognition of lives lost remembering October 7th post, I believe it would have been more impactful and meaningful to acknowledge all lives equally. It is crucial that we emphasize unity among the diversities rather than creating subdivisions. Every student, regardless of their background, should feel empowered, valued, and most importantly, safe in our schools. I encourage Broward County Public Schools to continue fostering the environment with safety, inclusivity, and unity are prioritized, ensuring that all our children can thrive together in the community that celebrates diversity without division. I would like to express special gratitude to, Narnie, she said that, I just read it off, Narnie Pierre Grant, which is me, the chair of the Diversity Committee, to allow me to speak. Well, I was trying to. Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That concludes our morning speakers. May the chair have a motion and second on H2.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment. H2.
No public comment.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate the 13 teacher retirees that we have on this item and wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of H2, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. H2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on H4?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment.
No public comment.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. And again, I'd like to congratulate the 3 non-instructional management retirees and the 14 non-instructional, non-managerial retirees on this item. We wish you the best.
All in favor of H4, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. H4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on A1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
No public comment.
Board comment. I have Al-Hadaf. So I just have a comment. I agree with this item. It's helping to get our teachers certified to be certified teachers. The only thing that I was hoping that there would be some type of level of commitment back to that the teachers would be able to commit to teaching back with Broward County Public Schools for a year and not take this teaching certification and go somewhere else. So I don't know if there's any additional way that we can retain our teachers more. And so my question is, do we know what the retention rate is?
Mr. Azarito, you can shed any light on retention rate for those teachers going through the program? Or Ms. Hollingsworth, go ahead.
Hi there. Good morning. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer. Of the individuals that are in that program, we have an 85% retention rate. So obviously always working to increase that.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, anything that you can do to make that closer to 100% would be wonderful. Any other questions? All in favor of A1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. A1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on A2?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
No public comment.
Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. This is an interesting item. To some folks in our system, it's a compliance issue, a checklist. There are state standards for doing school improvement programs, but what's also interesting is to look at some of the alternate choices that Broward County parents have for placement and the approach that they take to student improvement programs. Both public charter schools, nationally certified homeschool curriculum owners, and private schools do more. And they make school improvement programs both done on time so that it's not the middle of October when it's coming to the board, but they also include a plan of actions and milestones to accomplish what's in the goals rather than just to state the goals and talk about all the committees within the school you're going to go talk to and the like. So I'm just kind of putting it out there that Broward County does not have to live by the state's standards. We have to accept them and be better than them sometimes when that's really what's in the best interest of our students. So I hope we think a little bit about school improvement programs, both in terms of timing. Can we get them done maybe back to the board by July so that what we plan can actually be implemented for all 180 days? And the second is, can we actually have tasks and milestones built into our school improvement programs for next year so that we can, as a board, progress monitor what our 239 campuses are doing. So it's not any particular motion, Chair, on this particular items. It's a suggestion to the superintendent and staff. I think it's an opportunity for us to make dramatic improvement by making planning a fundamental part of what we do in Broward County schools and doing it so well that it leads us to achieve not just our strategic goals, which we are not achieving all of them, but to go from being an A district to being one of the best school districts in the country. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman. I just have a question on your comments. Maybe I misunderstood what you said, but you said that we don't have to be compliant with the state standards?
That was ineloquent, but thank you. My point was the state standard is a minimum standard.
Okay.
We can do better than the state standard. So
okay, thank you.
It's only my first time talking. I'm still a little shaken up here from our morning exercise. But the point was the state has strict standards for all 67 districts. But that shouldn't limit our using those tools to achieve bigger things. And so we can do better than the state standard. Sorry for the misspeaking.
No, perfect. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of A2 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. A2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on I1?
So move.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
One registered speaker. Deidre Ruth.
Excuse me. HIP is a program that has students instructing students in comprehensive health. The founder of HIP did a TED Talk about HIP that states what seems like an insurmountable problem actually has a simple solution. Take the adults out of the equation and put the kids in charge. You hear that? Take the adults out of the equation and put the children in charge. Now, you spend many years all through elementary and middle school teaching these kids to have a trusted adult, to have a trusted adult that they are to go to when in times of need. And now you're saying, oh no, maybe you shouldn't trust the adult. You should be listening to the other children who are not mental health professionals, who are not sexual health professionals. According to the article from State Impact, it says HIP starts off with the relationships but moves into mental and reproductive health. The founder in TED Talk talks about juniors and seniors being free labor, with a backdrop saying child labor works. Are you kidding me? You're going to use our children for free labor as opposed to putting in the proper counselors into our school and mental health professionals into our school? Is this the district's solution on saving money and cutting corners? Is by using our students? On page 3 of the agreement, it says you will deliver the full 8 sessions of HIP curriculum in a core subject that all ninth graders and only ninth graders receive, not in personal fitness or PE, and use the entire class period for that session. Which core subject are we taking our kids from? How are they making up 8 hours of instructional time that you're taking away for this? How can you implement a program that does comprehensive health without having an opt-out for parents that don't want their children participating or taking their classroom instructional time away? As far as instructional materials, none of this is transparent in this agreement on Broward County Public Schools website or transparent on the HIP website itself. How can you vote on something that has not even been sunshine lawed for the parents to be able to review this instructional material and actually make a decision on it? Parents can't even see what you're giving. 42% of the data shows that STDs and mental health illnesses and suicide is up. There's no showing in Miami-Dade that this does anything in the schools. It's up. 10 years of this, and it's up.
First, board member, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is currently in 23 Broward County schools, the HIP. Can the superintendent confirm that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Fulton, please.
Yes, that's correct. We have it in 23 of our high schools right now.
Okay, and can staff speak to the success of this in the current 23 high schools?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Fulton.
Thus far, we have had nothing but favorable results on it, one being that it's a peer mentoring program where our students, our 9th grade students, are interacting with our 11th and 12th grade peers. And part of the philosophy behind it is oftentimes our students are more comfortable talking to other students. And so thus far, we have gotten nothing but positive results from it.
Okay, so have we had any measure of collecting outcome as far as the whether or not this is successful and what it has achieved? Is there any, whether it's subjective or objective, data that we've captured that this is benefiting our 9th graders?
Dr. Fulton.
I can definitely get that with you, get that for you in terms of the statistical data. I don't have that with me now, but I can definitely get that for you.
Okay, so just for me to understand, is it that we don't have it readily available, or we have not gone through the process of collecting this data?
So we did have the founder. She actually was on her way to provide a lot of that details for you. So we'll be able to get that.
Okay, so can we have a staff follow-up on any kind of data that can show success of this, and how do we measure the success of it in terms of whether it's concrete data or it's subjective feedback? Can we have that follow-up to the board?
Absolutely.
Okay, and is there a reason that 23 high schools are using it, and I believe we have another 9, right, that's not using it?
Right, so we're starting with those, and certainly like anything that is done well, it starts to wildfire and pick up. All high schools have the opportunity to participate in it. Some of the challenges for those that are not participating is that they may not have a faculty sponsor to sponsor the program, and when they get one, they have the opportunity to do so. And sometimes some high schools have other competing programs, so it doesn't provide them the opportunity to pick up something else at the same time. But it is available for all of our high schools if they choose to opt into the program.
Okay, so if this is actually beneficial, which we don't know yet until we have the data, to our 9th graders, then what kind of advocacy is in place for the remaining 9 high schools to have a faculty through the leadership of the school to sponsor this type of program?
So I do know we are continuing to work with them in terms of we've had the advocacy of the program. We spoke to the high schools through their level meetings, so they have become aware of them. And actually, some are choosing to opt in at a later time, so it is available if they choose to be able to have this program for their students.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I would like information to come back later regarding the success of this. And if it has benefit to our students in 9th grade, then I would like to explore how we can increase advocacy for the remaining 9 schools to embrace this. But I don't think we can proceed forward with that until we have enough data to ascertain its success. So can you bring that back to us to kind of give us an idea if it's successful? And then at that point, the board can make decision if we are to suggest increase in advocacy and support to the other 9 schools that do not have it.
Yes, we can provide a follow-up.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. So I asked a question I wanted to answer publicly because I had a number of people reach out from high schools that were concerned that this item would require all high schools to offer this. And I'll say I have a friend who taught it in South Broward. She loved doing it, but there are other schools that they don't have the staff and they're not interested in it. So my question was, what if a school does not want to implement this program or they don't have the staff to do it? This reads as if every high school will have to participate. And so the answer is, while all high schools are encouraged to implement the program, they are not required to do so. The school principals have the autonomy to determine if implementation of the program is feasible for their school. So I just wanted to say that publicly for people that had reached out to ask us about it. I kind of disagree with Dr. Holness a little bit. The schools know about it. The schools that know they have the staff and believe that it fits in their school curriculum, I think it's great that they do it, but I don't feel like we should be pressuring them to have it in their school if it's not something that fits for them. So I just wanted to make that public. Thank you.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions. One is, I didn't hear this response yet as to what is the current alternative that is being used. And my second question is, why aren't we offering both? If we're going to make an offering for something to be taught by peers, I think the parents should have to opt into that because we're taking out a qualified teacher for health and wellness. We wouldn't pull out our qualified teacher for composition or English or physics or science or biology. And that's what we're actually doing. We're substituting someone who's certified to teach to allow a student to convey information. And some of the information conveyed here in my research includes vaccines. I think it's way out of their league. So I want to know, what are the alternatives that's currently being used at the 9 other schools, and why are we not offering both of these options? If someone wants to opt in, which as a parent, I wouldn't opt in to have another student teach my child. That's why I'm paying my taxes. I want a teacher sitting there. So if I can have those responded to.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you. There may be a myriad of other options that are available. It would be school by school. So what we would have to do is look at the schools that are not offering it and have them provide us what additional opportunities that are similar that are being available to those students, and we can provide that for you. But it's not a one-size answer that would fit for all of the other schools that are not offering it at this time.
I'm sorry, I think I was misunderstood. First of all, I'm going to break it down. What are the 9 schools offering now that do not have the HIP program? What are they providing?
I'll start, and then Dr. Fulton, you can finish it up. But the 9 schools, like she said, they're offering various type of programs. It could be through student clubs and other organizations where peers are supporting other peers, and also adult-led programs such as sponsors who are leading certain programs to help students with whatever mental health issues and the like that's listed in some of this HIP program. And then, Dr. Fulton, any additional information, because it does vary from school to school with the opportunities. The makeup of the schools are different, the demographics of the students are different, so their needs may be different, and you will see clubs and other organizations led by students or adults that mirror the needs of that school.
Okay, and just for point of clarification, so are these schools, the 9 schools, none of them are providing the health and wellness teaching by certified teachers? Because no one's mentioning that where they're saying clubs to do. I'm talking about this is a
You're talking about
required
curriculum?
course.
Okay,
Yes.
required courses, yes. All schools provide some type of required course for health and wellness. But at the high school realm, students can take those at various modalities. It could be you've done it online, we're Broward Virtual or Florida Virtual. You may have checked the box that way. You may have taken your required physical health course. So at the high school level, so a little bit different. Students have a little bit more wiggle room to take courses on campus or off campus or satisfy them in different ways that may not require them to take it on campus at all.
So is this course, the HIP course, is that going to be an extracurricular or is that a required course?
It's an extracurricular. It's not a required
So
course.
it's an opt-in course?
Correct.
Okay. Again, because students teaching this, being involved, and if you look at the language, it says a sponsor employee. It doesn't say a teacher's in charge of it. It says a sponsored employee. I will not be supporting this. And I don't think that our students should be teaching about vaccines and also about health and wellness at this point in their career. I think some of them are still learning, and some of them, this could invade their personal privacy and their space. Because if they inadvertently disclose something that they wish they hadn't, it could end up in bullying and in a bad place. Oh, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I had a couple of questions about participation. They've been answered. The last one that hasn't been answered. Do we do this in middle schools yet?
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Fulton?
No, this is for high school, and the target audience is 9th grade students.
Terrific. We've learned a lot about mentoring, though, in schools. We've learned a lot about how students can have profound and positive impact on each other through a variety of clubs and alliances and activities. This is one of those that we've seen very positive outcomes from. I look forward to it, as my colleagues have said, seeing some data on it. But I'm glad that HIP exists. I'm glad that these conversations happen. And to speakers or anyone who thinks that kids aren't listening to kids, I would just tell you, as a parent of a teenager, they listen to their colleagues a heck of a lot more than they listen to their parents for a few years. And I think that this program is important to have so that they're talking to people about these critical issues that affect their lives. Thank you, Chair.
Leonardi? Microphone.
Hello? Okay.
Good.
Thank you. First, what recourse does the board have if a member of the public gets up and lies during public comment?
Dr. Hepburn?
I'll defer that one to Ms. Batista.
Would you ask that again, please? What recourse does the board have if a member of the public gets up and lies during public comment?
That's a good question. We have said in our policy that we will not respond to the statements made by the public, or that the public should not expect an explanation or a response. So that's what our policy says. As far as recourse, if it's a slanderous comment or libelous comment against the a board member or something along those lines, you would have the same ability to file a lawsuit against that person if that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I think it's important that that be clear for the public, both for this item and earlier today. If someone wants to get up and lie, that is within their First Amendment right, correct? To
Correct.
a certain extent.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so that makes it important for the rest of us to educate and say true facts. So with that said, I'm wondering, can someone just briefly provide an overview, because this hasn't been done yet today, of how HIP works? What are students learning about? How are students being trained?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Fulton.
Through the chair, we also have someone from HIP in the audience, Mrs. Val Barron, if she's allowed to come up to probably get a more deeper analysis to that question.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for having me. I appreciate it and happy to answer those questions. So HIP is a peer-to-peer leadership development program. The 11th and 12th graders are trained in public speaking, curriculum knowledge, classroom facilitation, learning skills that they can use not just in high school currently, but in their future careers in college. Their training occurs all throughout the year. There's a faculty sponsor at each school that oversees the program, works with them directly. There's also a student board that serve as the student leaders within the larger HIP program. They are teaching about nutrition, relationships, mental health, a curriculum that is provided to them. They are teaching their ninth graders an interactive curriculum. They are not providing any advice, guidance, mentoring. They are specifically providing the curriculum that your district staff has approved. We are in compliance with all state and district laws as far as the curriculum and what is taught.
Thank you. Do students need parental consent to participate?
So if any parent wants to opt out of the program, they can remove their student from the class, and the individual schools, the teacher with the administration will provide something else for that student to do.
Do the students replace a certified educator?
So HIP was originally created as a complement to that existing traditional health education curriculum. We love working with other health programs and existing health curriculum to support what you all are already doing in the schools, and we, as part of our curriculum, make sure that students, we advocate for them going to the trusted adults and mental health professionals and health educators and administrators at your schools to support them when they need help.
Okay. Does this replace PE or health, or is this just something extra?
No, it's an additional opportunity for each school. And we leave it up to each principal to determine what class the program goes through. A number of our partner high schools have selected study hall because that's an easy course to implement the program in. But again, we are flexible and leave it up to each principal to determine what works for their specific school.
Okay. And just a final comment, I really support this extra enhancement that we can offer to our schools. As an educator, I think anyone who's worked in a classroom knows that giving students an opportunity to educate each other and provide each other information is a highly effective pedagogical tool. And so I'm excited for this to continue in our schools. And I encourage anyone who is skeptical or maybe doesn't truly understand how this works to go see it in action. And I think they'll be inspired because our kids are excellent at delivering information to each other. And it's exciting that we're using trusted adults, certified educators to help them do that. Thank you.
Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think my hand was raised earlier. We spent a lot of time on what I thought was a nothing burger item, but I thought there was some conversation around getting more information or not. So I'm either ready to table the item or to vote on the item. So if we're going to table because there are questions, let's table it. If we're going to move forward, let's move forward. That's kind of where I'm at. So, and I know that I think Board Member Holness, release. Well, I'm sorry. Is there a motion on the floor, Madam Chair? There was a motion there is no motion.
Well,
all right.
it's
We just brought the item to the floor?
It's the
'Cause I know we go
approve
back.
the agreement between
Right.
HIP and the School Board of Broward County, Florida.
All right, so there was so as one board member, I think I got one more meeting, Board Member Foganoli. I've always erred on the side of if a board member have a question, you answer it. So I just want to make sure all board member questions have been answered before we vote. I've done that on, I think, probably every item if someone raises it, even if I'm voted down. So I know that I think one or two folks have raised questions. Either we can answer the questions at the end of the meeting, or if we need to come back to do it at another meeting. Actually, let me do this. I move that we table this item to later in the meeting so staff can provide the appropriate information to board members who've asked questions.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Elson, second by Fogelholy. All in favor of tabling, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Roll call.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify. So we're tabling this to discuss
Just to have your question answered
by the end of this meeting.
today. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm in favor of that.
Roll call.
Alhadeff?
Yes.
Alston?
Yes.
Pham?
Yes.
Foganholly?
Yes.
Hickson?
No.
Holness?
Yes.
Leonardi?
No.
Rupert?
No.
Zeman?
No.
5-4.
Okay.
Passes.
All right, I1 is tabled. May I have a motion and second on J1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Rupert, second by Leonardi. Public comment?
No public comment.
Board comment, Ms. Pham?
I'm sorry, I got lost here.
J1.
J1. Oh, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little bit skeptical on this item. I just want to make sure that I get confirmation that we're putting safety first, because here we're cutting back on fire sprinkler systems in area. I don't know if they're segregated and not specifically attached to the school or in close proximity, but I just wanted someone to speak out on that to make me feel more at ease with saying yay or nay.
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you. I'll start and then Ms. Paul can finish up. But pretty much the chief fire official reviewed the scope of the project and determined that the original scope that needed sprinklers for certain buildings is not needed anymore since they have a sufficient amount of safety protocols, especially when it adheres to fire codes.
If you tell me it's safe, then you have a green light.
Not determination from us, but from the chief fire official.
Understood.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question on J1 was just in regards to the de-scoping of the fire alarm system, but that, when you're de-scoping, there is amount of money that is then decreased within the project. I understand the money goes back into the project, but I thought, though, it was important where it says that there's no financial changes, but there is, and for transparency, I thought it was appropriate to describe about how much money is defunded in each project, each school, but that it's going back into the project.
Yes, absolutely. I'll speak on the item, and then Ms. Paul can speak on the exact amount. But this particular part of the project with Z-Scope, with the not having the need for the sprinklers anymore, the money that's left over from that part of the project will remain in the project due to anticipated increases in costs over time that we've experienced with certain projects that got the notice to proceed a few years ago. When we know some of those costs are not the same as they increase over time. So the money that's saved from removing this scope of the project will remain in the totality of the project.
Okay, and then my other comment on page 2 of 2, measurable outcomes, return on investment, that says these projects are in the various stages of construction. Fire sprinkler work was not included in the bid documents and therefore was not included in the contractor's contracted scope of work. No further action is required. So it seems like it wasn't included, but then our chief fire official saying it's not included. But why would he even need to say it if it wasn't included in the original documents?
It was included.
I'll have Ms. Paul speak on that while I go through the doc to find.
Yes, if I may call up Ashley Carpenter from Atkins, she can give a better depiction of what the events that occurred on this project, on these 3 projects. Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. So this is basically a cleanup item because, as the item mentions, it wasn't included in construction. The scope was removed from the chief fire official that was present in 2019, and the contractor never had it in their scope. However, the board was not informed at the time of the award of the contractor that this scope had been removed. The chief fire official back then did do a presentation to the board and explained how they were changing the scopes of most of the projects, maybe all the projects, for the fire sprinkler, and the board was aware of that in general, but for these 3 specific projects, they had not been informed that the scope had been completely removed. So this is just bringing the item to inform you, and then the line item can be removed from the DEFP. But the cost, I mean, 2 of them were very, very small dollar amounts, but the cost was basically already absorbed by the other scopes, HVAC improvements, fire alarm, other things, that those dollars have already been absorbed through the construction.
Okay, so you just brought up another kind of point where it says the chief fire official. Is it possible in the future to write the name of the fire official that we're speaking about, since it's
definitely,
yeah, it's important because when I read this, I thought it was our current chief fire official that made this recommendation.
Understood.
That'd be helpful.
Okay, any other comments, Mr. Olson?
Yes, you just raised a point, I think, based on your question and their response. So the item says that the chief fire official reviewed the scope and determined that the fire sprinklers should be descoped from the project. So just so I understand timeline, because this has been scoping and descoping is actually a big deal. So I don't want to gloss over this, at least for me. Tell me what occurred, right? So something happened. There was a board action that said do something. What actually transpired for you to now bring this item now? Because there's actually more to the story.
Mm-hmm.
You proceed.
Thank you. So the timeline, in 2019, with the previous owner's representative, CBRE Heary, they did a assessment with the chief fire official at the time, that was Chief May, and Chief May went through every campus that had fire sprinkler in the SMART scope from 2014 and did an assessment on maybe there was 5 buildings with group restrooms in each of those buildings, and she said, actually, that's not appropriate. We just want the whole building of building 2 because that's the auditorium or whatever. And during that time, when she was going through the assessments of all the schools, there was also a board workshop presentation made explaining her methodology and why she was doing that. And the board said, okay, proceed. So those scopes were changed. As the construction bid recommend.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Proceed with what? Proceed with keeping everything together, or proceed with, I want to make sure I'm clear, or descope? What are we referring to when you said there was
proceed with changing the scopes? In some cases, the scopes were increased to maybe there was only 10,000 square feet called for in the original SMART scope, and she changed it to 100,000 square feet because there were several buildings that really required the fire sprinkler. And in other cases, it was a descope because what was in the original SMART scope was these minor areas, and she said, actually, that's not necessary. So it was just with modifying, proceed with modifying the scopes.
Was there board action taken at the time?
There was, I don't believe so. I'd have to go back and check, but I don't believe so. I believe it was a workshop, and the consensus from the board was.
But that's not appropriate, correct? Just so I understand, I understand, right, I just want to make sure, I want to gloss over this, right? That was not appropriate for some action to proceed or occur if the board had not taken action to scope or descope or give approval to move forward. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand.
I'm not sure if there was board action after that or not, so I'd have to go back and check.
Okay, all right.
However,
So
I do know that there.
No,
Okay.
because the timeline is important, because you're asking for something backwards. So now I'm sitting here as a board member, so I'm going to raise the point. So, Madam Chair, to our General Counsel, I want to understand now that this is before me. Clearly, the board has to take some action to scope or, well, let me back up. The board has to take action on something formally to proceed in this regard. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So if the board, and I wasn't a part of that board, so I don't know what occurred. That's why I want to know timeline. So if there was some workshop where there was some consensus given or arrived to where staff then proceeded to move forward, that is not permissible, correct? When it comes to procurement, because I understand procurement, I understand, right, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. That was not permissible, correct?
Well, so from what I understand that happened, it was permissible to have a workshop, to have an explanation of either a recommendation to an increased scope or descope, as you know, Ms. Carpenter is explaining. Then the actual vote on the particular items and schools that would have been either descoped or additional scope added would have come to the board on an item-by-item basis.
Got it. Did that occur?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, proceed. I'm following timeline here.
Yes, so that, those individual items came before the board generally at the construction bid recommendation phase. So when the board was approving the award of the contractor, it stated in the executive summary if the fire sprinkler scope had changed or what scopes were included in the bid that the contractor was bidding on. There were some schools where that did not occur. These three are included. There was also, maybe a year and a half ago, another J item that had some other schools just very similar to this, clarification of the fire sprinkler scope changes, where it had not been clearly presented in the construction bid recommendation. So the board approved that one, and then this one is the second one.
Madam Chair, I am still not clear.
I have a motion.
Go for it.
So I remember when this happened, and I was bothered by it. So I think that for me to feel comfortable with approving this, our current chief fire official, Nathan Sade, should be the one on this to, if he thinks it's appropriate to descope these projects, his name should be on this document as our current chief fire official. And if it is, then I'll feel comfortable with approving this. So I move to have BCPS Chief Fire Official Nathan Sade go out to these three schools and review and approve the descoping of the projects for the fire sprinklers.
Second.
Moved by Aldef, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion.
I have a question.
Mr. Olson?
So to the motion on the floor, just so I understand, you're retroactively asking for something, but something has already taken place. I just want to, now let's move to that point. So I want to understand what has already taken place. So even if this motion passes, then what? Nothing, right? Because you've already done, somebody has already done something without board authorization. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
I just want to make sure I'm not lost here. All right.
Right.
Okay.
But if Mr. Sade comes back to us and says, no, there should be fire sprinklers in these schools or at this one school, then the board can take another action to fix it.
I understand, Madam Chair. I understand. My question goes back to costs, right? So clearly there was some So help me understand the cost side of this, because that's really what this is also about.
Okay. So for Forest Glen and Tropical, those two projects had very, very small dollar values in the ADFP for fire sprinkler. One of them had $16,000, the other had $33,000. So there really wasn't enough budget to hardly do any, fire sprinkler there anyway. And those small dollar amounts were, as I said, just absorbed in the project budget when the project went to construction. The other school, Village, did have a bigger fire sprinkler budget. It was determined that the building that the chief fire official believed needed sprinkler scope actually did already have sprinklers there. The project had been it had been completed prior to, I guess, the SMART program proceeding. So that's why, in the end, that school did not require any additional fire sprinkler per Chief May. And if the current chief fire official determined that fire sprinklers were required at one of those locations, then there would have to be a board item coming to the board to ask for additional funding to do a fire sprinkler carve-out for that, which could be done through, a fire sprinkler vendor who could go out and get that work done. But there would not be budget in those current project budgets to accommodate that right now.
You're good?
No, I'm not good based on the item, because I clearly understand it. I clearly understand that something should have occurred that did not. I clearly understand that there is a cost implication. I clearly understand that someone or an entity should have brought this forward before today. So no, I'm not fine, and I'm hoping that 8 other people are also not fine, because this was one of several types of things that have been raised to this board before that were glossed over. So no, I can't gloss over it. So no, I'm not fine, Madam Chair, but you can proceed.
I didn't mean in that
No,
context.
I didn't.
Any other board member comment? Dr. Zeman.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'll add to Mr. Alston, it's never okay to commit funds, sign contracts, or obligate the county to do anything without board approval. That's state statute, and they got to bring it here all the time. I also, I think, was not on the board when this happened, but I want to make clear that it sounded to me like you said that Village Elementary School, they had it in scope, and then they went and looked at the school, and it had a fire sprinkler system. Is that correct?
Yes, so there were several buildings that were in scope. The chief fire official did her assessment and said that only one of the buildings required fire sprinklers. Then it was somebody did a site visit and determined that building already had fire sprinklers, that it had been, I guess, completed as part of a prior project.
Terrific.
So
thank you very much. I was not going to support sending the current fire official out or asking them to do that if it was just, someone thought they didn't have it and they walked in and they saw fire sprinklers. It's pretty straightforward, right? But this is really 2 steps. One, the decision a building does or doesn't need it, and then for the one that they said needed it, had it. So I think that this makes great sense. Thank you so much, Chair.
Ms. Rupert?
My question was, is there another list, or is there another part of schools that we have that we would have to bring back to the board? And if so, what are they?
Yep. Dr. Appram?
You can proceed.
Thanks. These are the last schools for that Chief May had determined did not require fire sprinklers at all at the campus. So, where there was something listed as part of the scope that is just not required at all. There were, as I mentioned before, a lot of schools where the scope was modified. Sometimes increased, sometimes decreased, but when you look at the ADFP and you see fire sprinklers, there were fire sprinklers performed or included in the construction contract. But these are the last schools where there was no scope after her assessment.
Okay, so what was the total amount of schools that were affected? Are you saying 3?
No. The majority of schools, as I mentioned before, when the construction bid recommendation came to the board to award the contractor, it was listed in the executive summary. The scope was this, and now it's been removed, by the chief fire official, or like I said, we had one other item like this that came to the board possibly 18 months ago. That was a listing of 5 or 6 schools, just very similar to these 3. However, she pretty much, I think, modified the scope of 90% of the schools that had fire sprinkler in them. So that is definitely a common occurrence. But as far as removing the scope completely, these are the last ones that the board hasn't already approved.
Yeah. We need to be able to have information that is current, but also inclusive of history with it when it comes down to the form. And this is not a pushback for Atkins or the other people, nothing to do with that. It's how do we do our job if things are not brought to us within policy that we need to look at. So I think it's extremely important to have it definitely spoke about at the meetings, but it would have been obviously protocol to do this way before anything happened. And I mean, I hate to be like the older person that's been here forever, but I'm an older person, been here forever, and this doesn't ever stop. Does not stop. And I don't understand, Mr. Superintendent, Dr. Hepburn, there needs to be ramifications for this. There needs to be. I don't care if you're in the job for 1 day, 2 days, 25 years. You know what you're supposed to do. You know policy. You know it has to come to us. So that's a hard no for me. And I'll be looking really to make sure that you're given enough resources, Dr. Hepburn, so that you could right this ship. I'm incredibly happy that we're a District A, and you've helped with that, but we need some steer clearing here. I flipped that, sorry. Clear steering.
I like the other way.
Still concussion. I'm getting better, though, people. I'm getting better. Yeah, to be able to pull us out of this. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the motion, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Pham.
I have a quick question and a comment. How much does it cost to de-scope and then, scope and then to de-scope on all these schools? We've now found out there's, at least 8 of them, maybe more. How much is that cost being passed to the school district?
I'll speak to that.
Ms. Carpenter.
Okay, thank you. In those 8 cases that you referenced and all the other ones that were brought through the construction bid recommendation board item, they were all removed prior to bidding for the contractor. So the contractor never included that in their price. There isn't a need to get a credit change order or, try to claw back some of those dollars. It just wasn't included in the construction at all. And in a lot of cases, it was removed very early on in design as well. So there wasn't, really any cost with the architect. If the architect did have it in their in their scope, then we would bring, and have brought amendments to the board to de-scope the fire sprinkler, for some nominal dollar amount.
It just seems to me that we've gone through a lot of extra work that we needn't do. I don't know how it got scoped in and it got scoped out. I don't know where the miscommunication was, and it sounds like this is bigger than just 8 schools. Actually, it sounds like it's much larger. So how does something like this happen? Where, and especially when it deals with fire safety. How did this happen?
If I may.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
So part of this really has to do with the assessment, the original assessment that was done in 2014 for the district. So as I've stated numerous times, if you get that wrong and you don't include these major items in it, then it haunts us throughout the whole program, and this is just another example of that.
My final question is, I know in the executive summary, you state here that there is no cost for any of these three schools. Now, I've heard you say today that there is going to be a cost for Village Elementary. So what are we looking at there?
Ms. Carpenter.
Thanks. Sorry, when I mentioned earlier about the cost for Village, I was speaking of what was in the original Smart Scope budget for Village fire sprinklers, not what it would cost today. The only way there will be a cost is if our current chief fire official determines that there is some of that original Smart Scope is necessary to perform, then there might be a cost. However, if he agrees with the previous assessment, then then there isn't.
Thank you for your time.
Ms. Hickson?
I just have a question because I just want to make sure we know every school that needs fire sprinklers or a fire alarm system has that system in it. Is that correct? Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Carpenter.
Yes. So per the original Smart Scope, if fire alarm or an entire fire alarm system or a fire alarm panel was required, it is included in the scope. For the fire sprinkler scopes, they have been significantly modified, but these are the last projects that are coming to you as removing that line from the DEFP to indicate that fire sprinkler scope was not performed at these schools.
So, but it wasn't performed because it wasn't necessary because they already, I just want to make sure our students in our schools have the systems, because it's getting muddled in the conversation here, I feel like. So no one's at risk of not having fire alarms or fire sprinklers based on this item.
Correct. And the chief fire official at the time determined that they either were not necessary in those buildings or they were already present in those buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm having a lot of agina with this. I think the board should approve my motion to have our chief fire official look at these three schools. But I think we all should ask Dr. Hepburn to go back to all of our schools where this previous chief fire official de-scoped every project, every fire alarm, fire sprinkler project, because I remember there was certain reasons why it was de-scoped or why it was considered we don't need a fire sprinkler in that area. There was certain standards. However, I would feel more comfortable if our current chief fire official went back and looked at those projects, because at the end of the day, yes, our schools have fire sprinklers. However, in some areas within the school, there aren't fire sprinklers because it was de-scoped. And I just want to make sure that our amazing chief fire official now certifies that, checks that off, that he also agrees with the opinion of the previous chief fire official. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I would like to add this to your motion, which is basically, it's a question. So does the code actually allow us to de-scope?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Sade?
Hello, board members, vice chair, superintendent. For all new buildings, we are required to do fire sprinklers and fire alarms. However, for existing buildings, we are not required depending on the building, the size, the hazards, everything else. Existing buildings can be exempt most of the times from upgrading.
Ms. Rupert?
Through the chair. Which code, do you know the number of the code that allows us to de-scope?
Well, it's not de-scoping. I can speak with the code of when sprinklers, fire sprinklers and fire alarms are required. De-scoping is a different thing. It would be a policy, I guess, with the school or something. It's not for fire code.
Okay.
I can say when they're permitted, when they're required, you know, in that state.
Keep going.
What is it exactly based on? Is that size of the infrastructure?
It can vary. If classrooms open directly into hallways, you know, like your egress path, if classrooms open directly to the exterior, you might not need it on a school. You know, if there's a certain, once you hit 4 stories and the students start exiting down, you have to have in that building no matter what. It's circumstantial to the site, the occupancy, and you know, it would have to be a case by case to look at it.
Okay.
There's many
Well,
codes.
Many codes, yes. The NFPA 13, what would that allow us to do?
For the installation of fire sprinklers, again, it's with the case by case on how the building is designed. I can't speak for these locations. I haven't seen the floor plans. I don't know the exact layout of the buildings. I would have to review the documents and everything to be able to give a good assessment, or proper assessment, pardon me.
I appreciate your honesty and your candor. Dr. Superintendent, I'm thinking that if there isn't a SOP for when people are newly hired, that if there's going to be an item on the board and we're going to be discussing it, that they need to make sure they have all their information so they can review it before coming here. I mean, that's just I learned that as a board member from day one, because you know, you never know what question's going to come your way, and I don't expect you to know everything. So we have to make sure that our employees who are leading this district know exactly how to prep for their meeting and to say, this is problematic, I see a pattern here, whatever it may be with their chief of facilities. So thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to have the chief fire official, Nathan Sade, look at these 3 schools to see if fire sprinklers should be de-scoped or not, and to have Superintendent Hepburn go back to have the chief fire official look at all the schools that were de-scoped under the previous chief fire official, and to make sure that that was the right call.
Can I give you a second for that? Because that's a
Yeah.
new motion. Second.
Moved by Aldef, second by Zeman.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
If I may suggest, because you still have an item that is before you, and you will be taking no action on the item. So if perhaps it's appropriate to postpone it, so that when the new fire official comes back with a recommendation, you can either vote this up or down or amend it. So we just postpone the item.
Okay. Ms. Dixon?
Dr. Hepburn, I just have a question. Is there an issue with us postponing this? Is there a reason, you know, like, is there a time frame or something for this item being passed? It's not a...
No, I'm confirming no issue.
Okay.
Postponing.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Olson?
Or the easiest way, because there was a first motion on the floor, there's now a second motion on the floor, you could just make a substitute motion, and then we don't approve the item, right? So if yours is a substitute motion, then this goes away. We don't approve this item. I think it's very simple. We don't have to have 10 motions going.
Okay, and my motion added the second part, going back to all the other schools that were de-scoped to make sure that was, that our current chief fire official thinks that was the right call to de-scope those projects.
Yes.
Okay?
And if I could, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
The issue on this, I don't know, just so folks understand, is the board did not take action. So it's not that there was a safety issue currently. There's not that there are some other issues. The board did not take action. So I want to be very clear, only the board gives the authority for someone to scope or de-scope. That's a big deal, period.
Okay, all in favor of my motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. May I have a motion and second on L1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment? Go ahead.
The first is Carla Figueroa.
Good morning, Carla Figueroa with Gifted Advisory. One of our motions is before you, which is on the item L1. Broward Schools has many wonderful programs and opportunities for enhanced learners. To enhance learning. The problem is that many of our parents and stakeholders are not aware of these programs. One of the programs is Excel, which is available for elementary learners, where students are able to either whole grade skip or content grade skip on math, science, or ELA. One of the reasons for this recommendation is that if a child receives a 5 on PM1, there really is no progression to show, because a level 5 means that the student has mastered the content for that grade level. So we, Gifted Advisory, is recommending that if a student scores a 5 on FAST PM1, that they be considered for the Excel program. I want to clarify that this recommendation is not to automatically place the student in Excel program, but rather to send information home to the parents or guardians of the student and let the families decide and choose if they want to opt into the program, because they have a small window to get that done from the time FAST PM1 comes out to October 1st, which is generally the due date. The current student progression policy states that a parent may contact the school related to eligibility requirements for Excel. But we feel that that's hard to do if a parent doesn't know that Excel even exists and they don't have knowledge of the program. So I just want to thank you for your time, and we hope that you consider these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Jackie Luscombe.
Hi, Jackie Luscombe for ESE Advisory. We passed this motion actually in August, and it's been mistyped. It should say that we were suggesting a comprehensive review and analysis of the changes in ESE documentation management from last year to this. We want a plan of action, not just cobbles, band-aids, workarounds, and acceptance of mediocrity. Where we had asked as well for a sharing of the tickets of concern. You've been given, I think, a memo some few weeks ago. I was never shown it, but it found its way to me, purporting to show that all tickets have been answered and closed. Those are only logging the official calls and tickets, which a lot of staff actually don't use. They deal now with emails and conversations with program specialists, calls, texts, conversations with focused tech people who don't respond or have answers in some cases. And I would like to read you a statement from an ESE specialist that we read out at our last ESE advisory meeting. When Dr. Hepburn was there, she says, "I write as an ESE specialist who's worked for over 20 years for BCPS. I'm competent at my job. I've mentored, trained, assisted, and supported other ESE specialists over the years. I've been called on to pilot and help develop new systems in the past. I know how to do my job and understand expectations. The switch to the Focus SSS system within, has made an already complex and at times overwhelming job simply unmanageable. Tasks and processes that used to be accomplished in a few moments, such as generating a parent participation form, and jobs that used to take an hour per student, such as drafting and reviewing an annual IEP and sending a 5-day draft, now each take anywhere from double to quadruple the amount of time. Some processes simply don't exist in Focus at all, and we're directed to use a Word or PDF document and then upload it. IEP meetings are taking considerably longer due to the inefficiency of the layout of the IEP and documents being archived and them having to wake them up by physically copying and pasting every word themselves. The truth is there was no piloting of this system, no thought-out plan for how staff will be trained and supported, no input sought from stakeholders, and so it goes on. I wanted to just mention as well, there are a lot of features that it has not been assessed what we've lost in moving away from EdPlan, and that's the kind of report that we want done, an evaluation, preferably an independent one, that highlights not just, well, what forms are we missing in Focus, but what processes. They include that you have lost the 1,000 rules of completion that were built into EdPlan to ensure IEPs are complete and accurate, loss of services flowing between modules, loss of integration with Canvas, the CEPA app, advanced reporting, a process-based workflow, dynamic translation in 9 languages. The parent portal is still a mess. We could go on and on. Please support our motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
One more, Latricia Greaves.
Okay.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Dr. Superintendent, board staff. I am standing before you today in support of the Gifted Advisory Council motion. And my statement is that elementary is vital for all foundation of all children. I believe it will be a highly effective for all elementary school students. It will attract students back to Broward County Public School System. I ask that you support all the principals for this program that they would like to have at their school, and to ensure that the Excel program has only certified educators. I, as the parent, guardian, taxpayer for all 200,000 plus children, support this motion of what the Gifted Advisory Council has presented to you, especially with giving the option that the parents have to make sure that their kids have a great foundation. Thank you for your time and your service.
Any other public speakers? Okay. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair at task. So with regards to the gifted advisory recommendation presented here, can staff speak to that as far as the recommendation that's presented in this item, that elementary school students scoring a level 5 on their FAST assessment in either ELA or math should automatically be considered for advanced curriculum? Can staff speak to what opportunities are there when elementary students score significantly high on their FAST?
Dr. Fulton and Ms. Hollingsworth, and then I'll talk about acceleration period, because part of some of our goals around that.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to have Mrs. Egan come up and speak to that question, Dr. Holness.
Okay.
Diane Egan, Executive Director of ESE, and Gifted is a new part of our division this year. In regard to the Excel testing, the way that works is there is grade level acceleration as well as content area acceleration. And the motion, I was at the Gifted Advisory meeting when they passed the motion, and they wanted to consider having everyone at a level 5 take the acceleration, go through the acceleration process. We looked back at the acceleration process, and there's a significant amount of additional testing in order to do that. And we know that each family should be able to make a personal decision whether that's right for them, because there are some children who really benefit from acceleration, and that's perfect for them, and there are some families that may not think that's the best option for their student. So our recommendation is that we would provide the opportunity that everyone knows about Excel, because one of the conversations that we had at the Gifted Advisory meeting is that not everyone knows of that option. However, the deadline for that option right now was October 1st, so it wouldn't be appropriate to do that for this year, but certainly we could look at how we could communicate that more effectively across the board to every student that scores a level 5, so that they would have the opportunity to consider that for their student.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I would like staff, based on a recommendation, to explore this ways in which to ensure everyone is aware who students have scored 5 on FAST, about opportunities with regards to Excel.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. So acceleration is definitely one of my top priorities, so we would definitely explore it. No, Landon and Alana and I have had several conversations just to make sure that we are providing those opportunities for rigorous coursework, especially when objective data such as assessments provide information to let us know as school leaders that students can can meet or exceed the potential in that type of coursework. So we will work diligently for our elementary. We're already doing that with our secondary schools with our what we call a master schedule analysis process. So we will do the same for elementary too, to make sure we're leveraging accelerated opportunities at that level too.
Okay, so because based on what I've heard is that not everyone is aware, correct? Because we didn't have anything in place to bring awareness based upon scoring significantly well on the FAST testing.
Correct. So we're going to create a campaign not just for this awareness, but there's a lack of awareness across the whole K through 12 continuum for certain accelerated opportunities that parents do not know about, and in many cases students don't know about, and they find out at the last minute. So we have an initiative to close that gap because it's important. We're leaving scholarship dollars on the table. We're leaving exceptional student experiences on the table. So we're going to close that gap.
Okay, and is there a time frame in mind to which you're considering to bring this awareness to these students?
Yes, you'll start seeing me with additional smiles on videos, social media, every media avenue that John and his team has. That's been part of the directive for him and his team. The hopes is that we inform parents so much that they can hold us accountable better. The nuances in that is I expect parents to be able to go to their schools and say, hey, this is my child's test score. Why isn't he or she in this classroom, or in this course, or having this opportunity? So the lack of knowledge by parents leaves opportunities on the table, so we want to make sure everybody is well informed so they can hold us accountable better.
Okay, very good. And can you keep the board informed on the actions that you're taking to bring
Yes.
this awareness? Because I think this is really important.
Absolutely.
All right, so I have another concern, and I just have a couple of questions. So based upon the advisory committee's bringing recommendation here for this item, there is no board member here that can make a motion. We're just receiving the items, but we can't make a motion on anything. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you wish to make a motion on something, you would have to bring like a BB item if you would like to direct the superintendent to take an action.
Okay, so can I, at this moment, direct the superintendent to bring a BB item back? Oh, I have to bring it back, or to add it to the agenda, or am I the one? I'm just trying to procedurally see what I need to do.
So I'm not sure what the action that you would like to take. I mean, it may be appropriate to, make a motion also on this item after it is approved or received. In other words, it's not like because there are many motions on this item, not just one thing. So.
Okay, so there's a specific part of this item that I want to bring back as a BB item, but I also want to publicly make it known that I'm supporting this. So do I need to do this? Am I able to present that BB item publicly now? That will be coming up at a future board meeting, or do I need to wait?
You can certainly comment on the item now if that's what you wish to do.
Okay, so I will comment on the item. There has been significant concerns, and I've heard it many times over, with the Focus SSS part of Focus, and I've heard it from staff, I've heard it from the public, and just recently, the ESE chair has also mentioned this. So I am very concerned, the ESE advisory chair, I'm very concerned about it. And so I will be coming back with a motion to explore an independent comprehensive review and analysis of the switch from EdPlan, ESE, Easy IEP module to Focus SSS, so we can identify more any shortfalls and put forward an action plan that will remedy the problem.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yeah, I just want to make sure the board's aware that we've already completed that task and sent that to the board, I want to say a week or two ago. So we can resend that to the entire board just to make sure you have it. It does show its benefits. It shows its shortcomings also, and the things that we need to continue to work on, and also the next iteration as far as phasing in certain aspects of the SS module that are not part of the initial phase. So I'll make sure we send that back out so you have that comprehensive review. And then if there's anything in addition to the information that's provided in that that you need, we can surely collect that information and provide it to the board.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, today Ms. Luscombe continues to express concerns that she's observing. Even with the review that we've already done, there seems to be concerns that are ongoing. Is there have there been any meetings with, say, the ESC advisory chair or the ESC advisory committee that capture some of these additional concerns that we can try to remedy?
Yes, I know Ms. Luscombe met with Mr. Davis and Dr. Fulton a couple of weeks ago to collect additional concerns from her and to find remedies for those. I know the ESC team, led by Ms. Egan, constantly meets, constantly collects feedback to alleviate any concerns that school staff are experiencing.
Okay, so I would strongly encourage that these conversation continue with Ms. Luscombe to identify and remedy any of the concerns that exist, as she appears to be abreast of what's going on as well, based upon the position that she's held. So I would encourage continuing conversation with her and anyone else that has concerns with the Focus SSS part of ESC.
Will do. They'll be ongoing.
Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question. So, and we've, I think, asked this question, at least I have, several times. Clearly, we can accept this item because that's what's before us. But now I'm going to maybe direct to the General Counsel. A board member can make a motion on any item that is related to anything about the contents of this item, correct?
Ms. Batista?
Yes, I think there is also a procedure that was shared with the board related to this particular item or items that come with recommendations from the committees, and I thought the process included bringing a BB item separately.
But there's nothing prohibiting, if I want to make a motion right now on anything in this document, I'm not prohibited from doing that, right?
You're not prohibited from doing that.
I just want to make sure, at least because I think the impression is, and I appreciate the process, right? I think the intent is, or the spirit of the process is to bring something back. So, right, the board has ample time, but the public has had ample notice of this document. So if a board member wanted to make any motion related to any of these items, it could actually be done today and right now.
From a Robert's Rules standpoint, the answer is yes.
Okay.
From a procedure point of the district, no.
Or suggested procedure.
Suggested
but yeah,
procedure,
it can actually
yes.
occur. Okay, I just want to make sure that no board member didn't walk away thinking they had to wait some time to make some suggestion today. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I have some concerns or comments around the document. I've been observing for the last few months, and it was very clear in this item today, to me at least. And I think there's maybe like a miscommunication or a communication lapse between the advisories, staff, and us. So the advisories bring forward a recommendation, right? Or they pass a motion. And then in this document, it says for board consideration. And I think almost every single one of these, the pieces of the for board consideration, reads as a reason for the board member to not bring a motion to move forward with the advisory's recommendation. And so I understand, you know, if I'm taking at face value that the for board consideration piece is accurate and correct, I'm wondering how that is communicated with the advisories, because there's clearly a different understanding or different realities that we're all living in. So I'm just really curious about how this board consideration piece is communicated to the advisories.
Dr. Hepburn?
As far as what's written here, the document is noticed so that advisories and as far as the public can read what the board consideration is. But I know for some advisories, like Dr. Holden has talked about with Ms. Lupscomb, and staff has sat down and received her concerns that she's collecting from staff at schools and try and sit down and come to a middle ground of how we solve some problems or address some challenges. And I think staff just puts the considerations in just to let the board and also the public and the advisories know too that what we are doing as a staff to address any issues. And it helps the board members hopefully to kind of weigh on how, if they're going to support the recommendation or the motion that was made in that advisory, and how to bring it forward or what type of questions to ask.
Okay, so I'm not gonna beat a dead horse here. So I want to move to a different advisory, the Parent Community Involvement Task Force, and look at their first recommendation, for instance. So number one, request for the school board to develop or consistently apply a standard protocol for building level or district level administrators to communicate to their communities in times of a crisis, emergency, or unforeseen circumstances at a school in a timely and safe manner to empower parents with information, build trust, foster equitable practices across school communities, and allow families to support their children at home. And then the district's response to that is, for Broward County Public Schools Emergency Management Department established a framework to prepare for, respond to, recover from, and mitigate the impact of all emergencies. This framework is provided to all schools in a book of role-specific protocols detailing standard protocols for et cetera, right? From the Parent Community Involvement Task Force perspective, that is not happening. So there is clearly a disconnect. And I'm not saying that, staff isn't doing what they're supposed to in terms of the emergency management protocol. But how is that piece communicated to the Parent Community Involvement Task Force? Because then it's just like they're wasting their time passing these motions when staff is basically saying, like, well, we already do this.
Yep, so I would agree with you, Ms. Leonardo. It sounds like there is a gap. The staff, I'm trying to figure out what we call this again, the staff, or for board consideration part of that recommendation does seem to kind of satisfy what the recommendation from the advisory is asking. So there's obviously a gap in communication there, or a misunderstanding if they are communicating. I know, like Ms. Furtick did talk to Mr. Sullivan probably a few weeks ago or a month ago, because this came up in a workshop or a board meeting, and so I know they had a short conversation about the rollout of emergency notifications to schools, because Ms. Furtick expressed a concern. So there's a gap of them receiving this information prior to submitting what the decisions that they're making in their advisory groups or their task force. So we can tighten that up. We will have to find out who's attending the meeting and talk with those advisory chairs about any potential recommendations or motions that may be coming up in their meetings, and get this information to them before they actually have those discussions in their meeting.
So I appreciate that you're acknowledging that there is a gap, and I would just say that perhaps there needs to be like a mindset shift when we are responding to, and by we I mean the district, right? When we are responding to or writing out these 4 board consideration responses. Because, so like our response to the Parent Community Involvement Task Force is, well, we already do this. Okay, but there is a reality that people are living in that they are not aware that we already do this. So there is clearly, again, a gap or lack of understanding or communication that's happening there. So instead of saying, we already do this, the question we should be asking ourselves is, okay, so we already do this, why don't they know about this? So, there's not a specific motion for me to make, I don't think, around this, but I think there really needs to be, we need to look at these motions in a different way, and not from a defensive stance, but in a from a position of, okay, so we do X, Y, Z, how do we communicate that better? Or what do we need to do differently to improve that? Because a lot of these responses feel like, okay, well, we do this, and it feels like we're just trying to check something off a list.
No, I agree.
Thank you.
I agree.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I wanted to quickly go to the part where Ms. Egan was talking about the deadline of October 1st and how we'd have to wait for basically another school year. My question is this to the superintendent. Is this a deadline for the state, or is it a deadline for Broward policy?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Egan?
Because 2 weeks is a teeny amount of time to from my perspective.
Right.
Oh.
I think it's a local policy. It's through elementary learning. It's the Excel it's called Excel.
Yes.
And the way that it works is because they have to either have whole grade promotion or content area, I think the deadline was put in place because you don't want them to miss if they're going to be promoted from 4th grade math to 5th grade math, you want them to be able to take advantage of the content and curriculum for the entire school year. So I believe it's a local decision, but that is what's currently in place. And what I'm hearing is that we want to definitely take a look at the elementary policy in regards to acceleration moving forward.
Right, but for me, once again, 2 weeks is a teeny amount of time.
Correct.
So I understand the aspect of wanting our kids to have every opportunity of having the curriculum. And as one little gifted bunny, I know it's important to skip grades for kids who are able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you could have flex time, take classes at another, there's
Mm-hmm.
options for our students. So it's important that they know it.
Mm-hmm.
The children themselves, they're way much more older than we actually think about when you think about their level of knowledge, creativity, et cetera. So I personally think that there's time to still do this, but I would, what could we have done better? So what would the communication piece have been, and that we would have been able to meet that October 1st deadline?
In regards to the motion,
Yes.
I don't know that we had that information prior to. So basically the motion came forth for consideration by the board, and it was based on the FAST testing that was just done in the first quarter of the year. So upon waiting for further direction, there was no action taken because we were following the current processes and procedures that are already in place.
Right. And I'm wondering when was the ESC community told of this? And when did they come forward with their particular motion of this item?
They came forward with it at the first meeting they had this year.
August?
Thank you. What date was it, Your Mother? September 9th.
Okay, so roughly like a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
Roughly, okay. I don't know if that did us any favors, because it was a little bit late for that point, but still, what can be done for those kids that are sitting in class right now that's going to be affected? Either they're going to be a little bored, get a little antsy, want to move on to more creative, et cetera. I mean, I know that we'd have to follow an IEP and make sure that they're given the opportunity for their advanced lessons that they need. So I think besides looking at that, I think it's extremely important that we support this. The motions from the different groups, I've been part of those groups. That's where I kind of have my training wheels starting. And it's important for them to understand that we're listening. So as one board member, I'm ready to vote today to accept this, but to accept it, but also do a motion to be able to move forward with some of these motions. So, be that as it may, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Dixon?
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate a little bit of what Mrs. Leonardi said, especially around the parent involvement or the parent task force, parent community involvement task force motions, because some of the things, the items that came up were around some issues that happen in the school, for example, the gas leaks and things of that nature. So it's a communication problem. It also has to do with something Ms. Grant Pierre mentioned about communicating to the public. We are taking, I think our staff does a good job in trying to look at a bigger picture to make sure they're being as sensitive as possible, but sometimes the picture isn't big enough and they're only looking at smaller things and they end up offending groups of people, even though they took a lot of effort to try to be inclusive and to be, understanding of everyone. And I think sometimes the answers we give in some of these make those advisories feel like, well, why are we even bothering to do this? Because you're just going to say, oh, we do that already, or, this isn't important. So we do have a lot of things in place, but I'll say this. Sometimes people aren't following our policy. Sometimes in the schools, they do what works for them, or they're in an emergency situation and they don't think it all the way through. So I think it's important for us to acknowledge the fact that, yes, we have a policy, but there is a chance that people may not be following that policy with fidelity. So how do we as a board either fix the policy to make it more that it flows along with what could be done with fidelity, or maybe just it's procedural and you as a staff need to make sure you're going back to the principals, assistant principals, whoever it might fall in line with, to say, this is policy, so what are you doing, because there's a disconnect. So we can acknowledge, yes, we have a policy, but we also acknowledge that if you're bringing it up, you're not seeing people follow the policy. Same thing with focus. We have a list of things, because you did and staff did a good job like lining up what's missing from what we had before, but what's the action plan now? So how are we going to let them know, we've heard you, we're continuing to listen, but here's how we're going to help make it better. I don't know if those need particular emotions. I just think in general it has to be, as Mrs. Leonardi said, a mindset shift, that we're not always defensive about some of the constructive criticism that's coming to us, because that's why we have advisories, right? We don't live in that world. We're not there. We don't feel the effects of what they're feeling. But as a teacher who often, as I tell you many times, policy would come down and I'd say, the heck were they thinking? This doesn't work in my room, and I didn't follow the policy because it didn't make sense in my classroom. So we either have to tweak policies to make them make sense, or if we believe they're good policies, how do we change procedure to make sure they can be followed with fidelity? And I'll just throw out there, definitely a conversation about cell phones, because we believe it's working, but it's working because a lot of principals are just not dealing with the problem. So, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. I think this issue is a great issue, and I always look forward to hearing from advisories, or from parents, or from Council of Great City Schools, or Florida School Board Association, or any of the other 12,800 districts in the United States. We could all learn more from each other. In some sense, the procedure that we've adopted through our work with advisories would remind me to turn on the microphone. I usually don't have trouble projecting, but thank you, Landis. Now I can save my voice for later. I really like our current procedure in the sense that it incentivizes advisory groups and staff to work together and bring back items that are fully staffed. It wouldn't work as well if advisories came directly to the school board and made motions here, which is not legal, right? Those are school board member options, but it is very respectful of the staff to have the opportunity to describe. In this particular case, I happen to have a personal involvement in this. I have 2 5th graders that did very well on the FAST score at the end of last year, and Chair, their principal and guidance counselor and a whole staff got together and said, what are we going to do? There's no doubt school board member kids might get different treatment than otherwise, sometimes better, sometimes worse, by the way. But I saw this for lots of other kids at the school based on end-of-year test scores, which is 3 months ahead of PM1. And that gave everybody time to plan, think of options, and come up with it. We were offered nothing less than 8 different programs for our children, one of which was Excel. And at that point, had that been the best answer for them, there would have been plenty of time to enroll for the entire next year. So yes, as Ms. Hickson points out, there may be people who don't follow our policies to a T, but also yes, our policies ought to be our best answers to the difficult and challenging questions for which districts have a variety of different answers all over the United States, in particular large urban districts like ours. So I think the relationship with the advisory councils and senior staff needs to continue to evolve, continue probably to get better in some regards, but a way to do that is to make sure incentives are lined up the right way. So advisories are giving recommendations, and advice staff then is looking earnestly, as Ms. Leonardi pointed out, not defensively, but earnestly looking at these things and saying, is there a better way to do this? In this case, I can tell you that at least for one of our schools in Broward County, they were way ahead of this recommendation. And on the recommendation itself, I think staff would come back and say, automatically opting in a student to a program is generally not a good idea. You want parents to have the rights to say yes or no. You want students to say what are they up to. Sometimes students are not up for the extra challenge of an accelerated program because they're starring in a TV series after school and it's taken up 6 hours of their day. So we have to really customize it, as we've seen in some of our schools. And I would never be in favor of directing somebody who got a high score on a FAST test into any one of our many programs that we have. Rather, I'd just encourage the school staff to work with parents and make sure that all those options are laid out. And I really believe it's the end of the year test score that ought to trigger that so that everybody has lots of time to explore those options and figure out what is best for them. But in general, advisory committees, senior staff, working together, not defensively from the staff and not in a threatening manner from advisory councils is a good policy for everyone to work together to find good solutions. The school board has a role in that, clearly. We invent advisory boards. We invent task forces. We sign up policies that govern all of the engagements. But I really think that we were thoughtful about how we created the procedure for advisory committee recommendations, and I'm looking forward to hearing back from staff on them when we ask them to do that. And to Ms. Hickson's point, I think we can do that by asking them to bring lots of data back, like in a workshop, or if it's a specific, targeted recommendation, say, look, can you come back and say, is this really the best? If it's not, tell us what is working. Because to Ms. Leonardi's point, it's way too often that advisory groups see that we don't have something, but senior staff looks at it and says, oh, but we have a policy. Well, a policy doesn't make action happen. Remember, policy without action is a hallucination. You can have a policy. If it doesn't create action, you might as well cut the school board meeting 20 minutes shorter, which would be good for everybody, I think. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So just to kind of go off what you're saying, so when the recommendation is made and then it comes to the school board members and then we have the option to bring a BB item forward, that is when the school board member can work collaboratively with staff to get that history to be put in the item and then bring it forward to the board to have time to really read it, understand it, and then vote on it in the next board meeting as a BB item. Yes, if there was someone that wanted to make a motion today, that they could, however, I just think this procedure is more appropriate because it gives us the opportunity to really understand all the information and research and then be able to make the best decision. My recommendation on where it says committee, then committee recommendation, I think let's just make those very specific. And then when it says for board consideration, I interpreted it that a totally different way. It needs to say something more like BCPS staff recommendation, or whoever is specifically making that recommendation.
It's just background information.
Dr. Hepburn?
No, I'm talking to myself, but I honestly, as I'm reviewing it, I just see it as additional information, right? So the advisories are making a recommendation based on motions in their meetings. Staff is providing additional information that kind of correlates or it correlates to the recommendation that the advisories are making or task force are making, just to inform the board of, hey, here's what we do, or here's what policy says, or here's the actual actions that are performed daily. But I also agree with Ms. Leonardi that that information needs to be provided to the advisories before this happens, before this is sent to the school board records office to put on the agenda. Because then it may back up to say, well, like Ms. Hickson just talked about, well, okay, we understand that, but here's the information we're gathering from the community and parents. So whoever the stakeholders may be, this is not happening. So how do we close the gap? It's feedback for us to understand, hey, if it's a communications issue, staff needs to close the gap on communication. So I think adding an additional step to the process to ensure that we're communicating with advisory chairs or task force chairs before recommendations are sent to the school board records office, to let them know what we're doing, how we do it, so we can get feedback to close whatever gaps that are causing them to make these recommendations.
Okay, my point is just that for board consideration, let it know who is that coming from, Broward County Public School staff, just to say it, because when I first read that, I wasn't clear who was making that consideration. Yeah. And then the one that speaks to communications in an emergency situation, my question is, how are the ASMs weighing in on auditing at schools, whether this is happening and it's following the protocols?
Mr. Lozano?
Can you repeat that question, please?
So one of the recommendations speaks to communicating to parents in an emergency situation. My question is, how are the area security managers auditing schools that this communication is being done properly and following protocol?
So I don't know that that's in their specific purview right now to follow up that the parent communication goes out. That would be more in our emergency management division who handles that process. But that's definitely something we could look at to add to make sure that communication is going out to schools, communities during situations.
So let me add to that. I thought the question was about something else, but for parent communication, we've already just this week, just to shore up some past discussions or recent discussions, to ensure that there is providing assurance to staff as far as the board that emergency communication to parents is going out. We're collecting that information in a spreadsheet. So if an emergency situation happens, a threat on the campus, a bomb threat, whatever the case may be, the principals know that they should send information out and the time frame to send it out. Through Dr. Fulton's office, she's collecting information from the schools to ensure that that's been sent out, and we're keeping a record of that. So if anybody needs that in the future, we have a record to show that, yes, communication was sent out for this specific emergency on this specific day at this specific time to all parents and through Parent Link, just to make sure that it is happening.
Okay, so just to be clear, who owns that to check?
Dr. Fulton's office owns that.
Okay.
Her staff has
Thank
created a spreadsheet to collect that info.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of questions with regards to the comprehensive review that was done. What department did this review, Dr. Hepburn, for the ESE focus as opposed versus the previous Ed Plan Easy IEP?
A collaboration between ESC and also the IT department.
Okay, so it was a combined effort. There's because I guess I'm wrong. What I thought was done was the ESC was primarily involved with this.
No, since Focus is an IT tool for the purpose of an enterprise IT tool for the purpose of supporting student information system and also ESE compliance. So both divisions worked on that together, or departments.
Okay, so part of the document indicates that IT review as they own. IT should review as they own the support desk and determine timelines with the vendor under the ESE advisory committee section that we're looking at today. So I'm just concerned as to the extent and degree to which IT was involved. It appears based upon just what's here, where it says IT should review as they own the support desk. I just want you to confirm to the public and to the audience here today the extent to which IT was involved, and why would they have in this report here or recommendation that IT should review?
No, IT is deeply involved in
Deeply
this process.
involved?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Mrs. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like a clarification for the board and also for the public. In the ESC Advisory Committee recommendations, you state that this module, what we're trying to do is model after Lives in Balance, in the Balance, on its behavior methodologies. I was just wondering if you could just make that connection for us, if someone can explain that.
I'm sorry, Ms. Pham. Can you point me to the number on the recommendation?
Sure. It's page 2.
And recommendation?
Yes,
what?
ESE Advisory Committee, in the middle of the page, the second one down, there's 3 there. And if you look, we recommend that Broward School District incorporates a collaborative and proactive solution, including the model from Lives in the Balance. And I was just wondering if someone could just give us a descriptor of that and how this could be collaborated and how we could benefit.
I would actually ask the ESC advisory chair, since they actually made the recommendation,
Right.
to
Thank you.
kind of clarify that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because with 3 minutes to talk about 2 recommendations, and I've come from the Gulf Coast to come to this meeting, I appreciate that, Mrs. Pham. Thank you so much. Ellen Kay, who's the chair of our Meaningful Inclusion Committee, made this motion at our advisory meeting. She emailed all of you about it. I'll tell you what was in that email for those who haven't seen it. The Collaborative and Proactive Solutions model with Lives in the Balance. For 30 years, this model has been applied and studied in settings including schools, both gen ed and special ed, inpatient psychiatric units, and residential and juvenile detention facilities. So it's applicable to a whole range of settings and environments, and it has some great data. I'm sorry, the only data I have with me right now goes back a few years, but I want to just give you an idea of it. Durham Community Schools in Maine, a number of referrals after they had used this model went from 388 in the first year to 37 in the third year. This is in the school environment. Peer aggression went from 173 in the first year to 13 in the third year. And defiance and disruption went from 103 in the first year to 8 in the third year. An important premise of this model is that concerning behavior occurs because of something. It's not just a kid's acting up or a kid's having a behavior, but why are they having that behavior? And when people lack the skills to respond to problems and frustrations adaptively, It teaches that. It teaches how to deal with frustration tolerance and problem solving and emotional regulation, but actually getting to the heart of the problem that is causing the behavior in the first place and collaboratively resolving it. That's where it focuses. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Any other board member comments on L1? Okay, all in favor of L1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. L1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on HH1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
No public comment.
Board comment, Ms. Rupert?
I understand that these are new jobs. Am I, through the superintendent, is that accurate?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Lozano?
So these were positions created in the 2023-2024 org chart for this year. So actually the 24-25 to start this year, when Chief Alberti had restructured positions, which overall brought us savings of approximately $250,000 last year in his reorg. He added these positions to the emergency management division as he restructured that department. So we currently right now have a manager, and the coordinator position will support the manager in doing the tasks like we talked about earlier in the advisory of going out, training schools, supporting our Broward EOC during events, supporting our local municipalities and partnerships with emergency management. So currently we have clerical positions, but again, through collective bargaining, there's a lot of tasks they cannot do. So these coordinator positions are critical to serve as a backup to the manager when the manager's out. Again, because the manager's primary responsibility during emergency situations is to report to the Broward EOC. So to have these coordinators here to support us at shelters, if we open shelters during an emergency, again, provide adequate training to school staff on our emergency management protocols. So this is a new position, but it's a critical position that will really support the emergency management department.
And thank you, Mr. Lozano. Are these two positions or one?
Yeah, so currently we're approving the job description, but in the organizational chart, we have 2 coordinator positions to support the manager.
Gotcha. So we already have 2, and their budget is already in.
It was approved in last year's reorganization.
And do we have people sitting there?
No, ma'am. This is the first step,
Right.
getting the
I
job
know.
description approved.
I know, but I've also seen it the other way, where people get put in boxes and then they get the job description afterwards. So I appreciate that. So this is the actual first reading?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll have an opportunity. This gives me pause, and I am happy this is the first reading. I won't take up more time. Just, I'm not going to vote yes for this, only because I personally need a little bit more time to look at things here and to really make sure it coordinates. And what I can say is, talking to some of my colleagues around the state through FSBA, they're interested in hearing what we're doing about this, and I know it's a hot topic right now, especially, but it's a little too rushed for me because I'm still going through my stuff, and I want to make sure that this is the right fit for Broward, the right time, and that it's the right job description. So,
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. So this job description is for the Coordinator of Emergency Management. And one of the things that needs work with across the district is the training aspect of all of our emergency drills and training for school safety. So I would like to, I'm going to make a motion in the position goal where it says in the last sentence, after the word response, and before it says and recovery, response, comma, will play a crucial role in enhancing the capabilities, will provide comprehensive training of emergency management. So I'm adding, will provide comprehensive training of emergency management. Is there a second? Moved by Aldef, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board comment? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. And then my last motion on this is where it says essential performance responsibilities, bullet point number 3, where it says lead, support, administer the district's emergency preparedness programs to include drills, exercise, and training. That includes providing technical assistance to site administrators.
Chair,
Also-
could you locate that for us again, Chair? I'm sorry.
Yeah, page 1, under essential performance responsibilities, bullet point 3.
Yes, ma'am.
And then to add to that, and assessments to measure proficiency, because what's happening is we're drilling and they're training, but there's no level of real assessment to measure that they actually understand what they're doing. So so we're adding assessment to measure proficiency.
Second.
Moved by Aldef, second by Zeman. Public comment. Ms. Hickson?
On the next bullet down, it says develop and assess emergency management training content. So aren't they already assessing the training content in the bullet number 4?
So I'm speaking to actually staff being trained and then assessed. I think, unless staff can say differently, I think that's speaking to.
Yes, I think bullet 4 is addressing the coordinator actually assessing the quality of the training, and the board chair is asking for the actual assessment of the participants taking the training at the end of the training to ensure proficiency of learned content.
Right.
It's a big difference.
Okay, well, yeah, so because you just said assessment to measure efficiency, but if the efficiencies to me is efficiency of the program, but Mr. Lozano just said proficiency, so there's different. Are we measuring to make sure the people are proficient or that the training is efficient? Because it's different, you're measuring different things there.
Right, I'm speaking to, so for example, if they watch a video on lockdown drills, then after that video, instead of them just checking a box that they watched the video, that they would actually be asked questions regarding it.
So I think that you want to say to measure proficiency.
Right, isn't that what I said?
Yes,
I put
she
efficiency
said,
down.
She said
so
proficiency. You
okay.
might have misheard it.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Any other comments? All in favor of the motion to assessments to measure proficiency on bullet 3, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Any other motions on this item? All in favor of HH1 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, wait, Mr. Olson?
Yes, I just want to make sure, and I heard Ms. Rupert, only because I can't talk across to you. I don't know if this item is coming back, so I know you said first or second reading. So you may just want to confirm with staff. I think this is the only time, right? So someone may need to clarify for Ms. Rupert before we vote. Okay.
Yeah.
Because everybody, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Ms. Batista.
So there is only one reading for job descriptions. We used to do it as a policy,
Yeah.
but now we do them, we just have one.
Well, I'm good with that, because I'm going to vote for the best for the district, so, thanks.
Any other comments? All in favor of HH1 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
Item passes with Ms. Rupert dissenting. May I have a motion and second on EE1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
No public comment.
Ms. Pham? Do you want me? EE1.
Yes, thank you. One of the things I was just going to suggest is, I know we're looking at the security and emergency preparedness, is the flexibility that we have with drones. If we had a drone and some of our security staff, if not all of them, trained on how to use a drone on the interior and the exterior of the buildings. And one of the reasons that I say that is because I went on that tour of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas campus late last year, and it was quite shocking and devastating. But more importantly, I saw how the students were trying to get to their cars or to the parking lot to flee, and how easy it would have been for that shooter to get them from the position where he had taken upstairs. And I think that if we had a drone that could be circling, where it can be looking for one or more intruders, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but that way we can protect our staff, because when we have the stationary cameras, they're kind of limited. This can go into areas, if we have wooded areas next to the school, or other areas that are blind spots. And I think it wouldn't be that expensive to maintain a drone, and at least get some of our security officers trained on them, or more than one, even in the interior of the building. This could go down the hallway and film if there's someone else hiding or where they are, so we can at least radio that back and disclose that, because they might be in that blind spot where our camera's not getting them. Thank you.
Dr. Fulton?
Mr. LaRosa?
Sure. Thank you for that, Board Member Pham. So I'm very proud to Director LaRosa, Safety and Security. I think we all know at this point, but very proud to say, at least publicly, we do have a drone program here in Broward Schools, right? So one of the first and only school districts to stand up a program like that. Now, it's not quite what you're describing. It's not school by school. Not every school has a drone at this point. It's not interior, but we do have a program. And with that program, we are able to respond. It's really meant for, these large-scale events, whether there's an evacuation like you're talking about, a lot of kids on the exterior of the school. We want visibility on that. So that is live as we speak. And we're looking to expand as time goes on with the board's approval.
That is so exciting. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
Landon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On slide 9 of the presentation, it discusses training, and I just want to ask, is this in reference to training? It says enhanced safety awareness training for staff and students. So what are the current, outside of drills, training mechanisms for students in regards to safety and security?
Dr. Fulton?
Mr. LaRosa?
That can be shared publicly. Sorry.
Sure. To be shared publicly, and full disclosure, not a lot, but that's why this is here, right? This is what we see as a need moving forward, and a recommendation is we would like to expand further and reach out and touch more of our, because we do a lot with our staff, we do a lot with administrators. To be honest, we don't do enough with faculty and students. So I think moving forward, this is definitely something we want to do. I know we've discussed the Make Our Schools Safe clubs, possibly expanding that, and just reaching out and touching our student body a little bit more when it comes to safety and security awareness.
So I think, to the chair, I think it's important that the training that does go to students can be easily received by students. And I appreciate all that's done currently within the division. But I've seen personally with some of the recent training that we did regarding threat reporting. And at times, students aren't, it's kind of like, oh, we're just watching this, the teacher puts it on, and it's like, okay. There's no connection for the students to say, okay, now how am I going to do this? In what cases am I going to do this? So I think it'd be great to kind of find a way that this information is easily understood by students at all levels on top of increasing the training. So
We agree 100%. We've identified that as well, and I will say publicly, students are our greatest asset in keeping schools safe and secure. You know, we get most of our information from the students, whether directly or indirectly, and you know, moving forward, we want to include them as much as possible. So we hear you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just want to make clarification of one thing and ask a question. So, and I already know the answer. I just want you to say it out loud. So, every single school in the district went through this process, is that correct?
The SSRA process, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes.
And of every...
Plus charters.
Because it's not being perceived that way in some places. So the number of schools inspected or re-inspected, 18. Of all of the schools that were inspected, 18 had concerns that needed to be addressed. Is that correct?
So that slide particularly, even though it's part of the FSSAT, SSRA, dealt with the quarterly inspections done by the Office of Safe Schools for the first quarter of this school year.
Okay. So 18 plus 4 is 21. So 21 were inspected, 4 had no issues, and 18 had issues. Is that what this slide is saying?
Yes, so of those that had issues, some were, again, most of the issues were related to House Bill 1473. So again, it could have been something like a definition issue. Initially, a media center wasn't counted as an instructional space. Then when the Office of Safe Schools showed up, they said, we are counting these now as instructional spaces. Please add a safer space decal to that location. So even if it was something as simple as that, overall, it would have been a deficiency for that school for everything they checked out. I can assure you that all our deficiencies were minor situations like that were easily fixable, and within the 3-day time frame, we rectified all deficiencies in every report.
Okay, thank you. So it was just a little bit confusing because two things got mushed together. How do we usually get the quarterly compliance report?
So those will start to come quarterly to the public. It has to be presented in a public board meeting. Again, because this was the first time this was published as part of House Bill 1473, every quarter you will receive that report from the Office of Safe Schools that my department will put on a board agenda for the board to receive publicly.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clear
No, I appreciate that.
up, and maybe something in front of this to explain so that the public would have understood these were two different things. So,
Absolutely.
And my other question, it was brought up in public comments earlier. Can you define to us what mass communication is, and if that's, there seems to be some confusion on that as well, which also relates to some of the other issues that we're having. So do we or do we not have a mass communication system?
Technically, no, right? But this is part of, so what we're looking at with this report, and you guys get this report every year, right? So you're familiar, those of you who've been on the board. So this is a consolidation of what the schools are reporting their concerns are, right? That's what the SSRA does. So when mass communications, specifically with this particular issue, semantics become important. So this is kind of You know, for example, when a school says we have mass communication issues, they might not necessarily be speaking about mass communication proper by definition, which would be mass communication via, digital means and remote monitors and all of that. They might just be talking about being able to hear the PA system. So this is kind of a consolidation of that. So what we hear the most, specifically with this item, is it's kind of a mix-up of all three. So we're talking about PA systems, being able to hear public address systems in certain areas around schools, mass communications, which I know we're beginning to explore, as far as digital means, remote monitors and things of that sort, and then the intercom systems. So all three of those kind of pulled together. This is, again, what's being reported to us, but not necessarily one of the three specifically, if that makes sense.
And just to add to that, under this category in the assessment, the state includes mass communication as electronic messaging, emails, texts, PA speakers, two-way communication in lockdown, Wi-Fi boosters, desktop computer alerts. So they have a broad definition of mass communication, and they ask the school leaders and the security staff all of those questions on all of those ways we communicate as a district to see ways we can enhance, in their terms, mass communication when situations occur.
Okay, so on here, mass communications is consistent with what the state considers mass communication, because that wasn't what was projected to us earlier today.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Fullerton?
Staff, could you also speak to the Alyssa alert and how that configures into the mass communication? Alyssa's alert?
In terms of?
Could you speak to Alyssa's alert? I'm sorry.
Meaning that?
How the panic button is being used.
How does that work?
Yeah, so all of our staff have the Alyssa's alert, Safer Watch with Alyssa's alert. They can add it to their mobile app. We also have it on every desktop device so that when staff opens their laptop, if you go to my laptop right now, you'll see it open and ready. So if something happened right in this room, I would be able to push the button immediately and we would get help in this room ASAP. And all of our staff have that capability to access through their district-issued devices. All district-issued cell phone devices also have the app on their device on the first page, so it's right there readily available when a situation occurs that requires first responders to respond to a location.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. This is really wonderful to see. I'm really over the moon that we're going to be doing this every quarter. This is great for the community to see. It's great for them to know that we're looking at this every quarter, and I want to say thank you for bringing this to us. I just have two questions. Are our schools more secure as a result of our weapon detection systems?
Absolutely, 100%. It's every layer we add to our school security provides an enhanced layer of safety for our students and staff. And that in particular has, again, decreased. You're seeing a decrease in the number of prohibited items on campus because students know they can't bring them on campus. So they're leaving it at home. We find a lot of things maybe discarded in the neighborhood on the way to school because students know, if they walk through that device, it's going to trigger an alert and that will be a problem for them. So it has definitely improved security on our campuses, and we appreciate the board continuing to look at safety and add those type of layers to our school security.
Thank you so much. And I would just share a recent alert that's gone out from school district security teams about nitrous oxide, laughing gas. It is now being sold at smoke shops. So you can buy a can of flavored laughing gas in order to do whatever the heck you want to do with it. At Broward County schools, you'll never get on campus with that stuff. So even when new things come out, it's nice to be better protected. Second question, are we more secure with our new student code of conduct policy regarding cell phones?
I would, when you say secure in terms of?
So Department of Homeland Security talks a lot about see something, say something.
Correct.
Right? As a foundation for real security of all facilities nationwide, not just schools. You obviously can't see something if your face is head down in a cell phone. If it isn't head down in a cell phone and you're talking to colleagues and you're walking around with your head up instead of head down, is it more likely that you're going to see something so you can say something?
Absolutely. And I think the reduction in cell phone has caused students to talk and engage with each other and build better social relationships. So I would say that has been a positive we're seeing on our school campuses.
Thank you, Chair.
Landon?
I forgot to add one thing. Does the district do their own security checks of schools outside of the state?
And that's state statute as well. We have historically done our own site assessments. Our ASMs are mandated to report to their school locations that they're assigned to and do assessments, but also through state statute in House Bill 1473, our ASMs, our area security managers, have to use the same template and do the same assessment at all our schools.
So I asked that for a reason, because I think it would be great to get some student input on when those visits take place. And I say that for a reason because, and I will publicly say a thank you to Mr. Lozano for always taking a call and when I have a concern about something. But we will conduct our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions, and I can give an example of a school where students were not walking through a metal detector, right? And I shared that concern with Mr. Lozano, and it was resolved. So I think it'd be important for students to be able to be heard of additional security vulnerabilities. We hear a gate may be open, or there may be an issue that a student sees that they want to be able to report. So giving students that venue to share that feedback, I think, would be really helpful.
Absolutely. And there are, due to some privacy and security, it's very hard for us at times to share certain security gaps that may be identified, but we always want to hear from the students because, again, they're our end users, and sometimes they provide us the best data for us to make better decisions as we keep our students and staff safe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So on page 10 of 12, the overgrown trees, bushes, and hedges, that seems like some low-hanging fruit that we could resolve this week. Is that something that can be done quickly?
I will say yes, but I'll also have Mrs. Paul be able to speak to that.
Not here.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'll say there could be some
yes.
financial costs with ensuring, that we have the adequate landscaping crew to effectively manicure our school campuses. Some of the shrubbery is high. You need equipment to properly manicure and landscape certain schools. So while, yes, there is a lot of things we could do with our current staff, there may be some things that could cause an additional cost to upkeep our campuses.
And who's responsible for that conversation to communicate between the school and the landscaper that, this area has to be cut down to have the cameras to be able to have a better view?
That would be our PPO department and our school leaders.
Yeah, it's a
Work
collaboration
collaboratively.
between everyone, especially when it comes to safety. We expect our site staff for safety to be able to make those recommendations.
Correct.
And for the school to go ahead and take those recommendations and put them into action immediately.
Okay, and is this something the ASMs review when they do their checks?
Absolutely.
Okay, and are we accessing schoolsafety.gov to try to get funding for these safety projects? Dr. Fullerton?
Mr. Lozano?
We access any avenue we can to try to allocate funds to improve our safety measures at our schools.
Okay, Dr. Fullerton, if you could provide a follow-up on how many grants that we've accessed through schoolsafety.gov in the last year to the board?
Sure will, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Since being back from Canada, there's a lot to catch up on. And I don't have TV, and I certainly, as you all know, have difficulty with the computer sometimes with the coverage. But the point is, it gave me a really good opportunity to look deeper into some of the things that I'd missed. One of them was the Sun Sentinel article in, I think it was in June or July, right after June probably, where it talked about some of the functioning intercom systems, which are also part of the review here for our safety stuff, and I appreciate that. I wanted a quick update. Here, it said 19 to 53 schools are at or near completion. What is that number now, or is that the number 22 that we talked about?
Mr. Lozano?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Davis.
Because they may be the chief fire official? Or the computer guy, whoever.
Dr. Fullerton?
Ms. Davis is coming to the mic.
Is this on? Testing.
Hi.
Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. I need to get that information for you on the exact number, and I'll do that right now.
Okay, I might be able to help. Jamie Alberti sent out June 18th a letter, Division of Safety Security, to all board members, principals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's the assessment of the first responder radio signal and how they're able to have the functioning intercom system. And I added this up, and it looks like 9 and 6, 15, 16, 17, 9, 20. I think it's 22. Does that sound about right?
I would need to verify that on the exact number. But you did mention something specific to the subject of emergency response and communications. And I would like to highlight the 0013 Wi-Fi radio agreement with the City of Fort Lauderdale. The agreement has no fiscal impact to the district and acts as a model for other municipalities in bolstering school emergency response by allowing first responders as radios to leverage district wireless networks. I think you alluded to that just a moment ago, so I wanted to bring that to your attention as well.
I knew that,
Okay.
but thank you. I appreciate that. Super nice. Okay, going back to the intercom system there. I think Ms. Hickson had asked the difference between mass communication and the PA system. During graduation, I want to say like 2 years ago, interesting thing happened. That was at one of our special centers, special school centers. And during the graduation, there was a weather alert, but there was also a lockdown. And they were unable, we weren't anywhere near the office. We were kind of set off from the office because we were in a special building. And luckily, they were able to utilize the PA system because they had that with them for the graduation. So I just wanted to say that not only, if you have issues, there's always a backup. And this principal honestly had a really great, she didn't miss a beat before they were able to put that out. So that's a good thing that we're teaching our principals, and they're pretty awesome. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Trooper.
Nope, not done. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, we're getting back to that. Okay, can we go a little bit to the codes that I had asked about before, and first responders communication? Looking at code 11.10.2, general. In all new and existing buildings, minimum radio signal strength for emergency service department communication shall be maintained at a level determined by the AHJ and based on the existing coverage levels of the public safety communication systems utilized by the jurisdiction measured at the exterior of the building. Got it. So what kind of jumped to the surface for me, and I apologize, my back is to you. I would prefer if we had, I don't know if you can go up there? Sure. Okay. It's just, I'm sorry, hurts my neck to keep, doing eye contact with you because that's how I roll. I have to look at you. I grew up and it's respectful. Okay, so one thing that jumped out to me was we do have one building that's completely new, the MSD building, that one special building, right? Did they meet their code?
We will have to do a follow-up on that for you. I can't answer that question specifically right now, and I don't believe
The chief
Mr.
fire
Davis can as
official
well.
probably could?
We'll get you that answer.
No. Okay. Each district school board must receive findings and the school safety specialist recommendations at a publicly noticed district school board meeting to provide the public an opportunity to hear the district school board members discuss and take action on the findings and the recommendations. So later's not going to work. Okay?
We're reaching out. You should have that answer shortly.
So the chief fire official's on his way.
We're working on that right now.
You're going to find out if he's coming or no?
No, we're calling him right now.
Oh, I thought you said you're going to find out right now. That's why I'm like, oh, okay. All right, well, a lot of them have to do with the radio signal strength codes. Those are my questions.
Yeah.
And
So we're working on, we're currently in phase 1, and we are doing assessments of our school sites to look at the areas that may need enhanced communication. I could tell you the item, and Mr. Davis referenced it. A lot of our first responders are moving to the new Motorola radios that have Wi-Fi chips in it, provide them much better access on our school campuses. So we're thankful for this first contract you're looking at to approve or agreement with the city of Fort Lauderdale. We're most likely going to bring a lot more of those with our other cities as they continue to upgrade their two-way radios. There's some things we can and can't talk about here publicly with where we have maybe dead zones or communication issues in certain areas, which is why we're doing our assessments, and we could later, do a closed door session to dive deeper into that conversation.
I remember when I was one of the very few board members that read all this item encompasses, and it was completely wide open and free. It was online. People could get to it, the public, employees, families, and board members to make a complete decision. While I understand certain particular descriptions and very close, a close eye on things has to be done in closed door. Certainly mentioning that there's certain areas that have dead zones, that's every single thing in Broward County. I can tell you, the city of Coconut Creek, love my city, but if you go from Coconut Creek Parkway and you're driving to City Hall, it's dead. And it's kind of funny because my husband's the IT guy, and I'm going to go a little bit longer than 5 because I've had to wait for my person. And even then, probably another 5. But anyways, I don't even know where to go from here. How about we start with radio signals, right? Because we're talking about having our municipalities more responsive, right? The only way our first responders can connect to our Wi-Fi is by purchasing smart connect radios that will connect to the Wi-Fi. So is that what you're alluding to when you're talking about?
Correct. That's what City of Fort Lauderdale has done, and some of our other municipalities are currently doing.
Right. I can tell you the very first one, City of Coconut Creek. But they still have problems. Just saying. So each radio costs between $10,000 and $15,000. That's the kicker. Most municipalities don't have these radios because of that cost. So then the onus comes to our side, so where we have to go and pay for it. But my question is, why are we spending millions of dollars on intercoms, vendors, or audio enhancement and Roudlands, which was mentioned already before? that's not supported by the code, and they won't assist our first responders.
Are those different things, right? Want to talk about it?
I have other questions.
So the intercom is different than the two-way communication.
Right, but they're both safety issues.
Correct.
Yes. And
So were you asking a separate question on the intercoms?
I'm just saying, we're spending millions of dollars on those, and that doesn't support our code. And that's not going to help our first responders.
Correct, not with two-way radios.
Right.
But we're working on these Wi-Fi agreements. I can tell you, so looking at BDAs, the bidirectional
Yeah.
antennas,
Mhm.
are extremely expensive.
Yes.
Which is why first responders are looking at the upgraded radios, which are $10,000 to $15,000. I can tell you, we looked at a cost for one of our high schools, just one of our high schools, and it was like $1.5 million.
Yep.
That would be a cost to this board to add the bidirectional antennas to that school, and that was a low-end cost.
Right.
So again, a lot of municipalities and ourselves, as we look at the improved technology of two-way radios and the cost effectiveness of just providing Wi-Fi. So us doing this Wi-Fi agreement is greatly going to improve the communication for the city of Fort Lauderdale first responders when they're on our campuses.
Right. You think that's going to work, though? What about the other municipalities that have done such? Has it worked for them?
This is the first one we're entering into, so I can't speak to other municipalities and their two-way radios on our campus. But we could reach out to the city of Coconut Creek and see where they are with their two-way radios and see about a similar agreement. We would like to have these agreements in all our cities.
Well, absolutely, but I can say that City of Coconut Creek is an exceptional partner that way.
Mhm.
Happy that City of Fort Lauderdale is coming on, but we really shouldn't be, honestly, it should be state grants. That's just how I feel for safety. And I know that Ms. Alhadeff had mentioned that, having us look for more of those grants, so we're able to do that. And I'm 100% for that. Any way we can help.
Absolutely.
Definitely put it into legislation, put it on our platform, whatever you need to do that we'll do. Are we?
Ms. Ruber, can you restate your question with the new MSD building?
I asked, yeah, 1 second. Hold on. If I lose my notes.
You asked if it met code?
Yes.
Dr. Fullerton.
Mrs. Paul?
Yes, we would not have been able to occupy the building if it did not meet current code.
Yeah.
Ms. Rupert?
I don't really want to say this. Okay. Sometimes we're given information that just isn't as factual as you think it is, and I'm just going to leave that at that point. And certainly not for anybody who's brand new to our area, because this is a culture to work in. It's a culture that's been before me, it will be during me, but it'll be after me. All of us it'll be, but the culture is really what it is. So what I'm getting at today is honesty, answering the questions, pertinent information, and if we have information that something
Ms.
is
Ruber,
not meeting code.
Hold on a second. I would like to take a 10-minute recess. Okay, welcome back. Ms. Rupert?
That you'd asked me to repeat my question.
Mm-hmm.
Has the newest building that we have built in the district, has that passed the code, the fire code?
The newest building for MSD, building
Uh-huh.
15? Yeah, that would have, to open, we would had to pass all codes and be compliant,
Right, you would think so, right?
for sure.
But recently?
Pardon me, I'm sorry, the background, when did this building open?
Mr. Sade, you can get closer to the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
What was the opening for this building? When you say recently?
When was the opening of the new MSD building through the superintendent?
Ms. Paul, you got that on record of when that building was open?
I can get that. Give me a minute. I don't have it right now.
Well, I'm sorry, what exactly is was the building compliant to open, passing all, like, fire codes is the question?
No, because I'm sure it probably was, but I know it had been, there's been a finding, and it needs to be corrected.
Okay.
And you're the fire official.
And this is in regard, okay. So,
One, I don't want to make you any more nervous than you all are, because I'm as nervous as you are. It doesn't look like it up here, but we're the same. It's just, my hands shake when I'm nervous. So we're going to leave that for 2 seconds, because
Okay.
I have other questions I'd like to ask you that would be helpful, but we will come back to that. I just don't want to feel like you're pressured to
Sure.
answer your question. And I don't know if this is a you question or if it's a Mr. Lozano question. I would think it's you. First responders communication. Weak radio signals, blah, blah, blah. Can we define and explain the finding? And how did we discover those findings? Who did? And why is it that it's only now coming to the board?
so bidirectional amplifiers for first responders, because you have them also for cellular antennas.
Right.
But for first responder radio, and when you design and build a building, you can't assess the signal strength inside the building prior to the building. But we can permit, in our standards, like make sure the raceway's there, the access to install the system is there to make it easier if it is needed. Once a building is built, then we can go ahead and test, and it often happens with the local municipality, the responders, whether it's police or fire, to test their radio signals throughout the structure. They'll go in all the hazard areas, every room, and they'll just key in and make sure their radios work. So that's usually the way it's done regarding when we're opening buildings. We did just recently do a study where a third-party company comes in and does an assessment with their electronic devices and everything like that, and measures the signal strength, the bandwidth. It's very comprehensive, but the next part of that study, if there are areas that were noted that don't meet the signal strength or appear that there might be issues,
Right.
the next step of that process is to call in the local municipality and have them walk the site with their radios to confirm.
Right. So that must be what you're talking about with the MSD building.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
My pleasure.
I meant
sorry.
thank you. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah. 2020.
2020.
Okay. These guys are great.
Yeah.
See? Colleagues. That's why that's why we have an open meeting like this. Okay. Okay. The safety and security coverage, I asked a while ago, the first responders communication, how did we discover these findings? You're saying it was the third party that you came in that came into,
Correct, to get a good idea of where our weaknesses may be or any areas of concern, it's good to have a company provide a detailed report of their findings. And that way we can pinpoint areas that we need to look into.
right, and I'm wholeheartedly supportive of that, especially on page 603, which is number 6 of the PowerPoint, because where it says security camera coverage finding, similar to the previous year. Gaps in camera coverage remain a concern, particularly in outdoor areas and blind spots within buildings. And then there's a recommendation. When I usually see this, it usually tells you which staff, which department had that finding, because this is a self-finding thing. So who was that?
For cameras? I'm sorry. thank you.
So when you look at those findings,
Yeah.
those are the top 6 findings across all our schools, right? Our job is to take all 300 assessments
Right.
and then share with the board the predominant findings from all those assessments. So those were basically your top 10 items that were across all the assessments of ways we can improve safety and security from individual principals and the security staff on those sites.
Okay, but I guess the part for me was that it's similar to the previous year, that there were gaps in camera coverage. When we do anything that has recommendations and, or findings, picture when we get the tax watch findings, and then management has their response to the findings. It comes to the board, we discuss it, we accept it, we move that way. So I guess in the years past, we were able to see that. Findings, there's gaps in this, that, and the other, and we're going to do this to rectify those gaps. Does that make sense? Because how else did we find the radio signals and the communication stuff?
So the school reported that, right? When they did the assessment, they reported that as one of their findings. So that came from actually the individuals who completed the assessment.
Okay, so that should be noted somewhere. Right? And if you think it needs to be in a closed door, X amount of schools had X amount of things, had X amount of stuff. I mean, you basically said that in this paper anyway. So
Correct.
that's not this is not closed doorable at this point.
No, but when you're drilling down to a certain school or a building, that's
Right.
closed door.
Well, depends. There's really only one new building or two right now, so you could figure that out. But, whatever. I'm stopping on that question. I will, for that question. Have we engaged, where did the fire, hi. Okay, have we engaged our local emergency responders for their support and professional recommendation?
Absolutely. As part of the assessment, all the responders do a walkthrough of each site as well, and they add their input to the findings.
Okay. Who and what department or department's leadership is recommending the Wi-Fi capable communications across campuses?
So again, that's a collaborative approach from our SSCP division, from school leaders who would like improved Wi-Fi access on their campuses. So that comes from the assessment that are done by each school location. That was their finding and recommendations, that they would like the Wi-Fi improved on their campuses.
Okay, number 7 for me. Is this recommendation being supported by the local fire and emergency responders?
I would say absolutely. If they're continuing to improve their technologies, and they need Wi-Fi access on our site to be able to utilize those technologies, they would absolutely be in support of adding access to our Wi-Fi on our school campuses.
It should have what local fire and emergency responders, I mean, we used to have people come to board meetings when we discuss this. And I'm talking fire officials, chiefs, the Chiefs Association. And what is the backup plan if the Wi-Fi fails?
So they have each municipality has communication plans. Now, they're not using Wi-Fi currently with their radios because they don't have access on our school campuses for Wi-Fi radios. Wi-Fi is the backup plan.
Yeah, but what if it goes?
That
There's
we
always
use.
a backup to the backup plan.
Correct.
I'm married to an IT guy, so.
So a BDA system would be the backup plan for first responders, or it should be the, if the systems go down.
You have that?
We have done an assessment just recently of all the high schools, and we are drilling down to continue with the rest of the schools and then do our analysis with each municipality to work with them to test the systems in the areas that came up during for the report findings.
Right. And this is actually, I'm trying to remember, it's due November 1st, right? To the state?
I'm not a,
It's somewhere here on the,
Hello, Morgan Nykiel.
Hi.
Hi there, I'm Morgan Nykiel. I'm our compliance coordinator for safety in SSEP division.
you.
So with this process,
Yep.
we get the assessments completed by October 1st of every year. These school security risk assessments will start this reporting of the schools.
Mhm.
We have 30 days to review, evaluate, find patterns, and provide you all feedback and the findings and some recommendations from you. We put that into our district assessment. That has to be completed and sent to the state by November 1st.
Okay, so basically what I said, November 1st.
Oh, yes, apologies.
No, I appreciate the background and the release when, it's a working project and it's a statutory timeline. I get that and I appreciate that. So we're staying in this, that 220 traditional public schools, 76 charter schools, 5 technical, 3 support other, and then the last bullet on page 4, 100% compliance with statute and rule requirements. So that's the goal. And have we met that now?
So what that means is within the school security risk assessments, there are specific questions that are flagged by the state and the Office of Safe Schools to identify that those specific questions relate to compliance items. And all of those responses that were provided by our schools were in that compliance, meeting compliance within requirement.
Okay. And that's something that you're going to share with us in detail in a closed-door meeting?
If that's something that we can bring up to discuss, I don't see why that would necessarily be a problem. I mean,
What was the request? I heard closed door, but I didn't hear the specifics around the request.
We were talking about specifics and what we can talk about publicly and what we can talk about in a closed door if I wanted to have specifics.
Oh, yes, certainly. Yes, if there's a request, consensus for a request for a closed door about specific details for the this safety assessment, we can provide that.
Right. I move that we set up a closed-door meeting as soon as possible to do that. Obviously,
Absolutely.
way before November 1st.
Is there a second? Second. Any public comment on the motion? Board member discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, now we have to vote on the item. All those in favor?
I wasn't.
Oh, well, are you, your time is kind of.
I know, and I don't want to be, ornery. but I've certainly seen board members take 35 minutes, 40 minutes, and not take a break between. I very rarely do this. I'm talking about my friend. We have a mutual love for each other, right? Sometimes you need it, okay? I'm doing the best that I can, but honestly, there's some things here that still give me pause. I'm not going to keep hitting a dead horse here. However, I will say this. Our former employees are the best sources that we have in this district. People will call you, people will send you documents, and this is from their time. And the last thing that I will say on that is I've looked for and cannot find SOPs for the operation system, especially for the fire department, fire officials. We don't have them. Not in the way that Jerry Graziosi, God love him, come back. Jerry Graziosi used to have a SOP for everything, right? And there's something on an SOP, I'm sorry. Actually, I really found it. Here it is. Okay, briefly. When I found out about the gas inspections, and the gas issues and the problems that we were having with evacuations, right? I looked up, and old safety department, according to state, the LP gas guidelines, all underground tanks need to be leak tested every 5 years. Has this been documented? And may I please have a copy of the latest test?
Dr. Hepburn.
Y'all can proceed.
So facilities manages the, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can respond to that.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
Okay, no worries, no worries.
So I can respond to that. Every time the tanks are filled, which is approximately every 6 months, they're leak tested. They're required to be tested before they're filled. So the range is, based on usage, but it's at least every 6 months.
Okay, so those I'll be able to get that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And make sure, and this would come from, that would be in your evaluate, Dr. Hepburn, is to make sure that staff is aware of the district's gas leak procedures, and if not aware, advise where they can find the procedures. It should be up, it should be easy. We teachers, when we get evaluated, we have people coming in looking for look-fors. What am I looking at in a teacher? What should these children be doing? Are they engaged? It should be the same thing for this. What are the safety best practices? What is the manual for this? What is the standard operating procedure? It should be up on the wall and very easy to do. And this happens to be required to do it filed every 5 years. So I look forward to that report from that and any other information. But once again, thank you to the former employees who've reached out to me. And I ask that you reach out to the superintendent and Ms. Wanda Paul and take it from there so we can be the best and the safest district that's out there. And that's our goal, because if we don't have our students, staff, communities, families feeling safe, we're really missing a basic necessity right there. So I do have more questions. I will put them in writing. I will share them with the attorney and the information that I have, and let her decide if it's something that needs to go to closed door or is something I can send to the state. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to vote on item EE1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Roll call.
Roll call on the item. Alston,
Yes.
Pham,
No.
Foganoli,
Yes.
Hickson,
Yes.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert,
No.
Zeman,
Yes.
and Aladev. Yes. Motion passed 7-2. Item passed 7-2.
May I have a motion second on FF1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Zeman. Public comment. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the grants department and all of the schools that wrote grants. We're bringing $206,625 to our district this month based on grants. So thank you so much for your efforts.
All in favor of FF1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. FF1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on GG1, JJ1, JJ2, JJ3, JJ5, JJ6, JJ7, JJ8, JJ9, JJ10, JJ11, JJ12.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Elston. Public comment, board comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Items passed unanimously. We have a motion, second on JJ4.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment,
I have a comment.
No public comment.
board comment. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much. Chair, what's the impact to South Broward High School and to the surrounding community for a delay of 972 days in completion of this project?
Dr. Hepburn?
I'm sorry.
Definitely impacts our students and also staff at the school.
Thanks, Superintendent.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I'm happy to announce there were no consultant error money values or consultant omissions, although JJ4 did have a consultant omission that added to those 972 days, but just happy to report there was no financial impact. Thank you.
All in favor of JJ4, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. JJ4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on JJ13?
So moved.
Moved by Leonardi, second by Zeman. Public comment.
No public comment.
Mr. Fognoli?
Thank you very much, Chair. And just wanted to say really quick, big thank you and shout out to the city of Coral Springs. I think every single year they do a great job, great partnership. I know Ms. Rupert agrees with me.
Yeah.
The concert series and everything that they do in Coral Springs. Just want to say thank you.
All in favor of JJ13, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. JJ13 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on JJ14?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Leonardi, second by Hickson. Public comment. Dr. Zeman?
Chair, I have my question answered. Thank you.
All in favor of JJ14, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. JJ14 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on 001, 002, 003, 005, 006, 08, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogenholy. Public comment, board comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Items pass unanimously. May I have a motion second on 004?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert.
No
Public comment.
No.
Ms. Pham,
Thank-
004.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure we have the money to do this year. I don't want to put us behind the eight ball. So I just wanted someone to assure me that we're okay financially.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, we're okay financially. This is within the DFP also.
Thank you.
Dr. Holness.
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Leonardi.
Since we're talking about playgrounds, I'm wondering if we have an update on our 5-year playground plan.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
Yes, we do. As previously discussed, it's not a funding issue. The money was moved forward. The item that we're bringing before you is to renew the 8 vendors that we have. At this point, we can provide a detailed list of where we are in the process. I don't know if Ms. Allison Witachinski, she's here. She can provide additional information.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Witachinski?
Good afternoon, everyone. Allison Witachinski, Director of Environmental Health and Safety. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Just an update on the 5-year plan for
Okay.
playgrounds.
So the playgrounds that were identified in the DEFP have been scheduled based on the schedule that we talked about in the presentation back in, I think that was July. The initial 7 have been cited, and the designs for 5 of them have been generated. And they, well, for all 7 of them have been at least conceptually generated. 5 of the 7 plan to be POs generated, and the full design and all the work through the building department through the rest of this year. And then we have identified another 5 locations for siting to discuss with the principals and the best spot for them to go, and then they will move through that same process.
Thank you, I'm good.
Any other comments?
If I may, I want to thank the board for putting such a great emphasis on playgrounds and providing the money, approving the money to move these projects forward, and Ms. Allison for the work that she's doing. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of 004, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. 004 passes unanimously. May I have a motion? Second on 007.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
No public comment.
Ms. Pham?
07?
07.
What do I have here? Oh, okay. Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just noting that the cost and the price went up from, I think it was over a 3-year period, 1.5 times. And again, my question goes back. I just think inflation is so bad right now. Can we afford this extra $1,750,000? I mean, we keep adding them on top, on top, on top. Are we going to be okay?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, Ms. Brown.
Okay.
Yes, we
Thank you.
understand the inflation too, but yes, we can.
I just want
Yep.
my assurances. I don't want to put us in a corner. Thank you.
All in favor of 007, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. 007 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on PP1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
One public comment. Mishka Sahar Ahmad.
Ms. Pham?
Yeah.
PP1. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, in reading this policy, I fear that it conflicts with Florida Statute 1002.206, religious expression in public schools, but sets out the school district may not discriminate against a student, parent, or school personnel on the basis of a religious viewpoint or religious expression. And the school district shall treat a student voluntary expression of their religious viewpoint or an otherwise permissible subject in the same manner it would as if the student voluntarily expresses a secular viewpoint. So if you're cutting out that they can't express their viewpoint at a speech that they're making publicly, or even in speaking at a graduation or at any other time in schools, then this would be a violation, just as if you can have someone who says, I don't believe in God, then they wouldn't be allowed to express that. So for that reason, I will not be passing this. We're
Thank
voting
you.
for it, yeah.
Public comment?
Good afternoon, school board members. My name is Mishka Sahar Ahmad, living in Plantation and with family in the public school system, graduate of Everglades myself, and was a former employee of Broward Schools. I would say vote no on this until more corrections and safety provisions are made to protect public rights. My proposal is to add the diversity committee as a final body to determine approval or not an events coordinator or any one individual. Also, while listening to your school board meeting, I got an idea that they should also add SOP, standard operating procedure on this, on the restrictions of this policy specifically, on 1910. And I quote, it says, historically accurate and free from hate speech. Who determines this? Unfortunately, our state wants to whitewash our history, removing books on Black history already. Next, they might want to erase the ongoing genocide perpetrated by Israel, murdering in mass Palestinians. We need to be more
This is
specific.
your warning. Speak to the agenda item.
Yeah, this is specifically on this item. I quoted it. Of course, there should not be hate on any religious or ethnic group, but let's make sure that this does not include criticism of any state, especially a colonial apartheid state like the government of Israel. This is a slippery slope. We've already seen this body remove a teacher from Broward School's diversity committee in a authoritarian manner on her free speech of human rights. Secondly, and I quote, any public displays such as flags, other objects must receive approval from the events coordinator prior to the ceremony. Who determines which flags are approved? We should either have a public list, which is permitted, or instead of closed-door decisions made by people who may not recognize flags, like the state of Palestine, or Myanmar, which the U.S. still often calls Burma. Finally, the last part of my concern on this policy is the school board welcomes, respects freedom of expression, and aims provide a safe, inclusive, respectful environment for all. I disagree on this section. The school board has shown a pattern of not welcoming freedom of expression as recently as last week when they disabled comments on Instagram on their biased October 7th post after getting overwhelming concern from the community, including students. How do we expect any better at ceremonies and school board sponsored functions without requiring it? All life has value, no matter what faith or religion, including Palestinian lives. They matter too, and the school board has the responsibility and the obligation to make sure all students, guests at such events are welcomed, and not just some. Y'all didn't even post Eid Mubarak or Ramadan this year, and we noticed. You do better on this agenda item and beyond. Your aim on the agenda is listed to reduce the probability of future incidents at functions and events. That we should be more inclusive in this, and if you want to make simplicity, you need to vote no on this, make the corrections,
Thank
and
you so
implement
much.
for non-biased public events. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor of PP1, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
One dissenting vote, Mrs. Pham. Item passes. May I have a motion and second on PP2?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? Board comment? All in favor of PP2, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
It's a memo to vote down.
Ah, my bad. Okay. All in favor of PP2, say aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
PP2 fails. We have a motion second on PP3.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
To Latricia Greaves, the first. And then Nicole Morse is second.
PP3.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Superintendent Hepburn, my son Landon, board members, and the community. In regards to this item, I just want to pretty much go through my ask, my requests, and my concerns. Number one, the application process throughout the policy should remain the same. Private and charter schools do have different enrollment dates, and my concern and rationale is that just wanted to know what the exact month that the district would share the results with families, because private schools and charter schools, they do have their set dates, and we do have a calendar review, so our term of start date and end date changes every single year. My next concern is not commingling the school choice department with the charter school office, and my rationale is that the charter school has their own roles and responsibilities, which you should look into on your own under the Florida statute that speaks specifically about the charter schools. My next concern is on the red line version that deals with the word confirmed, and my ask is that the word confirmed remains consistently throughout the district, throughout the policy. One word changes a sentence, and a sentence changes a paragraph. In addition to that, I will also ask that you look at on the red line version of 6400, page 20 red line version with the withdrawals verbiage, and that is that if a court order is provided, that the district would automatically respect what the court order is actually asking for. Also on the red line version, pages 15 to 16, Nova Schools application process, that you have it stated within the policy and procedure that the schools and family would be notified, to please leave that in the policy as is already established. Also, that the monitoring and reporting on page 35 remains throughout the entire policy, even though staff says that the office does not process virtual application. This would allow the board to know where the students in the district are receiving the education from. We always have a concern about where our students are going and where they're learning at, and leaving that there would hold them accountable, which is a guardrail that the board did put in place. Going through all my concerns in order. Also, on page 5, red line item, the definition of parent, I ask that the definition of the parent be stated exactly what Florida Statute 1000.21 has stated, and that you do not deviate from that. And I have a lot of other concerns, but I'm going to bid you very, very well. I thank you all for your time, your smiles, your patience, your love, and all that you want to do. I am the proud parent of over 200,000 kids in Broward County School. Landon is my child, and all of them are my children. And I'm here for everybody, north, east, south, and west, red, white, and blue. They all bleed red. Love you all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Nicole Morris, Coral Springs. I don't have anything prepared. I literally just ran here, so I'm a little bit out of breath. But I do know that my main concern with this policy is the reassignment capacity. So they want to scratch the 102% of permanent and the 100% of gross and replace that with choice seat capacity. My concern with that was earlier this year, as I've told you all over and over and over again, I went to a meeting where I was told by the principal at Park Trails that they did not accept reassignments outside of Parkland, that they had been doing that since 2017 and the district knew about it. It was against the law. At the same time, they were talking about closing down Olson Middle School that was at 76% of their capacity, and they weren't accepting reassignments at Park Trails that was only at 77% of their capacity. I hope that people are listening to me when I've said this, because I've said this 15 times. The principal said it to me. It happened. And so shortly after, there was a conversation between the principal at Park Trails, school choice office, and the North Region Superintendent's office about how they could come up with a plan to meet state statute while still honoring the choice thing that they had going on in Parkland. So that says to me, they want to figure out how to continue what they were doing without taking more reassignment seats. They came up with a definition called choice seat capacity. I get it. I hope that the plan for that, as Ms. Collins has said, her plan for that is to make sure that principals are reporting properly, and there will be verification layers. And I love that, but I hope that it's not being used as the threshold for which reassignments are taken, because then if parents look and see that there's 300 seats at a school, but there's no way for them to, there's not a clear threshold. So if it's 100%, it should be 100% and not what we say by school. I'm also concerned about the boundary choice areas. We have 4. There's Plantation, Cooper City, Parkland, and Boyd Anderson, but only one of them are open year-round, and that's the Parkland choice area. So you have a school with a dual language program, Riverglades, that's a part of a choice program that wasn't supposed to be in the beginning. It was just Park Trails and the other one, Heron Heights. But now they've added that one. So year-round, they're taking reassignments there, and that's keeping other kids who may want to apply for choice there from getting seats. But they're not doing that in the 3 other choice areas. It's not in this policy. It's mentioned as a definition only in the boundary policy, but it's nowhere in the school choice policy. But it's a school choice process. You have to go to school choice to apply. So my concern, my hopes is that you would leave the reassignments at the threshold of 102% of permanent, and even allow a 5% discretion for the principals, because they get the FTE funds from the reassignments. High schools do well with more kids. Our school does phenomenal with our funds that we get from school choice. So I hope there will be a discretionary window for the principals. Thank you.
Any other public speakers?
No. Second.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a couple of motions for wording to be changed, so this may take a little while, but some of them are redundant. It just made sense to list them separately, so I don't, you want to go through each motion and vote on them that way?
Yes.
Okay. So on page 4 of 27 or page 1027, depending on how you look at it, the definition of parent, as was mentioned, ours varies a little bit from the state statute. So in order to stay in line with state statute, if we added either or both parents to the beginning of that sentence, we would be in line with state statute. So I move that we add either or in front of parent.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Zeman. Public comment on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries. 2.
So the next one, page 6 of 27. Everywhere else in this policy, they give a website where you can apply at. It's not on this page, so I make a motion that we add to add the website www.browardschools.com/school choice on this particular, let's see, page 6.
Is there a second?
Well, second, but where on page 6, if I don't mind?
So, under district, sorry.
Ms. Batista?
Sorry.
Under district application process?
I think so. Let me see. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, under
3B.
Yeah, so B, number 4(1)B, so it's at the bottom. It says may apply to attend the district schools, so may apply at browardschools.com/school choice. So I move to add that to that page.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Zeman. Public comment. Board comment, Mr. Olson?
Yes, no, I was hoping that the vice chair would just move all of these, because these look like very easy things, but I'll let her do what she was planning to do. My question was actually on the prior one. I was gonna wait to the end, because staff just verified, I know we've already passed it already, so I hate to go back, but I need to before we actually approve the full item. Is that aligned with state statute? I don't know if that's council or staff, if just someone could just validate that, because I know the board just quickly moved on it.
The first motion?
Yeah.
The first motion, does it actually align with state statute at either or both parents?
I just wanted staff to confirm that. No, I got you. I just wanted to make sure.
I checked.
Everything else seems to be.
Yes, Madam Chair, yes, it does align.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Page 9 of 27, first paragraph of the application process.
Ms. Hickson, if you just want to, we all have it written down, just
Okay.
move.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, because then the public doesn't have it.
Yeah. Do you want me to keep reading?
Yep.
Okay. On page 9 of 27, under application process, first paragraph, where it's down towards the bottom of the paragraph there. District schools and families, so here it says schools and families will be notified before the application window opens through various media. It just says various media or variety of media, period. So I'd like to add some examples on there. It was in the original policy, so such as email, social media, radio, and TV. And then also on this paragraph, applications may be completed online, which is already on there. So to add, by the designated application deadline to be considered as an on-time application, because it does everywhere else throughout here say you have to apply on time. Do you want me to just keep
keep
reading?
going through
Okay.
everything.
Page 13 of 27, last paragraph in letter A. It says, so this is about Nova, at the very bottom, students selected. So students selected to attend a Nova High School would be given an opportunity to attend and remain in the Nova school, kindergarten through 12th grade, and it moves on to the next page. So adding, provided the student has not been withdrawn to attend another school, public or private, and remains in full compliance with, so to add, provided the student has not been withdrawn, that was in the original policy and it was taken out of this. And then in paragraph B, it's the same thing as before, the first paragraph to add, in as email, social media, radio, and TV, and then also to add by the designated application time. On page 15 of 27, for reassignments, it reads this way, but it doesn't read this way for Nova, so I'd like it to be consistent. So number 3 at the top of the page, a request for temporary leave must be approved by the district school principal and forwarded to the director of choice/charter schools management support department. And a leave of absence shall be considered in the following situations. So to change that, because that's how it reads for reassignments, and it should be equal for Nova. Page 17 and 27 is just a repeat for consistency of what media, and that there's an online deadline. On page 21 of 27, just to add in the application where they go for the application for College Academy and also Broward College, because they have to apply for both of those to be eligible. Page 22 of 27, again, just adding those websites because they have to apply at both to be eligible for that academy. And then in last one, page 24, letter B, the application process. All students, everywhere else in this policy, it says students, and for some reason for Broward Virtual, it says parents interested. So I think we should be consistent and just change parents to all students. Interested in choosing Broward Virtual School must apply online to Broward Virtual School with the website, because again, consistently throughout the policy, it tells you where you're supposed to go to apply, and it was not on this. And that is all.
Is there a second? Moved by Hickson.
I know it was a lot.
Second by Leonardi. Public comment? Board member comment? Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, just on the last one, I'm just curious, Chair, on the Broward Virtual, there are very young students that line up to attend that, where a parent would actually be the one that applies to that. So do we need to say students, all students, or appropriate parent, or put some kind of language in there that allows both to do that?
I'm fine with that. I would just say that's true of any of the applications. It may say student, but there's a parent component to it, right, if I'm not mistaken. So I was just trying to be consistent. On any application, a parent has to sign off with the student, right? Yeah, so that's why I was just trying to be consistent.
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza, I think she said yes.
Okay. All in favor of all of the motions for PP3 policy? Oh, I do, sorry, one question. Is this, what's the word they use? Substantive. Ms. Batista?
I think most of them are not substantive. The first one, I'm not sure whether it's really changing the meaning from saying either or both parents, or just saying the word parents, if that means the same thing.
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Wanza?
So I'm not a lawyer, but FAU allows me to play one on Saturdays. From what I can see, it doesn't seem substantive to me, but I don't think it changes the meaning, if you will.
Wanted to make sure that on the application, when you're applying the language, that is not going to make a difference.
No, it won't make a difference.
Okay. I'll just say, looking at in our policy, it said per Florida statute. So it just makes sense to align the wording with exact statute so that it's not confusing. So that's all I did.
It means the same to me, but I just didn't know in the application it meant something else.
I was just trying to be consistent.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson. Thank you for also writing this out.
Amen.
Good
Thank
job.
you, Mrs. Hickson.
All in favor of PP3 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. PP3 passes unanimously. May I have a motion on second on double P4?
So move.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
One public comment, Sophia Naz Ula Khan.
she here? Say it again.
Sophia Naz Ula Khan.
Not here. Any other public comment? Seeing none. Board member comment, Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be voting in favor of this because of the statement in which there's 4 levels of violations, and under the first level of violation, it doesn't provide for the school district to contact the parent on the same day or before 5 o'clock, before the end of the day, or while the occurrence is being investigated. Now, I understand on the second level, it says try to contact them on the same day or by the end of that day. And also, there's another one that says when reasonably, as soon as reasonably possible. So I would just like that language to be amended, or even include the lowest level, that you have to contact that parent. That parent, whether you dismiss it and say there's nothing there, that parent has a right to know what's going on with their child, and if they want to come over, if they want to talk to you about it, they should be given that option, not when you feel like or when it's reasonable for you to get a hold of them, because there isn't any language in there on level 1. So I'd like to make a motion to amend that to include that the parents or guardian should be contacted the time of the incident or the same day.
Where are you on the policy?
What page?
Policy, the policy is 4380.
What page then?
And then, I'm going to have to pull that up now. Hold on.
Second for discussion while you find it.
Okay, moved by Pham, second by Olson. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Dr. Hepburn, can staff speak to the motion?
Staff.
Yeah.
Hi, Zayla Bieri. I am the Director of Threat Assessment. Per policy 4380, the schools are required to contact the parent for every level of threat, including the parent of the targeted student and the student of concern. So I'm not sure where.
Where is that in the policy?
There's no time frame for contacting the parent. The others all contain a time frame.
It's in the state manual. Within the same day of the threat, I can add it to the policy before.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for. I think that even if it's dismissed on a level 1, that parent still has the right to know. They shouldn't have their child go home on a Friday and they find out on Monday that that happened.
I will add it to the policy.
Okay. Ms. Pham, where on the policy are
okay.
you?
We're going back to that. Do you know what page the policy levels are on? Like low threat, the middle threat? There's 4 levels. Do you know what page that is?
I believe it's 6, 5.
It starts on page 5 and
Okay. Yeah.
So
I
I
will
think it's
find that for you.
5A you're speaking to, Ms. Pham? Can staff help Ms. Pham out? Where would they recommend to put that timing in?
Isn't it, I'm sorry, Madam Chair?
Mr.
Isn't
Olson?
it under notification?
It's when it's talking
A?
about the investigation.
Where are you?
Under A, page 2, right, parental notification. Isn't that what you're referring to, Ms. Pham?
Yes. Well,
Here, it's on page 2 on 4380, and it's section 2 notifications. Okay, it talks about level 3. If there's a primary level of concern, the parent must be immediately attempted to notify the parent or guardian. Go back to number 1, and it says if they close the case, the designee must use reasonable efforts to notify the parent or guardian. It doesn't give any kind of time frame.
So on the intake form, on the actual forms, notification is required within 24 hours, and it's documented on the actual BTA form, BTM form. As we go through from intake to preliminary level, through the process to final, it's all documented step by step on the documents themselves.
I would just like that language incorporated into the policy as well. So within 24 hours would be fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Do I need to make another motion, or we're good?
Nope, just put it in there.
So specifically, where are you putting that?
It's on page 2 of 4380, and it's under Section 2 notifications, and it's A1. And it just, so that, go down to the second to last line, designate must use reasonable efforts to notify the parent or guardian of the student of concern. Designate must notify the parent or guardian of the student within 24 hours of the date of concern.
Wait, say it into the microphone.
Oh, sorry, I pulled away. Okay, the designee, okay, must use reasonable efforts to notify the parent or guardian within 24 hours of the student of concern.
And
Okay.
24 hours after concern.
I would say 24, I'm meaning the same day. I don't mean 24 hours after you end your investigation. I mean 24 hours at the time it's commenced, within 24-hour period. Just for clarifying.
Okay, board member comment on the motion?
You agree, right?
All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
One dissenting vote, Dr. Zeman. Ms. Pham, do you have anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I have a motion for, it is PP4, F, number 4. That's, what page is that? So on 4, where it says additional bags are not allowed unless approved by the school principal, remains in place the duration of the active SSMP. My motion is to add only if a student has an IEP or 504 plan accommodation.
Chair, could you locate that for us again, please?
It's under F4.
Page 7.
Page 7 of the document.
F is 4 levels of concern determined to be high. The following actions must be implemented and documented in the final SSMP. Because right now, it just says not allowed, but unless approved by the school principal. But I felt that what I was told by staff is that basically the principal is approving this to have a bag if they have some type of accommodation in their IEP or 504 plan. So I didn't want there to be a situation if the child didn't have a 504 IEP, but the principal says, oh no, they can have a backpack. But I'm saying they have to have the 504 IEP with that accommodation. Okay, so is that, I was seconded by Leonardi. Public comment? Board comment, Ms. Hickson?
Okay, I have a question because where it says additional bags, it says athletic. So that wouldn't require an IEP or 504 plan. So just in case they're playing sports or something, how would they make accommodations for that?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Lozano?
So again, we haven't really had any ads by a principal of anyone who's actually had to use this yet. So for the most part, it wouldn't be. We could take out the word athletic if you like. It was more for some of our students have special accommodations for food, things like that. And we didn't want to deny an ESC student with the IEP accommodation or a 504 a special circumstance.
No, I get that part.
They would have to not, if it's a high-level threat, my recommendation is they shouldn't have a bag.
Would
To
they-
carry a baseball bat or a tennis racket, I think you lose that privilege.
So if they're high-level threat, are they not able to participate? I just want to be
No, they
clear.
can participate.
But how would they do that if they weren't allowed to bring their stuff to play the
They
sport?
would
I
have
just
to
don't
leave
want to
it
get
at
in a.
school, coaches have equipment. I just,
Okay.
I think the safety concern for a high-level threat is at the level where I would be concerned to allow them to have a bag.
That's
my recommendation.
Right, I don't necessarily disagree, I just want to have the conversation, because if it comes up,
Absolutely.
we don't want to hear that we were discriminating, because you can't discriminate based on behavior in some instances. So I just want to be clear on what that expectation was, so there'd have to be some kind of workaround or discussion with a coach if they were participating in a sports or if they had something banned, right? It doesn't necessarily just have to be sport. So, I mean, I would hope we wouldn't ever have that issue, but, you know, we don't want to wait till it happens to have the discussion. So maybe, I don't know, do we need to add that to the policy, that there would have to, they would have to pre-arrange bringing items if necessary? I don't know.
I think
Okay.
this spells it out. The principal is
So
making
that's more
accommodation.
procedural.
Yeah, it's more procedural. 'cause-
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to just make sure that we talked about it.
Any other comments on the motion?
Chair, did you want to strike athletic as part of your motion or no?
If that's the will of the board. Yeah, they're not allowed. Mr. Olson?
Yes, just a question. Could you just explain, without this recommendation, what happens today? Just plainly, so I understand?
So-
And then, with in mind, the discretion of the principal today, and then now with this recommended motion, what does that do with the discretion of the principal if this passes? So tell me so explain what happens today.
So what happens today is if a student had a high-level threat and they received a student safety management plan, there would be no backpack allowed.
Okay.
If there was some special accommodation that the student or family needed, that would have to be approved by the principal today.
Which includes, Madam Chair, if I could just ask, does that include all students? That includes all
Correct.
students, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right, keep going. All right.
So I think this motion is saying it would now be students who have an accommodation in their IEP or 504 specifically. To be allowed an additional bag or to have a bag.
Because that doesn't occur today with the discretion of the principal.
It would today, but today is for all students. It doesn't need to be in your IEP or 504 according to this language.
Okay, say that one more time.
So currently today, any student, if the principal decided based on they had a special lunch, they didn't want to embarrass the student, you're going to bring it in a bag. The student may wear diapers, you're going to put it in a bag.
Right.
Right? That would apply to any student right now. The principal can make that accommodation.
Right.
What the motion is right now is saying that would have to be included in your IEP or 504. Otherwise, you're not getting that accommodation.
Is that restrictive? I don't know what's happening. You all know more kind of on the school sites. That's why I'm asking. Is that restrictive? Is it not restrictive? I know it's a combination of discretion and what's actually happening. I don't know that. Can you
So
tell
I
me
think in terms of safety as a board, you have high latitude when it comes to student safety. So the student put themselves in this situation to be deemed a high-level threat to the school. So you're allowed to put any safety measures you want to in place. As far as a bag, again, could we exclude them from playing a sport like Board Member Hickson? No. But as far as an accommodation to have a bag, you can absolutely, a school can put that in their management plan.
My only reservation is if the principals have some discretion and they use that discretion wisely, if a student is allowed to bring a bag based on an accommodation, IEP accommodation, there's going to be other strategies that they implement, such as searching that bag every day, right? Because we just can't willingly have a kid who's a high-level threat come to campus, and because they have an IEP, they get to carry a backpack, where we have a serious concern about what may be in that backpack. So I think the policy needs to exercise discretion for principals to be able to do what they need to do to keep their campus safe and accommodate this kid as much as possible, even though they're a high-level threat. But I think we have to think it through just to make sure the policy isn't tying a principal to saying, you know what, I have to let you have this and do nothing else about it, right? So just thinking out loud, to be honest.
Okay, I'm going to remove my motion. I think I would rather the superintendent follow that, like, mull it over with his team before, I don't want to make it worse. Okay, second motion is based on, so the Florida model training, currently now it says 60 days after appointment for them to complete training. And I felt that it should be within the first 30 days, because why would we wait for 2 months later for them to get trained? I know it's already a sense of urgency, so I think that it would be appropriate for that to be trained within the 30 days of appointment.
Could you point us to the position again, Chair?
Yes.
Page 8, letter C.
Chair, second.
Moved by Aldef, second by Fogelholy. Public comment, board comment.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holman.
Okay, so the 30-day time limit for training, can staff speak to any kind of a challenge that would create in getting training in 30 days?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Lozano?
So again, we would have to add trainings to ensure that we had enough training so everybody could meet that 30-day timeline. But again, as the district, we curtail to the will of the board. So if the board says 30 days, we will make that happen.
Okay, so the answer to a short answer then, is it doable?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All in favor?
Chair.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Fogelholy.
Thank you very much, Chair. And to Dr. Holness's point, because I saw a reaction of when we talked about from 60 to 30, right? So why not 15? It's not a problem. Why not 10? Why not 5? You know what I mean? So is it realistic for us to go from 60 to 30? Like, we need a real response here.
I think 30 days is realistic. I think going below 30 days would put a strain on staff. I think we can manage 30 days. To your point, I think going below that would put a strain on our staff who has other tasks to do besides just commit to training.
Okay, so just a random question, so Ernie, you could help. So why was it 60 in the first place?
That's state statute.
Okay, just to make sure. Got it, thank you.
Dr. Seaman?
Thanks, Chair. How many people and in what positions would this training apply to?
So basically, that's all your school-based threat management teams, which consist of 4 core members and the person who has personal knowledge, but they don't need to take the training. Then also in Broward County, additionally, we train all our school-based administrators, all our guidance counselors, and all our social workers. But this specifically is for those school-based teams. So as staff leaves the school and they hire a new individual, let's say it's a new assistant principal, or a high school principal with multiple assistant principals decides a different assistant principal is going to perform that role and is a new assistant principal. So realistically, again, right now, everybody's trained in the district, our current staff. So really this affects our new staff that we hire moving forward, or new individuals that are appointed to the school-based team.
Terrific. And just as a follow-on, would the need for speed reduce the quality of the training?
Absolutely not.
Roger that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to replace 60 days with 30 days of appointments, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Chair, I hate to interrupt
Dr.
you.
Zeman?
There was some additional discussion that was desired on PP3, and we went directly from one motion to approving the item. What's the proper way for me to request that to be brought
Wait,
back for?
let's just finish PP4, and then,
My apologies. I thought
I'm
you did
gonna-
it.
no,
You're so
not-
fast. I
not
thought you were
yet.
done already. May I reserve a spot when you're done?
Yes. All in favor of PP, any
Before-
other motions on PP4?
Before we, if
Yes.
we can just, when you say 30 days, calendar days, school days, because that will come up, and those are 2 different things.
What would you prefer?
What would you prefer? school days.
School days.
Yeah, because the state is 60 school, so
School
work
days.
days.
Yep. Okay. Any other comments or motions on PP4? All in favor of PP4 as amended, say aye.
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 School days.
School days. Yes.
Right.
School days. Those opposed say no. PP4 passes unanimously. So, Dr. Zeman, I'm going to open up the agenda, and then I'll let you give yours, and then I have one too. I move to reopen the agenda to withdraw PP5 because of the superintendent's recommendation. And Dr. Zeman, did you have something?
To reopen double P3, please.
You want to bring back double P3? Second. It's been moved by Aldef, second by Rupert. Public comment, board comment, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
I have a question.
Okay,
Sorry.
PP5 and PP3 are, well, PP5 is withdrawn, PP3 is back. Okay. Mr. Olson?
It was actually on PP5.
Oh, okay.
But that's
Go
okay.
ahead.
Nope, I'm not gonna, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
May I have a motion and second on PP3?
So move.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board comment, Dr. Zeman.
Chair, it's not for me, it's for my colleagues. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had signed up to speak on this item.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Holman?
All right. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Hepburn, I'll have a few questions for staff, so if you probably may want to have somebody stand at the podium. Okay, so just for public knowledge, does private and charter schools have different enrollment dates than traditional public schools for the application process?
Dr. Wansa.
Thank you, Valerie Wansa, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. So, Dr. Holness, I will tell you this. I don't supervise charter or private schools, so I can't tell you what, like, the exact dates for all the charter schools and private schools are. But I can tell you the parents through the, and when I say parents, I mean through the advisory, when we looped it back around, the it actually came out of Central, and then the other advisories as well as district advisory agreed with us moving our window up closer so that we aligned our time with what, you know, the community has been known to do, because our timeline was always later in the second semester. So they did ask us. I can't tell you what all the private schools and charter schools application windows are, but there was concern from parent groups that our notification timeline was typically after those educational institutions.
Okay, so was our response to shrinking or bringing back the timeline based upon concerns about private or charter schools having an earlier enrollment? Or no?
Our concerns were based on what we heard from looping, from feedback from parents.
Got it. Okay, so a few more questions, Dr. Wanza. For the priority, the assignment priority, was there any sort of order list for the category of assignment priority that existed before? For those items listed under assignment priority, was there an order list within that category that existed before?
So historically, there was a ranking, if you will, and Ms. Batista can speak to this as well. That was taken out of policy because what we know is statutorily, there are 4 groups that we must give a preference to, right? And then we added categories. So based on legal sufficiency, the word and the process all around ranking was taken out, and that was taken out at the recommendation of legal to ensure that we were not infringing upon anything statutorily or anything that would be considered a bias or a discrimination.
Okay, so can I have legal respond to that based upon substantiating the rationale for removing the ranking in assignment priority?
Mr. Vignola was our, okay.
Batista.
I'm going to defer to Dante because I know she had the discussions with Mr. Vignola regarding this issue. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon through the chair. Dante Collins, Director of the Choice Charter Schools Management Support Department. To answer your question, yes, historically, there was a ranking order as it relates to priority. However, the statute has changed, and that's section 1002.31 or 32. And it lists the top priorities as they are. The first one being active military, the second one being court order, and the third one being foster care, and then a resident of the county. There are additional ones that have been added to the policy historically, but we could no longer continue to have that ranking order list that was originally in the red line.
Okay, so the ranking order list somehow violates some sort of a.
I'm not going to say it violates it. It's not it's not consistent with the current statutory language, right? So the current statutory language, as Ms. Collins said, starts with priority given to military.
Okay.
Right, and then we know that we must our students who are experiencing homelessness. We know that we must make sure that we take care of them.
Okay.
We also know that there's the court ordered. Anytime we get some kind of court order placement or court order consideration, then we know that there's foster care, and then it's a resident of the county.
Okay, so one last question on that point. Removing the ranking, does it have any sort of negative impact on the selection process of any particular group of students?
No.
Okay, just one for it.
Okay.
Okay, so I have more questions. On page 24, item 3C, where a lot of it was removed, and then what remains is due to a court-ordered change in custody. Is there a reason? What is the rationale for removing the added language that continues from due to separation or divorce, or has a serious illness or death of a custodial parent, and so on up to the end? It's on the red line copy on page 24.
Hold on one second, Dr. Holland.
No problem.
What section are you in, Dr. Holman?
Okay, I'm on page 24 of the red line version. I am in section 3. I'm looking at 3C, and this is under withdrawals, F. So withdrawal started on page 23, and then it goes on to page 24 in the red line version, item 3C.
If a family student moves due to that language, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So basically, we just tried to condense that language into one due to a court-ordered change in custody. I mean, that's essentially what we tried to do.
Okay, so if you look at, so you basically, you felt it was wordy, I'm assuming, and you try to put it in the concise language?
Correct, because it starts with if a family or student moves due to a court-ordered change in custody due to, and it lists a number of court-ordered instances. So we just, instead of listing, because a court order could be something else, so we just tried to make it more concise and say due to a court-ordered change in custody.
Okay, so when I read this, it says due to a court-ordered change in custody due to separation or divorce, and then it continues, or has a serious illness or death of a custodial parent,
okay,
a leave of absence may be granted to student already attending. So my concern here is that we are removing additional language that would be impactful, because we're removing the part about serious illness or death of a custodial parent, and I am not sure why there is a concern with being sort of with having greater language for clarity as opposed to reducing the language to a concise manner that may leave information out.
So the way I read it, and Ms. Batista, please read it with me. So it talks about separation of divorce, and it says a serious illness, and this is again the court ordered because of a serious illness or death of a custodial parent. A leave of absence may be granted for a maximum of 1 year. So the whole serious illness and the death is related to the court order. So that is why, but if you want the language back in, I'm fine.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to have the language in 3C on the withdrawals, item F, remain, so that it can comprehensively cover all areas of a court order.
Is there a second?
I think Ms. Batista.
Hold on just a sec.
Page 24 of 33.
If the past language creates guardrails for that specific language, the concise language opens up those guardrails because a court order could be for anything that affects that kid that where they have to change custody. So if you're going to bring back the previous language, you also need to add in there to say or other instances that may result in a court order. That way
this left it wide open so that we didn't
Yeah.
have to judge.
Okay, so
before you make the motion, just want to make sure.
I would
you don't
like for my
combine it.
motion to include that added language
Okay.
specified by the superintendent.
Okay, and any other, go ahead, Ms. Batista, but I get what you're saying, Dr. Holness.
Right. So the motion would be for a maximum of 1 year due to a court order, change in custody, or
As a result of.
well, would you say then as a result
Okay.
of any other changing circumstances leading to a court order, or would you like specifically the language that was there before?
Okay, so what I'd like for item C to read, and maybe this will bring more clarity, if a family or student moves due to a court order change in custody, and I actually, instead of due to, I actually prefer to include separation or divorce, or has a serious illness or death of a custodial parent, a leave of absence may be, and after parent, to include the superintendent's added language.
And any other.
A leave of absence may be granted to a student already attending for a maximum of 1 year.
Understood.
And the due to, we can change that to the words to include.
Yes, I got that.
Do I have
there a
still have my second?
Moved by Holness, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion. Board comment on the motion. Mr. Olson?
I just want to understand impact. So similar to before. I just want to understand impact similar to before. What does this mean, plainly? Staff?
Dr. Wanza.
Impact.
Well, we would apply the policy just as we do today.
Okay.
If a child has a court-ordered situation, we apply it just as we would today.
No, you answered the question. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
Ms.
done.
Sixon?
Thank you. I would just mention if we're going to change that in reassignments, we also would have to change it for NOVA because to keep it consistent.
We will. We understand that you want consistent in definition and yes.
Any other comments? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No.
No. I don't understand, so no.
3 noes. Alston, Fogenholy, Aludef. Motion carries. Ms. Pham, were you a no?
We're on the, I just make sure we're still on the motion that.
Oh, we just voted.
We're not voting on the actual.
Not yet.
Oh, because I didn't get, I had also listed this.
I know, wait,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm not
I'll put you on the
finished.
list. Ms. Sixon?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question based on public speaking. So for the definition of the school, sorry, the word keeps changing, so let me find it. Choice seats available. It has on the policy here, seats available at school with an enrollment below 100% of gross capacity, and the suggestion was to make it 102% permanent or 100%. So in our boundary process, I just want to explain why we didn't address that. So in the boundary policy that we passed before, can you tell us what the choice seats available definition was?
So what we did, and I'll have Mr. Beck come up, the one thing that we heard the board say when the boundaries policy was passed, 80-10, was to make sure the definition in that policy was consistent with the definition in this policy. So that was the impetus for the original double P2 being voted down, because we had to change our definition to be consistent with the definition in the boundaries policy. But I'll have Mr. Beck explain, tell what the definition is, because I don't remember off the top of my head. I just know that we had to make sure that both of them were consistent.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that. And then my second question to that, there was a suggestion to give principals some discretion. So can you address why that would be or not be a good idea?
So, so first off, let me say I respect and I love all of our principals. I used to be one. So let me just start with that. What I will tell you is that is why the principals are the first people that they're a part of the process. And one of the things that we know, and principals love all kids. They're going to want to take everybody who wants to come. But we also know that there are times when, and I'm going to, she didn't know I was going to say this, but I will use Ms. Paul for an example. If there's going to be a project or something going on at a school and they need swing space, we can't just allow all the reassignments, because then it would take the 1 or 2 classrooms or 3 classrooms that may be needed for the swing space to allow for a project to occur. So principals are a part of the process, and they are a part of identifying the seats available. We go through a verification process that will include them, the region office, the boundaries office, and then we have a final number. So it isn't the district telling them. They're a part of identifying the seats that will be awarded for reassignment.
Thank you. And I have one more question based on public input. The whole choice that happens in Parkland, it's not in any specific policy. So how does that come about, and how would we implement that in other places that meet the same criteria based on what was said?
So I'm going to have Mr. Beck come, because I believe it actually is in policy. And I will say that the open choice is available in all 4 places year-round, not just one place.
Okay. Important to know all that.
Joe Beck, Director of Demographics and Rural Planning. Thank you for the question, Ms. Hickson. It is kind of a complicated one, but it falls under the boundary policy, because when that joint boundary was initially created in 2014-15 between just Park Trails and Heron Heights, it was the board's authority of assigning students to schools. In that case, it was to 2 schools, depending on space available. In 2017, a 3rd school, Riverglades, was added to that mix to maximize the use of newly available classroom capacity. There was a 24 classroom addition added at Riverglades that came online that year, and there was still ongoing development in what's called the Wedge area in Parkland. So in order to allow flexibility in assigning students to schools and allow the students, to be placed in one of the 3 schools, that school was added as sort of an overflow option. So it is part of almost like a 3-way boundary.
And that's written in?
Well, it's written in statute. It's the board's authority of assigning students to schools. It doesn't say that it has to be one school. For example, other counties, Lee County, for example, you're assigned to your choice of several different schools. It's through the boundary process, not through the choice policy. The choice office handles how those students are sorted between the schools, but it was actually through the board's authority of assigning students to schools in boundaries.
So that's what I'm asking, though. Is it written in the boundary policy?
No.
It's just something procedurally we do?
Yes, it was adopted as a boundary that year. So for the boundary books for 2014-15 and for 2017-18, I believe, you'll see that the board adopted those things, but it's not specified in policy.
It's not written in the policy.
That's correct.
And so, but you're saying in those other places that it's also open year-round.
So Ms. Batista, when the board establishes attendance areas, which are boundaries, right? That is the policy for assigning kids to those schools that the board has adopted. So that's why I said it actually is, because it was official board action that established those attendance areas that has not been changed, right? So that's why it's still going on. Something very similar happened, and that's why you have the other three. I'm going to call them open boundary. We used to call them controlled choice back in the day. I remember when there was one years ago that included Addicts, Driftwood, Parkway, and New River. Oh, I'm good. That was 25 years ago. And New River, right? That whole controlled choice. So until the board, through action, but board action says that this is no longer an open boundary, if you will, for these 4 schools, that is still and I'm using the word policy, that is the policy that we operate under, because that is the official action that the board took when it adopted the boundaries.
So I would just ask
Okay.
the superintendent, because that's not spelled out when boundary things come back to us. Wasn't even aware. I mean, I only know about the Parkland one because when I went to visit, they told me about it. I wasn't aware there was other ones. So if you could maybe bring that forward. I'm not saying it needs to change, but it would be good the board knew it existed and then be able to have a discussion. Is it still needed? Does it need to change in that process? Or I guess you could have that discussion with your, when you're bringing us back boundary changes, that should be included, because I don't think it's a well-known boundary thing. And in order for us to be transparent, it should be brought as the package of whether it's continuing or it's being changed. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Holness, can you finish?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not finished, but thank you for having me continue. So as far as on page 16, NOVA eligibility, of the red line version, I'm actually on the red line version. So is there any provision given to NOVA high school alumni in terms of their children?
No, there is not, and I would caution the board in doing that, because you have other popular school assignments that other people would say, if you're making that for this school, then we want the same thing for our school, but we'll do whatever the board votes.
Understand. So Dr. Wanza, you think this would create a series of subsequent issues?
I certainly do.
If we do this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so no problem. I'm going to still need you a little bit more, okay?
Stay here. I'm sorry.
All right. So I will also have a conversation about that after, so I can better understand.
Absolutely.
Okay? Now regarding the I'm sorry. How do you determine choice seat availability as far as what's in policy 6400?
So I will let Ms. Collins explain that, but we kind of talked about it, right? So we obviously start with the principal, right? Because they know their enrollment, they know their demographics. There's a whole spreadsheet of space available. We talk with the principal. The principal then says, you know what, based on everything that's going on my campus, I believe I have 40 seats available for reassignment. Go ahead. Okay.
Okay, so some public individuals have concern with that degree of latitude provided to the principal, as it may lend itself to subjectivity. Done. Oh, you weren't done. Okay, I'm sorry. Done. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Wanza.
Not a problem. So the demographics has what it knows up front. The principal provides his or her input. We then work with the region, the region office, to verify what the principal is giving as well, and then we do a final check through all 4 offices, the school principal, obviously, demographics, the region office, and then the choice office for final numbers.
Okay, so in the past, was reassignment threshold based on 100% of gross or 102% of permanent?
102 permanent.
Okay, so in the past, reassignment threshold was 102% of permanent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is there a reason for changing that?
So the board directed us when policy 8010 was passed, I think it was September 10th was the board meeting. The board's direction was to ensure that whatever is in the school boundaries policy is consistent with what is in the school choice policy. So that's
Okay.
why we,
So the school boundary policy, what is in that language
Mr. Beck's coming up.
that create consistency with this?
Thank you, Dr. Holness. So, for one thing, it's, in the boundaries policy, it's called the definition of over-enrollment, and that's set at 100% of gross capacity, 100%. There was discussion at that September 15th, I believe, meeting around changing it to 102 to align what was proposed to be in choice, and that didn't pass.
Okay, so it's currently, for the record, what is it currently?
It is right now because the boundaries policy, we'll call it, it has been adopted. It is 100% of gross capacity is the threshold for over enrollment. There is no choice seat definition in boundaries policy.
Okay, so the reassignment threshold is what?
So, yeah.
100% of gross.
Okay, and that is aligned with the...
Yes, the definitions in the school boundary policy.
Okay, understand. My last question, there was a comment made from the public that only Parkland open year-round for reassignment. Is that true, and why?
So that is not true. I just said all 4 areas are open year-round.
Okay.
And I have the people here who do the work.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just responding
no
to
problem.
what was brought forth. And
I appreciate the opportunity
wanted
to
be clear
respond.
for the record.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Those
You're
are all my questions.
Okay. Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Wanza.
You're welcome.
I went through the rule. I just want to make sure I'm 6,400. And what my concern is, you have on page 1038 at the bottom, it says Opportunity Scholarship Program, OSP. It's page 15.
Can you tell me if you're in the
15
red?
15 to 27. No, I'm
Okay.
not in the red one.
You're in the clean version.
The clean version.
Okay.
15 to 27. That's at the bottom? Okay. And this is my concern, is that I've gone through it, and I can't find anywhere in here under this Opportunity Scholarship Program or anywhere else where the scholarships are, that we have the Hope Scholarship. And I'd like to add a section, instead of the saying Opportunity Scholarship Program, OSP, Opportunity Scholarship Program, and we put the different scholarships available. And the reason why I think this is so important is because this scholarship saves students' lives. I know that I've helped a lot of students with it. Male, female, gay, straight, doesn't matter. And it's important that these parents can be able to locate this provision, find this provision, and understand that it's available, because you can immediately enact it, where when a student doesn't feel safe at a school, they can get to another place, or they can do some type of virtual school or homeschooling or anything, just till they locate something. So I think we definitely need that. I was looking at here the first page is of the Step Up program, and it sets out beautiful paragraphs of how we could even cut and paste that into there about eligibility, what's it for, bullying, harassment, all that kind of language. And I think we definitely need that forefronted with and located with the other scholarships. And also language that it's within or outside the district, as long as it's within Florida, I think needs to be included, because we have a lot of people that live right on the border. So if they want to choose Dade, they can go to Dade. If they want to choose Broward, they can go to Broward, but they're not stuck because they live in Dade, they have to go to a school in Dade. They can go to Broward. So that would be my suggestion. If you'd like the language for that, I can pull that up on my phone. And I would make a motion that that be incorporated and included in this, so the scholarship is not overlooked and we don't lose students unnecessarily, for bullying, even quitting school. I had someone in the 12th grade last semester was going to leave. It said they were done. And I coached her parents with her, and she stayed. So Madam Chair, you direct me. How would you like me to do this? Would you like me to read the language, the part of the motion, or should we bring this back and revisit this area to get this incorporated into, or take a vote to see if people are going to vote to agree to incorporate it into the other scholarships here, so we have them in the forefront?
It's up to you, Ms. Pham. It's your motion.
Okay.
So before,
May-
if I can interject, before we proceed, I just want to make sure, I don't think this is the applicable policy, correct?
So I was looking at Ms. Batista because Mr. Vignola advised that we not put the state scholarships in because the district does not administer them. And this policy speaks specifically to school choice options that the district administers. So I'm not debating I'm just telling you that's the guidance, the direction that we got from legal. We do work with families when they want to exercise a Hope Scholarship, right? But all of the other state scholarships are not administered by the district, and that is why legal advised that that language should not go in this policy, because this speaks only to school choice options that the district administers.
And Madam Chair, if I'm not mistaken, there is another policy that does contain the language for the Hope Scholarship. I'm not sure if it's in our Student Code of Conduct.
It is in the Code for Student Conduct.
Right.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm saying when parents, they don't look for who's giving the scholarship, the district or the state. They just look for a scholarship. They don't care where the money's coming from. They just need financial support in making a choice. That's why I'm suggesting that it's also here, because this is an option. This is a choice that someone can make. I hate this school. These people hate me. I want out. So I believe we should have it also here. It's no problem with duplicating it. But if it even saves one life, we're ahead of the game. So I strongly recommend that we have it also over here to make it, simplify it for parents that are looking at scholarships, because they might not go past this. They might not know there's another provision where it's for district. But we need to at least give this scholarship the focus and the attention, since we do have so much bullying in our schools. And the students have the choice to go to another public school. This is not about taking someone away from the public school. It's about getting them to safety, where they feel safe for school. So that is my motion, to include it in this section. If you want me to go through language later, at a later date, I'll gladly do that. But for right now, my motion is to make sure that we also have the Hope Scholarship included in the school choice policy, right here where it says opportunity scholarship, instead of programs, or programs plural, and that'd be one of the opportunity scholarships.
Is there a second?
Where are you, Ms. Pham? I'm sorry, same
Yes,
question.
I'm on page 15 of 27, the very bottom, number 4. And if you're looking at the side page numbers, it's 1038.
Is there a second? No second. Motion fails.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Pham, were you also making a motion directing the superintendent to bring back an item, as General Counsel just stated, since there is another section somewhere that references the scholarships?
Yes, I am making that motion.
Okay. That sounds easier. I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, moved by
Just to start the
Pham,
process.
second by Alston. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Ms. Hickson?
I'm not sure I understand the motion. So I understood the first part, but can you explain what just got added? Because I'm confused.
Ms. Pham?
I think what we're looking to do is, it's been suggested that the Hope Scholarship is located somewhere else. We're going to bring that item back and look and make a comparison between the two, and one, see if it should also be incorporated here, and or if any of the language should be changed to refer people over to here, and vice versa, have something in this area that refers them over to that area. I think it's that important that parents know, students know, that they have an option other than killing themselves.
Let me try to help, Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston?
So I think the motion you made that I second, based on the General Counsel's comment, there is another policy somewhere that has scholarships that are resources for parents in the community. I think based on what you said, you want to explore that policy. You may want to add some additional language that's already existing. That may be the appropriate place for it to be rather than here.
Yes,
I thought that's what-
and/or there might be a reference in this area where we can refer them over and say there's also this other scholarship available. But I think it needs to go in both directions, not just in one. Because like I said, if parents are looking, they're not going to say, I want a state scholarship, I want a district. They're going to look for a scholarship. And you're going to assume that it's all in one place. I think the average person would assume that. So let's try to be the most informative we can and make sure that someone comes across this, whether it's by accident or purposefully looking for it. Because a lot of the people that have come to me for help, they had no idea the Hope Scholarship was out there. It's not really promoted. So, and it's helped people all over the state of Florida. I can tell you that much from the phone calls I receive.
Madam, if I see Dr. Zeman has his hand up, I don't want to be disrespectful to the board, but I just want to say two things. So the Hope Scholarship is incident driven, right? These are just general options. This policy is around general options for parents, for school choice options. That's the first thing. On the school choice website, Ms. Pham, we do have links to the state scholarship options. So they are on our website. And then I'll give it back to the board, but I will say that the Hope Scholarship process is incident driven. And I'll give it back to the board.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I'd like our work here to be intentional and meaningful and all those wonderful things, but to me this is a motion I can't support right now because it's just too ungrounded. We need to know the number of the policy. We need to know a lot more about what's on the website. We need to know more about the Hope Scholarship and the like. To make a motion like this in the middle of a different policy is just it's a little bit too chaotic, and I would encourage any school board member that would really like to move forward on this to do some homework and bring it back as a BB item next time, and we can have an informed conversation about this rather than trying to become informed during a meeting, which just induces decision-making that's just way too casual. So I'm only voting against this because I'd like to learn more between meetings, but this is the kind of stuff that is perfect for a BB item at our next school board meeting.
Ms. Dixon?
I just wanted to say that in going through trying to fix all the other pieces of the policy, it is the Hope Scholarship, all the scholarships are on the school choice. And I don't know how many parents actually go to our policy to find those things. They're going to go to the website. So maybe a suggestion would be to have the Hope Scholarship more prevalent on the individual school pages, to have it on there, that you're going to reach more people that way than embedding it in a policy that's really specific to school, to our districted school choices. So I just wanted to share that.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, if I may add, we have to do the request from the board. We're bringing back the cell phone policy for discussion in a workshop. That policy resides in the student code of conduct, so we can talk about both issues when we bring that back.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. One of my concerns is if you're a victim, you're not really going to look in the code of conduct, to see what your discipline is. You're going to say, hey, they attacked me or someone beat me up. The other thing is, this is about choosing a school you can go to. That's why I wanted it in the choice area as well. It's not about whether it's student-driven. All these scholarships are student-driven. They're choosing to make a change, and that's what this is about, whether they're doing it at the beginning of the year or the end of the year. This gives someone who has an urgent situation the opportunity to change immediately. So I'm going to be adamant and hope that the staff will come back. We'll do it in a workshop. We're going to make a motion for that, but that you will consider incorporating this, because this can be the difference and a game changer for a family and a student. And it's that important that we need to make sure that our students know their options, right? So my motion would be that we do workshop this where we can possibly bring this back in the future to have it added, that we have continued discussion at a workshop.
So you're
And-
changing your motion now.
Yes, I will. I'll withdraw that. And pursuant to Dr. Zeman saying he wants more information, I will show you all the information that we have on this. In fact, the principals and administrators are supposed to advise students and their parents the minute there's any kind of allegation of bullying, but from the people that have contacted me, that's not happening. So if the information isn't getting out there through staff, then we need to step it up. And this is one way. So a parent investigating what are their options, they'll go to school choice, they'll say, well, that I have to wait till the end of the year, or I have to wait till the beginning of the year. This will say, no, I can do this immediately because you qualify, you're a victim here.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
Second.
Moved by Pham, second by Zeman. Public comment? Board member comment? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No. Motion, motion carries. Leonardi, Rupert, Alda, voting no.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
I'm a no on that.
Oh, roll call. It's a workshop.
So is the motion to add an item to the workshop? Is that what we're debating right now? Is that the vote on adding a board item? Okay, got it. All right.
Go ahead, roll call.
Pham,
Yes.
Fogenholy,
Yes.
Hickson. Yes. Holness,
No.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert,
No.
Zeman,
No.
Alhadeff,
No.
Alston.
Yes.
4-5 fails.
Okay, Dr. Holness?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So just to reiterate with staff, Dr. Wanza through the superintendent, what was stated to us before is that the boundary policy, the school choice policy as it relates to a reassignment threshold of 100% of gross is aligned with the boundary policy. Is that correct?
It's aligned with the definition in the school boundary policy for, is it overcrowding or what? Over enrollment.
Okay, so in the school choice policy, is there anywhere in the school choice policy where that is clear that the reassignment threshold is 100% of gross?
Hold on one second. I believe it's in the definition section, but we're going to check, okay?
Okay.
We're going to check. It is in the definition section. What's the?
What
I'm gonna
page
tell you-
is
I'm
that?
going to tell you exactly where. So
Are we on the clean version?
we're
or
in the clean version.
Okay, let me go to that. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Page 2.
Okay, and
Hold on. Where it says choice seats available.
sorry.
It's in that section, and it starts seats available at schools with an enrollment below 100% of gross capacity.
I'm on page 2 of the clean version.
Right.
Choice seat available.
First
Okay.
sentence.
Okay, it says seats available at schools with an enrollment below 100% of
gross capacity.
capacity.
Right. And then on page 17, under the section reassignments eligibility, if you go to page 17, beginning in that second paragraph, any student at a district school have an enrollment below 100% of gross capacity.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other board member comments? Seeing none, all in favor of PP3 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. PP3 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second to bring back I1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
No
Board
public
member comment. Dr. Hepburn, do you want to kick it off?
Yes. Board asked us to bring back additional information. There was a printout passed out to everybody and also emailed that details some of the questions. I think it was from Dr. Holness. What are the other schools using instead of the HIP program? and it lists the 2 out of the 9 that are not using it or have interest in exploring a partnership with HIP representatives, and 7 out of the 9 are actually implementing other peer mentoring programs. Is there any data to support HIP? If you review the attached data to the sheet, sheet number 2 or page number 2 and 3, and also and 4, have accompanying data, along with listing how many high schools participate, how many faculty sponsors, how many peer educators, 170, and how many current ninth graders that are also participating in the program, which is 4,474.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I was up next to speak. I didn't get an opportunity yet. My question I understand this is a peer mentorship program, and this is extra above and beyond our regular health curriculum. So my first question is, would this HIP curriculum be focused at all on teaching the reproductive curriculum?
Dr. Fulton?
Thank you. So no, it does not. It is not a part of the curriculum that was provided to us for this particular program.
Okay, so you will not be, they would not be touching on the reproductive curriculum?
No.
Okay. And my next question is, where is our health curriculum at? Dr. Hepburn, can you explain where we are with that in the process?
Are you specifically talking about the sex ed curriculum?
Yes.
That is been submitted to the state, I think, as of last Friday for their review and feedback. So we're waiting on that feedback to be sent to us.
Okay, so what I'm struggling with is not specifically really this health curriculum program. It's that our health curriculum program is still in limbo, and it's in the last few years, it's just been really shaky, rocky, not really being taught. It's had issues. So I feel a little bit torn in the sense of, if I approve this, I don't want that to take away from our reproductive health curriculum that we're still waiting for, that needs to be approved by the state. I understand that the peer mentorship part of this, but I'm struggling with having schools do extra and then thinking like that they've covered the health curriculum, but they haven't.
No, so I don't want us to collate the issues. The reproductive health is reproductive health. This is not reproductive health. So this doesn't supplement reproductive health. It doesn't take the place of reproductive health, and peer mentors aren't talking about reproductive health. It's more support. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Fulton, and also the HIP representative, this is more about mentorship opportunities, leadership, any instances of knowing where ninth graders can go to get support for any mental health issues and things like that. So it doesn't have anything to do with reproductive health.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
And then I would add to, and the former principals in the room or assistant principals in the room can attest to this, all of us and currently most schools have some form of a peer mentoring program. So it's not a new concept. This is a more formalized, more methodical and strategic process where you have an outside party providing additional support on a specific curriculum that can be utilized instead of an in-house created peer mentoring program, which goes through several iterations depending on who's the sponsor, who's creating it, and who's supporting it.
And I guess what I'm struggling with is that the health issues that they're going to be focusing on, that we're now having juniors and seniors lead ninth graders in really heavy things like depression and suicide. And I don't know if they're going to be qualified to be able to handle that content, where if it's being taught by a certified health teacher, they're going to be a more qualified person to be able to handle that content. Yes, all the great things about peer mentorship I think are great. I think it's just what they're being tasked to teach. Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I'd like to call the question.
All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No. Okay, roll call.
This place is crazy.
Bogenholly?
Yes.
Hickson? No. Holness?
Yes.
Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert? Yes. Zeman?
Yes.
Alhadeff?
No.
Alston?
No, I support board member conversation.
Pham? No. 5-4, motion fails, right? Because it needs a
Yep,
six.
has to be
Yes.
6. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, we have a peer counseling program that's been in the district for as long as I've been in here, which is 36 years. And students do address those topics. The students are more comfortable going to their peers to talk about why they feel that way. And I would just say, as a person who deals with grief, sometimes it's much easier to talk to someone who's gone through the same thing than someone who I'm not really comfortable with, that I don't know if they've gone through it. So that's really what this program represents for students, is a place, and they're instructed, they give them the curriculum, but it gives the other students a chance to say, let's just take vaping, for example. I don't even know if it's part of the curriculum, but I guess it is. You know, us as older people saying vaping's not good for you, shouldn't do it, as opposed to someone who's their age giving them information. It just, they absorb it differently. But we've had peer counseling that addresses suicide, depression, bad relationships, domestic violence, grief, all of that in our schools for a long time. This is just another avenue to do that. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared that.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. We, as a board, have been very demanding about data, and we've been very rewarded in this particular item. Some of the data that doesn't jump out is that every one of our high schools either has a peer-to-peer mentoring program or wants one. So they're there. This is an opportunity to formalize the curriculum, give training to the older students so that what they deliver to the ninth graders is done after they've learned how to do it the right way. There's a huge amount of mental health issues amongst teenagers in the United States, and they're clearly here in a county as big as Broward County. And I don't need to read these numbers, but they vary from 91 to 100% of the 4,474 students say that this is helping in an area where our community is suffering. And Chair, how much does this program cost us to run?
Dr. Hepburn?
0.
So I'm at a little bit of a loss here. I don't want to snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory. This has huge amounts of data. Every high school is either doing it or wants to do it, and it's working on something that our community desperately needs: better mental health, higher self-esteem, cessation of drugs, cessation of abusive relationships. I'm tired of reading about the outcomes of these things. When we don't have programs like this, when we don't have positive directions, it gets to be really, really frustrating. So peer-to-peer happens anyway, even if we don't have a program. These are teenagers. They listen to each other far more than adults. It is either in all of our high schools or they want it in our high schools. The results are overwhelmingly positive on things that our community desperately needs, and the ROI is infinite because the cost is 0. This is an unmitigated success, and I hope we pass this quickly and continue to do this. And I will personally help if HIP ever wants to get from high schools to middle schools. Because guess what? Those kids are having the same problems. They listen to each other more than they listen to adults, even in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
And I'm hoping that the success in this program can be spread to many, many, many high schools. And I'm imagining that a program like this would also be helpful in our middle schools. So thank you very much for bringing this, and I look forward to seeing the data for next year, because I think they'll be even stronger.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you. So the data is very impressive. I am so impressed with the numbers that I'm seeing, and looking at almost 5,000 ninth graders responded, and faculty and the peer health educators, the principals, and the benefit to the ninth graders based upon their feedback is just significantly, above average in terms of what it's doing for them. So I'm certainly supportive 100% of this. I suspected that the data was going to be really positive, because I know there are other schools, 9 schools, currently not having HIP, and I believe in this report here it shows that 2 out of the 9 are interested and have met with HIP representative. I know that we cannot mandate, or we're not mandating this to the schools that are not using it, but Dr. Hepburn, my intent is that if there is any possibility of sharing this wonderful data with the other 7, because I think 2 have met with the HIP representative, so they can look at it and possibly meet with the HIP representative, the remaining 7, just to be introduced to the program. And there's no mandating of it. It's just giving HIP the opportunity to introduce the program to the other 7 schools that have not been briefed on what it is. So I'm hoping that that can take place. But I strongly support this item, and the benefit is just overwhelmingly good. Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Ms. Pham?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. This program consists of 8 sessions. 2 of the things I want to bring to light is, one, it was represented that you can opt out of this. If you look at section 2.03 of the contract, it says here that the curriculum and the subject that all 9th graders and only 9th graders receive. It says all 9th graders. So it's not giving you an option to opt out like that was represented. So there's question number 1. The second one is the curriculum has to be administered that is pursuant to this contract. We haven't seen any curriculum. I will never approve anything unless I see the curriculum, and also if I know it's been approved, because we're just spinning our wheels, wasting our time. Third thing is that there is a curriculum that exists. It certainly wasn't publicized or put out there and pursuant to Sunshine, where we could vote on a curriculum or incorporate it in a curriculum, because the parents have a right to see that, review it, come in here and talk about it. That hasn't been offered here. And the last thing is, we are mandating that students take this class, because what we're saying is, in this contract, that all 9th grader students have to take it, and we're not giving the parents the option to say, well, I don't want a peer person teaching this to my child or talking about this. I want an adult. I want a teacher doing this. I want this discussion. I want to make sure that this is more in a formal capacity. And the last thing I would say, too, is that it just doesn't feel right for us to just jump into this without knowing what we're doing. We've done that in the past, and we've ended up with egg on our face. So I think we should go through the appropriate steps, make sure that we do see the curriculum, see what it's about, because when I investigated, it said that some of these peer advisors talk about vaccines. And I don't think minors should be telling other minors what vaccines they should get. I think that's a conversation between the parents and their children, and I think that's a family issue, not an educational issue. So let's find out what exactly is being discussed before we just give the sign off and let anything and everything be discussed. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just had 2 questions for the superintendent. One, did every high school have the opportunity, or are they aware of the opportunity for HIP?
Dr. Fulton.
So yes, they have all had the orientation on HIP, and they are aware that this exists. And also, if I can just address, every night it's available to our 9th grade students, but parents do have the option to opt out.
Thank you. And so that they've already been the ones that chose not to participate, they had various reasons. I know a lot of it was staffing. The second thing is, is this new, or is this something that we've already implemented?
Dr. Hubbard?
Dr. Fulton.
No, it's not new. We actually have had it, I think this may be year 3 that we've been doing in our schools.
Thank you.
Ms. Pham?
Point of order, thank you. Then I would move that we amend the contract that's attached as well, and to put in there that there is an opt-out, because the language says right now, it says all students. So that students, with parental consent are permitted to opt out.
Is there a second? Moved by Pham, second by Alston. Public comment? Board member comment? Ms. Batiste? Oh, and Ms. Leonardi?
I mean, I was going to ask, staff has repeatedly said that students are able to opt out. So help me understand where that exists in our reality.
Dr. Hepburn?
The process of opting out? Dr. Fulton, you can speak to that.
So, Ms. Hollingsworth, I'm going to actually toss that question over to you.
Good afternoon, Simone Hollingsworth. In regards to the parents opting out, when the students then are registering for that or taking that, they would have the option to not take that, curriculum and not be part of that. So they would have that opt-out option.
Thank you. So can we put that in the contract? Because right now, as it stands, the contract that we're entering in, Broward County School District, and them says all 9th grade students. So we're saying, why don't we add with the option to opt out, with the exception of those students that opt out? That would be my motion, to add that language, with the exception of those students that opt out.
Board member comment on the motion? Roll call on the motion?
Bogenholly? Yes. Hickson? No. Holness?
No.
Leonardi?
No, because it already exists. Thank you.
Rupert?
No.
Zeman?
Nope.
Alhadeff?
Yes.
Alston?
Yes, highly in favor of.
Pham?
Yes.
Motion fails 4 to 5.
All right, back to the item. Any other motions?
I'd just like to say that in the past, I've made recommendations where we could have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars. With Licata's, his package when he left, resigned early. And this is another one. If liability comes back to bite in the butt, where we have some other lawsuits, I'm not going to mention, I just want to have this documented that I argued this, that you should have incorporated it. Thanks.
Roll call?
On the item?
Yep.
Hickson? Yes. Holness?
Yes.
Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert? Zeman?
Yep.
Alhadeff?
No.
Alston?
Yes.
Pham?
No.
Bogenholly?
Yes.
Motion passes 7 to 2.
We have a motion and second on RR1.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
No public comment.
Board comment? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I'd like to make an easy motion. This time I didn't write it out. Page 2 of 5, which is page 1545, under section 2, membership. I move that in the sentence where it says the committee shall therefore be comprised of the chairs, I move to add or a designee of the following district advisory and committees, and I move to add district advisory to the list.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board comment? Seeing none, All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries. Seaman dissenting. Ms. Hickson?
Yeah, that was it.
Any other comments? Motions? All in favor of RR1 as amended? Or Ms. Pham, did you have anything?
Yes, actually, I would make a motion just to consider adding 2 parents that are directly impacted from each city that's within that district. So we have PTA members, we have that, but I would be non-PTA members.
Second.
Yep.
Moved by Pam, second by Alda. Public comment? Board member comment? Ms. Rupert?
Chair, I just have a question, I guess.
One second.
I apologize. Yeah.
Mrs.
Sorry,
Rupert?
Ms. Rupert.
My question was, in addition to that list?
Yes.
Or to replace the
No, because some parents can't participate because their jobs and they're obligated. So I thought we could add 2 more just to keep it equitable.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
I find big committees to be unwieldy and generally unproductive, and not, people don't like to participate in them because they get to be so big, that they're one of 43 people. I don't support this because we already have 2 members from the community of each school being considered. Chair, how many schools do we have this year being considered for a proposed change?
Dr. Zeman? I mean, Dr. Hopper?
We're from 5 to 1.
Dr. Wanza?
We can hear you.
I'd take a double take just to make sure I wasn't Zeman. Little comic relief there.
Right now, in the presentation that we had the conversation with the board last week, there are 14 schools there. There are 14 schools.
I appreciate that.
Hold on, but it grows because if in considering the Broward Estates option, we have to add 2 individuals from Dr. Martin Luther King because they will be, right? And then, as I explained to the board, I believe it's in the Silver Shores boundary. If that goes to a full K-8, we have to add Silver Palms because there's a slither of their boundary that would really and truly go to Silver Palms as opposed to Silver Shores. So that takes it to 15 schools times 2 people. So that's 30 right there. And then we have the chairs that are going to be added. We know the student advisor is there. So my only recommendation to the board is in adding all of these people, we have to remember that we have to go out and recruit and get them, 1. And number 2, we are on a timeline. So I just want to put that out there, and we will work at the will of the board.
Thanks, I appreciate that. We also need to find rooms that are big enough. I mean, we have 30 parents already, community members, and then all these advisory chairs or designees. There just gets to be a point where that's enough. We have so many voices, like an individual participating doesn't even get time on the microphone. So most members will come and attend and not speak, and we're not hearing their voice just because the group is just way too big. I always felt committees over 7 people were too big. 7 was the max. And that allows everyone to be, fully engaged, to participate, to have a voice, and get things done. But the community will certainly chuckle at a committee of 37 or 38 people, and now we want to add 2 more. It's just too much. And I think a lot of those community members, because they have to be recruited, will be parents. And so we'll have, tons of parents involved in that, and many of the designees in this committee through the advisory chairs are parents. And so I don't see any lack of parents in this group, and it's already bigger than any reasonable sized group should be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Roll call on the motion.
Holness,
No.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert,
No.
Zeman,
No.
Alhadeff,
Yes.
Alston,
Yes to more parental involvement.
Pham,
Yes.
Foganholly,
Yes.
Hickson.
No.
Fails 4-5.
Okay, back to the item. Any other comments? Seeing none. Do we have any amendments? Yeah. All in favor of RR1 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No, Alston, the board won't do its job to close schools.
Okay. Alston, no. Pham, no. Item passes. Dr. Hepburn, have we exhausted the agenda?
Exhausted it.
Yes, Chair, we have exhausted the agenda.
Okay. We are now going to move to public comment. Johnny Rojas. You may come to the mic. Just put your mic up a little higher. Yeah.
Push the button if you don't mind. Johnny, can you push the button?
We help each other.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah,
Oh.
perfect.
So, I have a problem with my daughter's high school, Monarch High School in Coconut Creek. They don't want to give her public the bus because they say we live 1.98 miles from the school. I went to check that in Google, and it says 2 miles. So I request a remeasurement of the distance, and they did the remeasure, but they did it like in a car. They sent me even pictures of it, like in a car, and they didn't even go to my door or the school's door. Like the statute says that you have to do it door to door. And if you do it in a car, you're losing the distance that she crossed the streets and everything. I had called a lot of people to see if they can help me with this, and this is like my last resort because I don't know what to do.
Thank you for coming, sir. Dr. Hepburn, can staff help him?
Yes, absolutely. We'll have one of the staff members meet you in the pre-function room, which is through that door. Somebody will be with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Bobby Barnwell.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Bobby Dodson Barnwell. I am an experienced ESE teacher with a continuous valid Florida certificate until 2027. From April the 29th, 2016 to April the 5th, 2017, I taught at Western High School in Broward County. Shortly before the end of my employment, there the principal, Jimmy Aroha, threatened me with termination, and a parent unleashed a barrage of racial insults against me. The parent publicly embarrassed me, talked about my clothing, implied that I had not earned my degree by stating that I must have purchased it, and questioned whether I had a right to teach in the mostly white, affluent neighborhood of the school. Rather than support me, the principal gave me the option of resigning in lieu of termination. Relying on his assurance that a resignation would not adversely affect my employment record, I resigned. Starting in 2019, I began to seek a position as an ESE teacher in other Broward County schools. There has been a need for ESE teachers. However, the fact that I eventually discovered led me to the conclusion that I had been blacklisted. And around March 2022, after being conditionally hired as an ESE teacher in another school, the district required that Western High School provide the last principal verification. The last principal verification from Western was never produced. My public records request that all last principal verifications from Western High School have never been complied with. I was informed that no such document existed and that the former principal of Western High School never did. I then learned that he orally made unfavorable statements about me. At least one administrator of a prospective school who indicated the need to speak to Arojo, he never returned her calls. And another administrator of a school said unconditionally to me, you need to find out what he's saying about you. And I live for my name. I worked hard in the system. I am passionate about ESE students, and to think that from 2017, someone has been allowed to discredit me for no reason. I have with me a copy of my resume and also my last principal verification from Dade County Schools. And I'm asking at this time that you all assist me, because my passion dies with someone taking everything away from me, and I've worked hard, and I live by my name. I live by my name in my marriage, in my church, at my school. I'm on the same planet at all times, and I ask and I seek out your help now, because I've done nothing wrong. I would like to leave my resume if I could, and a copy of my last principal verification from Dade County.
Dr. Alburn?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Azarito, our Chief People Officer, he's going to assist you out in the pre-function room.
Jimmy Witherspoon? Omar Saleh? Corey Shar? Morceline Anis?
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry to prolong everyone's afternoon a little bit longer. I know we can all agree that hate has no room in our children's textbooks, curriculum, classrooms, schools, and in our communities. We know that hate can take different forms, whether it is driving an entire population from their native lands or the exclusion of people from a narrative, marginalizing them, as it has been done to Native Americans. We just observed Columbus Day yesterday. I'd like to again bring your attention to the recent post on the Broward County School Facebook page that commemorated the horrific attacks on October 7, 2023 in Israel. Now, I don't know about you, but I see actions, but not intentions. I read words, not the thoughts that led to them. This post, by excluding the suffering of Palestinians, by marginalizing the suffering and deaths of tens and thousands of Palestinian children at the hands of Israeli military and settlers since October 7th and prior to that, this post is dangerous and hateful. On October 14, 2023, just a week after that tragic event, a 6-year-old Palestinian American boy was stabbed 26 times by the landlord, 26 times to death. And the landlord was driven by the same type of hateful, marginalized information that the post seemed to convey. Palestinian children deserve to live and be loved just as much as Israeli children, just as much as our children. And as my children's school board, I would like to request that you publicly apologize for this post and moving forward to embark on an action plan to include marginalized voices in the classrooms so that we can show the children our shared humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronald Barish. Happy to hear from you. Trudy Germanovich. Okay, that concludes our public speakers. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any discussions or student successes to bring forward to the superintendent for consideration? Dr. Zeman.
Yeah, thanks so much. A couple quick things, a little bit more housekeeping than other things. I'll be at the Council on Great City Schools meeting this week in Dallas. If there's any information that people seek at that meeting, they have some robust discussions on chronic absenteeism, some other things on innovation and transportation, and tons on academic success. So I know there's a whole host of people going from Broward County Schools. I look forward to being there with them, but if anybody is looking for specific topics and can let me know, I'll vector my participation in that way.
I also did an interview this week with NBC National on cell phones, and I spent a good deal of time doing research on a national level about cell phones and their use in K through 12, which I found fascinating. One of the things that we haven't talked about but probably need to formalize is how we're gathering data this year around our policies related to cell phones. It's something that if we're intentional about and forward-looking, I think we can actually develop a plan that will give us some keen insights into how this affects mental health, safety, security, and academics. Otherwise, we'll get to the end of the year and we'll try and tease out why academic performance got better, but we won't know exactly whether or not cell phone policies that we have really stretched it out. So just a couple announcements. One, Council of Great City Schools, if you want to know any specific materials, I can work toward gathering it there. And second, at some future meeting, probably a workshop chair, I'd love to talk more about, formalizing a data gathering plan on our new policies related to cell phone use, so that by the time we're done with this year, we have some evidence. Just like HIP presented today, 4,474 folks giving us feedback was compelling. I'd be interested in thousands of people participating, particularly students and parents and community members, on what effect this had in overall Broward County Schools involvement. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So, Dr. Zeman, two things. One is if you could bring a BB item on your conference that you're going to, so we can all learn from that day.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Days.
Spot on.
And then
I'll start a new trend.
Dr. Hepburn, can you tell us when the phone cell workshop will be?
Yes, we're working with Mr. Sullivan and team right now. We're going to have to bump, because we scheduled out our workshops, so we're going to have to bump an item in a workshop to bring that back. So it'll most likely be sometime in November, most likely in November. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And respectfully, if Corey Shearer, if you'd like to come and speak.
And
you're welcome.
Hi, Corey Shearer, son of Broward. Thank you so much. I was taking a community call for some of the work we're trying to do in the community outside, and thought I missed my opportunity. Thank you all. I'm Corey Shearer, really son of Broward. Went to Peters Elementary, Horizon Elementary, Wild Hill Middle, and the Blanche Ely High School, like this man over here, and Nora Rupert knows that. And listen, I just want you to know, I wanted to speak to what our awesome and very connected diversity chair, Narnica Grant, Ms. Grant, spoke earlier about the need for diversity and for equity. If I can just tell you, and I hope you'd be proud of us, and when we go to Congress and we go and knock and talk to our local Congress people, as we're entitled to do, a lot of times it's with sign after sign on the door that says, we support Israel, or a concern for October 7th. Yet we're there also out of concern for Israel, knocking, saying, hey, what about the Palestinians? What about the Palestinian issues? Think about Gaza. Think about even the West Bank. I want to paint for you what we talk about there, by the way, sometimes with Jewish Voice for Peace, and people have served even in the Israeli Defense Force, but say there's another way, there's another side. We talk about that there's a stock market in the West Bank. There are generations of textile workers and olive oil makers and cafes that people sit down. People sit down and have conversations, and it's a nice place to be. But when it's under war like this, it's just excruciating. You're talking about over 40,000 people being killed. Now, does that mean that it's not like in conditional acceptance, where you have to say, hey, I don't stand with Israel if I stand with the Palestinians. It's really saying, hey, we need to actually see what we can do to make the situation better. And to do that, you really need to look at both sides and have a balance. And sometimes it's multiple sides, right?
And you're connecting this to the tweet?
Right, yeah, basically. So, and I'll get there. I just need to paint this for you first. I know I'm running out of time. But, when you get a Facebook post that, just says, we stand with October 7th. It's almost like having signs up that say, hey, you need not apply here. You need your concerns don't matter. And I know that you feel like, it may not be that big a deal, but it's a big deal when the repetition over and over of not being able to have your voice heard and speak the other side, and you just get, bam, here goes something from the one side. And that's kind of what we're facing here. So I want you all to be a little more careful little bit more thoughtful. I'd like for you to pass that down into your departments, that we need to really have, if we are going to do a post, and sometimes the post may not be necessary, right? If it's going to only be a banner and can't really be explained, and if it's only going to be one-sided, maybe it's better, right, that we don't do a post. And I think we need to have some guidelines as to what we're going to do, especially things involve foreign events, right, and they aren't really local events. We need to have more guidelines on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fognoli?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I spoke to Superintendent and told him not to worry because I'm not going to do what I did last time on my last day. But I just wanted to take the time, point of privilege, to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to my colleagues, staff, everybody in this district. It's been an honor to represent District 1. I know sometimes we see chaos, turmoil, but in the beginning I used to say things at the end of the board meetings. I used to say that this board was going to work together to accomplish great things, that we were going to work together to move Broward forward. And one of the missions that we set for ourselves was to see us become an A district again. And we accomplished something that this board has failed to do for over 10 years. And it's a huge accomplishment. And it's not only just us, it's our entire district, everybody in this building, our teachers, our students. The body of students in this district has given me so much pride, and that was honestly the best part of this job. Every single time I was able to see them perform or do something, just be themselves, just express themselves is always the best part. Even our student advisors, always. Gives me joy. So it's been an honor. Excited for this time. Last time I said see you soon. I'm not going to say it this time, hopefully. But I look forward to serving on the State Board of Education, doing the great work there and representing and making Broward proud there. So thank you so much, Chair. Thank you all. And yeah, good luck. Let's go.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? All right. I want to make my colleagues aware that as part of our efforts to inform the public about the Inspector General question that will appear on the ballot this general election, I provided an op-ed in the Sun Sentinel that is already available digitally and will be in the print edition tomorrow. For the public, for more information on the measure, you can go to browardschools.com/IG Amendment 2024. Any other comments?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston?
And just to that, and actually, first, let me actually back up. I'm going to miss you, Board Member Fognoli. So thank you for your service, and we know that you're going to do great work for all the people of Florida on the State Board of Education. Madam Chair, to that point, I just want to confirm, we cannot, in our capacity as a school board member, advocate for the item, but you can do so in your personal capacity. I just want to ask that gray area question to the General Counsel. If you could just provide guidance, just so we're clear.
Ms. Batista?
Since it would be difficult to separate the personal from the official capacity of a board member, I would say that it is my recommendation that you explain what the item is about, to give information as opposed to advocating one way or the other.
So if you have a personal social media account that is not connected to the school district, is that appropriate to state your personal position?
So I would say yes, if
Okay.
it clearly is your personal account.
Okay.
Right, and it has something in there that says this is, or it could even be a private account where you just have, followers or whatnot.
Got it. Okay, just wondering. All right, thank you.
Thank you. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.